The moon had risen high outside, and the lanterns hanging along the corridor were still lit, swaying in the wind. Inside the room, a woman in wedding attire, with a red veil covering her head, sat on the bed, waiting. A man lay slumped over the table, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, still in a daze and unable to react to the current situation. This is. Rewinding a few minutes, Mo Yulang was an ordinary office worker, returning home on the subway. Recently, he had been reading a novel titled I Defy Fate Through Cultivation. The recent developments in the story were not very satisfying. The female lead was killed by the villainous boss. The male lead, enraged, chose mutual destruction with the villain. And the harem, who pursued him, also chose to destroy the world in grief. Infuriated by the melodramatic plot, Mo Yulang slammed his phone onto the floor. He clenched his fists, his face flushed, and shouted, "What kind of nonsensical plot development is this?" It must have been cut short due to poor ratings. Suddenly, the phone he had just dropped emitted a strange light. He instinctively covered his eyes and exclaimed, "Huh?" And just like that, he was sucked into the light. After waking up and remembering this, he excitedly jumped up, slammed his hand on the table, and thought to himself, "So I've transmigrated into the novel's male lead." Just then, a strange creature appeared before him and announced, "Welcome, host, to the Lanchuan continent. I am Xiao Ji, your intelligent system, pleased to serve you." Looking at the system interface before him, he smiled smugly. As expected, the male lead's golden finger had arrived. But it didn't seem quite like the original work. Why is it a chicken, and not a beautiful girl? After being activated, Xiao Ji continuously flew around him. He said excitedly, "Master, Xiao Ji has prepared countless prop cards and precious treasures for you." Hearing this, he clenched his fists in joy and determined, "Oh my God, doesn't that mean I'm invincible? This time, I won't let that lousy plot happen again." He turned to look at the bride sitting on the bed, calculating. He remembered that Ling Lai's wedding was at the beginning of the novel. If that's the case, he might as well go with the flow. Thinking so, he impatiently leaped towards the bride, drooling, and shouted, Yeah, we should consummate our marriage. I will treat you well for the rest of your life." He stepped forward and lifted the red veil. His hand froze, and his face turned pale. He exclaimed, "Huh." Behind the veil, a beautiful young woman appeared, but it wasn't the person he had imagined. It was the female antagonist, Ji Ling. She looked at him with a seductive smile. "Calling another woman's name on our wedding night, isn't that a bit inappropriate, my husband, Mo Yulang?" Hearing her words, he stammered, "My lady, you misunderstand." Then, Mo Yulang hastily retreated, panicking inwardly, "What? I'm not Ling Lai. Damn it, isn't this a scam?" Mo Yulang carefully examined his reflection in the mirror at the corner, and was startled to realize, "I'm actually the good-for-nothing Mo Yulang with a naturally pure yin body, and no cultivation at all." He looked at the woman before him and recalled, Ji Ling, the main antagonist in the original work, used Mo Yulang and rebelled after his death, with powerful cultivation. She bathed the Mo Yang dynasty in blood, becoming the Kai Tong Empress. Seeing that he didn't make any further moves, Ji Ling's red lips parted slightly, and she called out seductively, "Husband." She held a glass of wine and urged him, "It's getting late. Let's drink this wine. And then consummate our marriage." Mo Yulang forced a smile and accepted the wine from Ji Ling, secretly exposing her intentions. "Don't think I don't know, there's an aphrodisiac in this wine. Today, she'll break my legs, then threaten me into helping her take revenge. Turned into her personal cauldron, and finally, my young energy will be sucked dry by her until I die. Damn, what should I do?" Jiling quickly embraced Mo Yulang. Her whole body stiff with fear, anxiously thinking about what to do. At this critical moment, Xiao Ji appeared like a savior and announced, "Jiling, darkness level 30%, favorability -100. Available props, swap card, level up cultivation card. Level 2 mission, increase Jiling's favorability by 1. Reward for mission completion, unlock the army, gift 3 random prop cards. Without hesitation, Mo Yulang silently commanded, swap my wine with Jiling's. The swap card activated according to his command, and the 2 glasses of wine were instantly switched. Now, Mo Yulang successfully held the glass of wine without the drug. The system Xiao Ji flew around and announced, Master, I've used the swap card for you. Now the wine in your hand is no longer poisoned. Relieved, Mo Yulang immediately raised his head and drank the wine. He raised his glass towards Jiling and exclaimed, This wine is truly exquisite, my lady, you should drink it too. Seeing this, she smiled sinisterly. Without thinking much, Jiling also raised her glass and drank. Mo Yulang watched her intently with a sinister smile. Great, once the drug takes effect and her desires reach their peak, she'll come begging me. He. After finishing the wine, the drug quickly took effect. Jiling felt uncomfortable and wondered, what's going on? Why is it so hot? Jiling's face flushed, clutching her stomach, thinking, what's happening? I clearly drugged him, why am I the one affected? Mo Yulang must have played a trick. Damn it. Thinking so, she hurriedly rushed to open the bathroom door. Jiling rushed straight inside. As she took off her clothes, Jiling cursed inwardly, damn Mo Yulang, once the drug wears off, I'll teach him a lesson. Jiling immersed her face in the water, blushing. After a while, the discomfort in her body didn't subside at all. She thought angrily, why is it still so uncomfortable? Is this drug's effect that strong? Mo Yulang stared intently, and Jiling unknowingly had a nosebleed. He thought smugly, excellent, I'm a genius. Jiling became increasingly uncomfortable, squirming in the water. What's happening? I can't calm down like this. Mo Yulang was startled, wiped the blood away, and regained his composure. He thought, no, I almost forgot the main task. I didn't expect the high and mighty Jiling to have such a side. But now is a good opportunity. I must gain leverage over her now. Thinking so, he raised 3 fingers and negotiated with her, my lady, since we are married, I think we need to agree on 3 things. Jiling leaned back, her eyes hazy as she replied, then come closer. She gently waved her hand, signaling Mo Yulang. Seeing her actions, he happily approached, thinking, great, now she can't resist. She'll agree to anything I say. But his smugness didn't last long. Unexpectedly, as he approached, she suddenly changed her attitude, reaching out to grab his collar, stop pretending. Come here, Mo Yuelang's expression changed, caught off guard as she pulled him down into the bathtub. Submerged in the water, he realized, oh no, I forgot she's the main antagonist. She definitely won't act normally. Whatever, it seems I can only fight fire with fire. Jiling also sank into the water, lunging towards Mo Yulang. Their lips met, and they were unknowingly immersed in a wonderful sensation. Mo Yulang froze, feeling, so this is what a woman feels like. I didn't expect her body to be so soft. It seems my first time will have to be here. At least it won't be in vain. As they kissed, Jiling felt the intense yin energy emanating from him. Waves of yin energy enveloped Jiling, and she comfortably embraced it. His yin energy is frantically surging into my body, filling me completely. How can there be such wonderful yin energy in this world? After tasting this wonder, everything else seems so bland. I've actually broken through from the 5th level of Qi opening to the fusion realm. Mo Yulang was startled by the transformation in Jiling. Her hair has changed color. Suddenly, the system Xiao Ji appeared along with the information panel. Jiling, darkness level 30%, favorability -99. Available props, level up cultivation card. Level 2 mission, increase Jiling's favorability by 1. Reward for mission completion, unlock the army, gift 3 random prop cards. He looked at the notification, frowning, and thought, is this a joke? Only 1 favorability point. To increase it to 1, I have to do this 100 more times. Jiling was still enjoying the wonderful feeling of absorbing Mo Yuelang's yin energy. Neither of them realized that their entire interaction had been secretly observed by a maid. She peeked from the door, thinking, I must quickly report this to the Empress. That night, in the Empress's chambers, a voice suddenly echoed in the chambers, What? You say the sixth prince has a pure yin body? The maid knelt respectfully and replied, Yes, your majesty. This servant witnessed it with my own eyes. When the sixth prince consummated his marriage, the yin energy emitted was astonishing. That's why this servant dared to risk her life to report this to your majesty tonight. The person sitting on the throne was the empress of the Mo Yang dynasty, Murong Mingyu. After receiving the maid's confirmation, Murong Mingyu pondered. I didn't expect that good-for-nothing to have such a special physique. Thinking about it now, it seems like a good deal for the Ji clan. Ever since his mother, Consort Bai, fell out of favor, he no longer had a chance to compete for the throne. But to be safe, the best way is to eliminate the root of the problem. Thinking so, she stood up and waved her hand, ordering, Convey this palace's decree. Starting tomorrow, spread the news of the sixth prince's pure yin body throughout the court. After hearing the order, the maid respectfully bowed her head, this servant obeys. The next morning, sunlight streamed everywhere. Mo Yulang awoke from yesterday's intense activity, roused by the sunlight streaming into the room. He sat up, slightly dazed. It's morning. He thought about his situation in the original work, where the male lead's legs were broken, and he had to use a wheelchair. After opening his shirt, he looked down at his legs and sighed in relief. Phew, thankfully, my legs can still move. It seems I've temporarily escaped a disaster. After getting dressed, he calculated in his head, the important task now is to quickly increase Jiling's favorability towards me. Thinking so, he glanced at Jiling, who was sound asleep on the bed. Sometime after the wedding, Mo Yulang had become accustomed to his current situation. Today, he took his wife and maid for a stroll, thinking, finally, I've managed to keep my little life. But why is favorability increasing so slowly? Thinking about this, he glanced at Jiling's information panel, darkness level 30%, favorability -95. Available props, level up cultivation card. Mo Yulang couldn't help but sigh. His face was contemplative. But in the past few days, he had come to understand the system. It had various props that could be used not only on others. Xiao Ji appeared behind Mo Yulang, but he didn't notice. His attention was focused on the system interface before him. Available props, level up cultivation card. Harmony incense, greatly increases favorability. Mo Yulang stroked his chin, looking at the cards on the panel, continuing his train of thought, but also on himself. It's just that some props seem to have restrictions and can't be used yet. It's probably because I haven't completed the missions. Jiling noticed him lost in thought, lagging behind, and called out softly, Husband. She frowned, secretly wondering. This Mo Yulang clearly doesn't have any detectable cultivation. Yet he gives off an unfathomable aura. Mo Yulang, startled, responded, Coming, my lady. He closed the system panel, sighing inwardly, as expected of the woman who becomes the future antagonist. Her aura is truly impressive. He quickened his pace, just as he passed a man and a woman with elegant appearances. The man was the second prince of the Mo Yang dynasty, Mo Yu. Seeing him, Mo Yu turned his head slightly and sneered, Isn't this sixth brother? I apologize for not attending your wedding. Although reluctant, Mo Yulang stopped and replied politely, Elder brother is busy with important matters. My wedding is a trivial matter. Elder brother needn't worry about it. Unexpectedly, Mo Yu didn't intend to let him go. He scoffed at Jiling, This is your wife, right? I've long heard that this Jiling is neither human nor ghost. Seeing her today, it seems the rumors are true. Hearing his words, Jiling angrily turned around and shouted, Ugly creature, what did you say? Killing intent surged within her, Mo Yu, I will definitely kill you. Angered by the second prince's taunts, her darkness level rapidly increased from 30% to 35%. Her eyes turned crimson as she stared at Mo Yu. Mo Yu was momentarily speechless, choked by her retort. Mo Yu Lang immediately felt uneasy. Oh no, her darkness level has increased. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid she'll send this second prince to heaven. Thinking so, he quickly stepped forward, holding Mo Yu's hand, and pleaded, Elder brother, please don't be angry. Please forgive any offense. Mo Yu was still unwilling to give up. Trying to retort, but not letting him finish, Mo Yu Lang quickly interrupted, My wife is not for you to judge. We have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Saying so, without waiting for Mo Yu's response, Mo Yu Lang pulled Jiling away. Mo Yu watched them leave with a strange look in his eyes, thinking, why does this sixth brother feel like a completely different person? Could the rumors be true? After walking a distance, Mo Yu Lang looked at Jiling smugly, thinking, how was that? Wasn't I just incredibly cool? Let me see how much her favorability has increased. He stared at her face, which still held an indifferent expression. The information panel showed no change. Darkness level 30%, favorability minus 95. This stunned him. What? It didn't increase at all. Mo Yuelang's face darkened. Do I really have to do that to increase her favorability? He held Jiling's hand and continued walking, recalling the strange looks people had been giving him. Also, is it my imagination, or have people been looking at me strangely lately? The scene changed to the Empress's chambers, where she sat on the throne. A young woman had been summoned for an audience. This young woman, with beautiful features and pink hair, was Murong Jing's daughter, Murong Hua. She held a gemstone, intending to present it to the Empress. Your Majesty, this is the dream illusion jasper that my father specifically asked me to bring to you. It has the effect of preserving beauty and youth. Seeing the gemstone, Murong Mingyu smiled happily. Come here quickly, let this palace see. Has my precious Hua improved her cultivation recently? Murong Hua smiled charmingly, taking the opportunity to inquire. This niece heard about the sixth prince and came specifically to inquire. Your Majesty, is it true that the sixth prince has a pure yin body, as the rumors say? Hearing her question, the Empress waved her hand, her face full of smiles. Ha ha ha, you're the fifth person to ask me this in the past few days. The sixth prince indeed has a pure yin body. Murong Hua, hearing the confirmation, was filled with excitement and hurriedly said, this niece's cultivation has been stuck at the fusion realm for a long time and hasn't broken through. If I can have the sixth prince's assistance, I'm sure I'll succeed. This niece doesn't wish to compete for favor with the other sisters. I only ask to be a concubine. Hearing her words, Murong Mingyu pondered. This girl's personality is simple. Perhaps she could become a pawn of mine in the future. The Murong and Ji clans have had some grudges for a long time. I might as well take this opportunity to let Murong Hua drain Mo Yulang and seize the chance to eliminate Ji Ling. Two birds with one stone. Thinking so, the Empress smiled sinisterly. If you have such feelings for the sixth prince, this palace will find a way to facilitate your marriage. Saying so, she called out loudly, someone there. And then waved her hand, giving the order, convey this palace's decree, summon Ji Ling for an audience. Following the Empress's order, not long after, Mo Yulang and Ji Ling arrived at the Empress's chambers. They bowed towards the throne, Your Majesty. Mo Yulang sighed inwardly. What must come will come. He recalled the original plot, where the Empress originally only wanted to summon Ji Ling, finding an excuse to strip her of her position as the main wife. Not only that, but the Empress also humiliated Ji Ling. Mo Yulang remembered Ji Ling as a vengeful deity, her eyes clouded, her right hand holding a sword, her left hand holding the Empress's head. This was also one of the reasons for the dynasty's downfall. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist, determined, this life will not be the same. I will not only avoid becoming a cripple, but I even came to the palace with her. To protect my life, I must seize this opportunity to increase the antagonist's favorability. Manhua, who had been standing beside the empress observing Yulang, blushed slightly, even showing a hint of longing. All of this was caught by Yulang's eyes. And he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Oh my God, she's looking at me like she wants to eat me. At this moment, Murong Mingyu looked down at Jiling and spoke, Jiling, have you experienced any discomfort after entering the palace? Jiling frowned slightly at the empress and asked directly, what does your majesty mean by that? Murong Mingyu smirked sinisterly, speaking in a tone, this palace has heard that the ghost clan always prefers dark places. Suddenly arriving in a brightly lit place like our palace. This palace fears you might not be accustomed. Oh, I almost forgot, you're not a pure-blooded ghost clan member, just a half-breed. Being so blatantly mocked, how could Jiling endure it? She flew into a rage, ghostly energy erupting around her, her darkness level increasing from 30% to 33%. Mo Yulang, standing beside her, panicked, this is bad. He hurriedly stepped forward and took Jiling's hand, which surprised her. He addressed Murong Mingyu, Your Majesty, my wife is perfectly fine now. You needn't worry. If Your Majesty is merely concerned about such matters, you could send someone to inquire next time. There's no need to trouble my wife with a trip back and forth. Jiling was deeply moved that Lang stood up for her. He actually spoke up for me. Her darkness level returned to its initial 30%, and her favorability towards him increased from -95 to -90. After speaking, Mo Yulang looked at the changes in the system and rejoiced inwardly, although the darkness level still increased a bit, the favorability went up. I finally found a way to increase favorability besides that, and it even increased by 5 points at once. Seeing Mo Yulang defending Jiling, Murong Mingyu felt displeased. HMPH, just a prince born from a disgraced concubine, and he dares to show off in front of me. The empress quickly regained her composure and waved her hand, getting down to business, all right, this palace won't beat around the bush with you. This palace always felt Manhua is more suitable to be the 6th prince's consort, so this time, I've invited you here to discuss your divorce. Hearing her words, Jiling tightly gripped Mo Yuelang's hand and retorted, since I've married Mo Lang, unless he initiates the divorce, I will not agree. She said this. But inwardly, she seethed, if he agrees to the divorce, I'll turn him into a skeleton, never to be reborn. Mo Yulang, having no cultivation, his face paled from Jiling's sudden tight grip. Ouch! My dear, thank you so much. Seeing Jiling defying her, Murong Mingyu angrily pointed at her and ordered, silence. You have no right to disobey this palace's decision. If that's the case, 6th prince, divorce her. The empress pointed at Mo Yulang and continued her command, marry Manhua as your consort, and I will reward you with countless rare treasures. Manhua, standing aside, frowned slightly, confused. This wasn't what we discussed earlier. I clearly said I would be content even as a concubine. Seeing the situation escalating, she stepped forward to mediate, Your Majesty, if it's handled this way, this maiden also feels it's inappropriate. How about letting this maiden and consort Ling have a fair competition? It's said that the imperial wives have always been skilled in painting, embroidery, singing, dancing, and possessing noble talents. This maiden, though unskilled, is willing to compete with the consort in embroidery, singing, dancing, and cultivation. If this maiden is fortunate enough to win, I hope the 6th prince will grant my wish. Murong Mingyu fell into thought for a moment. This competition is also a legitimate way to eliminate her. This girl will probably lose in the first 2 rounds, she thought smugly. Then, the empress stood up and gave her order, very well, then do as you say. But if Jiling loses, she must relinquish her position as the main consort. Mo Yulang looked at Manhua and thought, although this woman is beautiful, I can't let her become my wife. Jiling is already enough to drain me dry, adding another one. I'm afraid I'll be completely depleted soon. Fortunately, I have this almost invincible system. I might as well help Jiling win this competition. As planned, he leaned close to Jiling and whispered, "My lady, just accept a challenge. I have a way to help you win." Jiling frowned suspiciously. What is this Mo Yulang really thinking? 3 days later, the day of the competition between Jiling and Manhua arrived. Early in the morning, Yulang brought Jiling to the venue. The two women sat at opposite ends of the table, Yulang standing beside his wife. A servant brought 2 identical sets of materials for them to use. Jiling sat down and smirked, catching Yulang's attention. She asked, "What are you planning to do?" Yulang waved his hand, smiling reassuringly, "Don't worry, just listen to me. I have a way to help you win, my lady." A servant brought an hourglass, announcing as she walked, "This competition will test the embroidery skills of both contestants. The time limit is 2 hours, and the theme is unlimited. This old one will determine the outcome. Begin." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 girls brought each of them a roll of fabric and colorful threads. Manhua, confident in her skills, smiled continuously, her hands moving swiftly. A vibrant floral pattern began to take shape on the fabric, clearly demonstrating her experience. Jiling, sitting opposite her, frowned, propping her chin on her hand, wondering, what is Mo Yulang up to? Does he intentionally want me to lose this competition? Just as she was pondering, Yulang suddenly took out a glowing blue card and showed it to her. "The time has come. Watch me." The card depicted a lotus flower with the words Emperor Flower embroidery written beneath. Jiling's fabric glowed strangely. She gasped in surprise, "What's this?" After a while, the sand in the hourglass ran out, signaling the end of the first round. The old woman approached, clasping her hands and looking at Jiling. "All right, time's up. Please present your works." As soon as she finished speaking, both women stopped their work. She picked up Ronghua's fabric, pointing and praising profusely, as expected of the Murong family's precious daughter. "This newly bloomed lotus is truly exquisite, so lifelike." Quickly putting the fabric down, she turned to Jiling, speaking softly with a hint of disdain, "Next, let this old one see Consort Lu's work." In Murong Mingyue's eyes, Jiling was just a girl, the child of the second Miss Ji's affair with the Ghost clan, likely uneducated and extremely crude. This time, Hua would surely win. Such were her malicious thoughts, but upon seeing Jiling's embroidery, her jaw dropped, and she stammered, "See Consort Lu, this landscape embroidery is truly magnificent. This old one has never seen such a majestic and spectacular work." She was so astonished that her knees buckled. And she slammed her hand on the table, as if in disbelief. Yulang thought smugly, "Success." The old woman began scrutinizing every detail, her finger stopping at a small Tom and Jerry. The more she looked, the more astonished she became, praising endlessly. "These playful creatures in the forest, this old one has never seen before." She didn't know that Yulang had transmigrated, and these 2 small creatures were from another world. Not knowing how to explain it properly, he could only pretend to cough a few times and make up an excuse. "This, you wouldn't understand. This is abstract art." Hearing this, the old woman believed him completely, nodding, "So that's how it is. This old one's knowledge is limited. I never expected Consort Lu to be so creative. I declare that Consort Lu has won this round." Murong Mingyu, hearing that Jiling had won, was also stunned and in disbelief, her face contorted as she asked, "What?" Dunghua crossed her arms angrily, facing Jiling and thought, "I must win against you in the next round." Jiling, still astonished, wondered, how could Mo Yaolang actually make me win? How did he do it? An hour later, the next dance competition began. The wicked empress gestured with her hand, thinking triumphantly, "You were lucky to win the last round, but this time, you won't win no matter what." The music started. A pair of hands with red nails appeared dreamily, the clinking of bracelets sounded like rubber, the legs were also nimble and fast, moving smoothly. Jiling wore a red Indian-style scarf, along with light makeup, but her beauty was top-tier, like a beauty stepping out of a story. Well, she really was a beauty from a story, with perfect curves, graceful and gentle dance moves that captivated the audience, coupled with her exceptional beauty. Yao Lang, holding the unused Xuanwu card, his eyes showing delight, praised, "So lovely." He was confident that his wife could win this round even without his help. Turning to look at Deng Hua, he was immediately disappointed. Although she also possessed uncommon beauty, compared to Jiling, this woman seemed to be bouncing rather than dancing. Yao Lang cheered triumphantly, certain of victory. The eunuch approached, pointing to the officials who had been watching, saying the winner of this round would be decided by those present, and asked them to write the winner's name on paper. Yao Lang stared at the officials in disbelief, his eyebrows furrowing. How is this possible? As if instructed beforehand, the officials showed no emotion, presenting papers with the name they had chosen, Mu Ronghua. Jiling stared at the papers, her mouth agape. She thought she had victory in hand, but this unexpected turn of events shocked her. Mu Rongmingyu, seeing the results, covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes calculating. These judges were all her people, so Jiling couldn't win no matter what. Yao Lang clenched his jaw in anger, thinking, very well, playing this trick, are you? He looked at his unhappy wife and the smug Mu Ronghua, cursing inwardly, damn old woman, I'll win and show you. The third competition, a martial arts match, began. Yao Lang approached Jiling and gave her a sparkling ring, saying, wife, wear this, you'll need it later. Jiling took it and asked softly, what is this? He replied gently, you'll know when the time comes. Jiling wore the ring, examining it and thinking, I can't even sense the grade of this ring. Deng Hua and Jiling stepped onto the stage, swords in hand. After a ceremonial bow, they both greeted their opponent. Immediately, they clashed. Deng Hua leaped into the air, brandishing her sword and shouting, excuse me. Jiling, startled, looked up. Reacting quickly, she raised her sword, blocking Deng Hua's swift attack. The blocked blow caused Deng Hua to land unsteadily. Soldiers watching the two beauties fight exclaimed, surprised that Ji, the royal consort, could block Mu Rong's attack. Even though she was at the second level of Deng He realm. The gap between levels was significant. Another soldier retorted, saying she must be relying on a secret treasure given by the sixth prince to temporarily withstand the attack. Mu Rong's fifth level of Deng He realm was insurmountable. She would surely be defeated quickly. Jiling, having blocked the blow, felt the immense force as their swords clashed, creating a blinding light. She thought, such powerful force. Deng Hua, seeing they were at a standstill, leaped high into the air with a powerful thrust, sending Jiling tumbling to the ground. Jiling stood up, wiping the blood from her lip, acknowledging the strength of a fifth-level Deng He realm cultivator. She was frustrated by her weakened state, but couldn't afford to lose. Divorcing Mo Yao Lang would render all her plans useless. Mu Ronghua, back in her fighting stance, raised her sword and plunged down, shouting, an opening. This time, Jiling wasn't surprised. With a flick of her wrist, she blocked Deng Hua's attack. Deng Hua frowned, what? Jiling's hand holding the sword suddenly glowed. She looked down, her mouth agape, is the ring glowing? The officials watching were equally amazed. A protective spirit treasure. Cultivation artifacts were classified by grade, artifact, spirit artifact, magic treasure. Spirit treasure, an ancient treasure. A man in green robes exclaimed, pointing, the power just now clearly surpassed a top-grade magic treasure, it's at least a spirit treasure level. But even in the Moyang dynasty, there are only 3 artifacts above the spirit treasure level. The empress gasped, sweating with worry for her favorite. How did she get a treasure of this level? Could it be a secret treasure left by the nobles? Jiling lowered her sword, but the ring continued to glow. She wondered, what's happening? The surrounding spiritual energy is constantly converging into it. Deng Hua, seeing Jiling unarmed, seized the opportunity and lunged forward for a swift strike. But upon contact, her sword snapped in two. The power from the ring repelled the attack, sending Manhua flying back in pain. Jiling began to feel dizzy, losing control of her body. Panicked and uncomfortable, she felt as if the power was consuming her. She cried out, "Ah!" Her eyes glowed red, her face darkened. With her hand radiating that power, she turned towards Manhua, who was slumped on the ground, muttering in a frightening voice. "I must win this competition." Manhua's face paled with fear at the terrifying aura. Seeing Manhua near death, a judge intervened, slashing his sword and declaring, "Enough. She can no longer fight." Jiling heard this like a thunderclap. Enraged, she turned and with a flick of her hand, sent the judge flying back, spitting blood. The officials cried out in terror, "She's gone mad." As expected, those not of our clan have treacherous hearts. The man beside him gasped, "The power of that strike has reached the 5th level of the heart-moving stage." The furious empress pointed and shouted, "Rebellion! Seize her!" Yaolang's face paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's gone wrong. With Jiling's current cultivation, she can't control this ancient treasure. If her mind is completely consumed, she'll become a killing machine. This damned system, why give me such a dangerous item? What a nuisance. He thought, system, how long can this consumption card last? He hurriedly opened the system interface, Mo Yaolang, male, cultivation, none, size, 2x. Then he selected the golden core stage level 1 card. The system quickly displayed information. Due to Jiling's increased favorability, cultivation up to the 5th level of the heart-moving stage is unlocked, but it can only be maintained for about 10 seconds. However, the system detects Jiling's spiritual power fluctuation is at the 3rd level of the heart-moving stage, so the host can safely suppress her. Yaolang, holding the card, mumbled awkwardly, "Thanks for the reminder. Unexpectedly, you're quite kind." He raised the card high, and his arms seemed to split into 4, each holding a glowing golden card. Suddenly, his eyes widened, sensing something amiss. Spiritual power surged into his dantian. In an instant, power coursed through his body. His eyes shone brightly, his entire being radiating a golden light like flames. He opened his eyes wide, feeling the surge of power. This feeling is exhilarating. As he approached, Jiling sensed him and exclaimed, "Such powerful energy." Yaolang dashed forward, leaping high. Jiling looked up, startled, "What?" Yaolang punched Jiling in the stomach. She groaned in pain, her chest feeling weak. He then struck the back of her neck, causing her to lose consciousness, her eyes rolling back. Jiling fainted in his arms. Yaolang chuckled, praising himself, perfectly handled. His arms still glowed. The onlookers gaped as Yaolang carried Jiling away. Since when did the 6th prince become so powerful? Isn't a pure yin body unable to cultivate? Another person looked up at the darkened face of Mu Rong Mingyu. Could the empress have deceived us? Yaolang carried his wife to the empress. "Mother, Jiling won the competition today. Don't mention divorce again. Even if she's not of our clan, I won't abandon her for this reason. I won't even consider taking concubines." He thought, are you kidding? Jiling is the main villain in the original story. If I really take a concubine, she'll devour me alive. The empress, her face still displeased, said, "Enough, everyone leave. I'm tired." Turning away, she harbored resentment. I didn't expect the 6th prince to hide his power so deeply. I must investigate him thoroughly. Manhua, watching Yaolang carry Jiling away, felt resentful. I didn't expect to lose. I'll have to find another way. That night, Jiling awoke to find restorative food brought to her. Frowning at Yaolang, she asked, "What happened during the competition today? Why don't I remember anything after waking up?" My last memory is of that protective treasure. She held up the ring. Where did you get this? How many secrets are you hiding from me? Yao Lang jumped, then laughed. Wife, you're overthinking it. I found this by chance in a cave while traveling. I simply kept it with me, he said with a wide, innocent smile. He rushed to her side, whispering sweet nothings that made Jiling blush. Besides, only your husband can satisfy you. Do you still doubt me? Her cheeks flushed, Jiling pulled her hand back and turned away, muttering, Stop flattering me. Yao Lang, seeing the system notification that Jiling's favorability had increased from -90 to -85, rejoiced inwardly. Great! Her favorability has increased again. System notification, current cultivation, golden core stage, level 1. Cooldown time, 1 day. Expression change. He thought, it seems increasing favorability can also increase the cultivation level I can use. It seems the most important task now is to increase favorability. But the 1-day cooldown time is a bit of a problem. Jiling stood up and trotted off, I'm going to bathe. Yao Lang replied, all right. He frowned, muttering, Xiao Ji, what's the origin of that ring? Hearing its master's call, it appeared. The system displayed detailed information, Ling Lung Ring, innate spirit treasure level. Information, once sealed a malicious great demon nascent soul. Previous owners all died tragically. It said that while wearing this ring grants immense power, it also steals the mind. Despite being considered unlucky, many still desire it. The last owner threw it into the demon realm. After being sealed, it disappeared. Ability, protective spirit treasure. Time of appearance. Approximately 300 years ago. The original male lead suddenly appeared, shouting, Hey, hey, hey. Isn't there a mistake? I'm the male lead of this novel. Yao Lang grabbed him and tossed him aside. Don't worry, it's not your time to appear yet. Jiling, soaking in a rose petal bath, felt a mysterious purple light appear before her. Within Jiling's mindscape, a demonic presence appeared. Such a powerful, oppressive feeling, these auras are so familiar. Jiling looked at the nine-tailed fox before her. May I ask why senior of the demon race has entered my mindscape? The fox swished its tail. Young one, I was trapped within that ring. By entering your mindscape, I wish to make a deal with you. Half an hour later, Jiling emerged from the bath. She walked to the bed and sat down gently. Yao Lang approached, stammering about the ring. Wife, that ring. She smiled. That ring, I don't need to offer my blood to bind it. Husband won't mind, will you? Looking at his alluring wife, Yao Lang beamed. Of course not. He thought, how could I mind? You're the main villain of the story. A mere nascent soul demon can't do anything to you. I should be more concerned about my own little life. Jiling touched Yao Lang's cheek, saying sweetly, if that's the case, husband, would you mind sharing a dream with me? Hearing this, Yao Lang froze, as if glued in place. Blushing, he stammered, all right. Jiling rejoiced inwardly at her plan. She'd agreed to share half of the absorbed Jin energy with the nine-tailed fox. Once the fox had repaired its soul, it would impart its cultivation technique to her. Her robe slipped open, revealing her ample bosom. Yao Lang said, husband must persevere, I can't surrender easily. She considered the deal, seeing no downside. If I can obtain her inheritance, my strength will greatly increase. A little yin energy is nothing, I can just absorb more. Sitting on the bed, her beauty was enough to captivate any man. She looked at Yao Lang with a seductive gaze. Hasn't husband eaten yet? Yao Lang quickly replied, I'll show wife my prowess now. Night fell. The next morning, Yao Lang sat pale on the bed, thinking, I was almost drained dry. He glanced sideways, muttering, why do I feel something strange? He immediately used the investigation card. A dark, smoky screen appeared. He stared at it. Isn't this Yan Dao, the Empress's subordinate? I heard she doesn't have high cultivation, but knows various strange techniques. Why is she here? It seems the Empress is playing tricks again. System notification, hidden mission activated. Increase Yan Dao's favorability to 50 without using items. Mission reward, growth type cultivation enhancement card. Cooldown time reduced to half a day, duration increased to 15 seconds, unlocks another card, time pause card. Yao Lang was stunned. He clutched his head. What a scam. How can I increase favorability without using items? But I can't let Jiling's darkness increase any further. Besides, the mission reward is really tempting. Stroking his chin, his expression changed. No choice, I'll just have to grit my teeth and try. He walked towards the next room. The door slowly opened, letting in the light. Yan Dao turned around, startled. Who's there? Yao Lang entered, pulling down his robe slightly. Miss, why are you hiding in the house next door so early in the morning? He then activated his charm offensive. Looking at Yan Dao, whose favorability was currently 0, her face darkened, and she bit her lip in annoyance. Yao Lang inwardly cried, oh dear, she doesn't seem easy to handle. He recalled his pre-transmigration days, when he often read romance stories like one sentence makes a rich woman spend 5 million on you, 100 ways to chase a girl. And how to win a rich woman's heart by protecting her. He smirked, pulling his robe further off his shoulder. Luckily, I've read some related books before. He looked at Yan Dao. Aren't you Yan Dao, the Empress's attendant? Why are you at my residence? She didn't look at him, her eyes closed as she replied, I'm acting on the Empress's orders. Your Highness needn't worry. On the contrary, isn't it stranger for your Highness to be visiting the next room so early in the morning, right after your wedding? He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. Miss Yan Dao, you might not know, but I was also forced into this marriage with Jiling. She flinched at his touch, exclaiming, let go. But he continued, who knows, her nature might be cold and cruel, making it difficult to live with. Unlike Miss Yan Dao, who at first glance seems so understanding and reasonable. She shuddered at his words. Her favorability rose to 40. Blushing, Yan Dao pushed Yao Lang away. Your Highness, don't speak such frivolous words. I am several years older than you. Seeing the increase, he continued, Miss Yan Dao, with your flower-like beauty, age is certainly not an issue. On the contrary, the Empress keeps you by her side, burdened with important tasks. What a waste of heavenly beauty. Unlike my wife. When the time comes, I'll demote Jiling to concubine status, and make you my princess consort. Yan Dao, drawn in by his words, stammered, what? Are your Highness's words true? No one had ever spoken to her like this before. Yao Lang leaned close to her ear. Absolutely true. Her favorability immediately jumped to 80. System notification, mission successful. Yan Dao's favorability has reached 80. Reward obtained, growth type cultivation enhancement card, cooldown time reduced to half a day. Duration increased to 15 seconds, unlocks time pause card. Holding the card, Yao Lang gloated. I didn't expect to complete the mission so easily. This is fantastic. Just then, Jiling burst through the door. What are you doing? Yan Dao looked at her with disdain. What are we doing? Let His Highness tell you himself. Yao Lang cowered at the sight of his wife. He activated his innocent act, hiding behind his wife. Wife, she's here with malicious intent. I discovered she has improper thoughts about me. I tried to reason with her, but she ignored me. Yan Dao trembled with rage. You dare trick me. She activated her spiritual power. You adulterous couple. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Yao Lang panicked. Oh no, my cultivation enhancement card is still on cooldown. I can only rely on Jiling now. He clung to his wife's waist. Wife, protect me. Jiling, annoyed at the cowardly Yao Lang hiding behind her, asked, Where are your hands? Behave yourself. Drawing her sword, she smiled at Yun Dao. Yao Lang, peeking from behind his wife's skirt, thought triumphantly, Yun Dao is definitely no match for Jiling. This time, it settled. Jiling leaped into the air with a single step. She aimed to strike Yun Dao with a painful blow. Yun Dao cried out in pain, her eyes widening. Ah! Jiling landed gracefully and turned to Yun Dao. With your meager skills, you dare try to steal my man. Killing you like this is too much of a waste. I'd rather cut you open and take your nascent soul for my cultivation. Yao Lang intervened, startled. Wife, don't. She's the Empress's confidant. Attacking her now will definitely arouse suspicion. For safety's sake, we should plan for the long term. They both looked down at Yun Dao, sprawled on the floor. She glared at them, muttering angrily, I'll show you my true abilities today. Yao Lang stared at her, bewildered. What? Yun Dao immediately summoned a figure. Her eyes glowed red, and cat ears appeared on her head. She grinned. He. Jiling was surprised. That ghost she summoned has a cultivation no lower than the golden core stage. Yun Dao commanded the ghost, kill her. The ghost immediately lunged forward. Yao Lang, worried for his wife, exclaimed, No. Jiling, be careful. The ghost choked Jiling. She thought, I can't resist. Could my unrevenged grudge end here? Yun Dao laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, how's that? You can't do anything to me. Killing you outright would be a waste of this shell. I'll turn you into a medicine puppet for my use. Ha 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 ha. Yao Lang gritted his teeth in anxiety. Damn it. My cultivation enhancement card is still on cooldown. It seems I can only temporarily boost Jiling's cultivation. He took out the card, Ji by Jiling, cultivation, Peak Dunghi Realm, favorability, -85. The cultivation card can temporarily enhance the power of those around me, besides myself. Jiling's power surged, radiating spiritual energy that forced the ghost to release her. Yun Dao gasped, What happened? Jiling was also surprised. What's this? The surrounding spiritual energy is gathering towards me. This is clearly the feeling of early golden core stage. The ghost, seizing another opening, attacked again, startling Jiling. Yun Dao shouted, Quickly, kill her. Jiling quickly countered, blocking the ghost's attack. The force of the counterattack sent Yun Dao tumbling to the ground. Jiling stood before her, gathering power in her hand. Yes, this is the power of early golden core stage. Although I don't know why my cultivation increased so suddenly. She's no longer my match. Yun Dao looked up at her in fear. Jiling grabbed her hair, making her cry out in pain. What are you doing? Let me go. The ring on Jiling's finger glowed again. She smiled at Yun Dao. The ability only those of the demon race possess, able to absorb the spiritual energy of those with lower cultivation. No wonder the demon race was besieged by humans and demons in the past. This ability is truly heaven-defying. Yao Lang stared at his wife, captivated. Looking down at Yun Dao, Jiling gloated. Your spiritual power is mine now. If you dare breathe a word of today's events to the Empress, I'll tear you to shreds. Yun Dao's eyes teared up. I understand, I promise I won't tell the Empress. I'll say I lost my spiritual power in an instant due to a cultivation deviation. Jiling glared at her, impatient. Then get out. Terrified, Yun Dao scrambled out, fearing Jiling would change her mind and kill her. Yes, she muttered, disappearing quickly. Yao Lang looked at the ghost and sighed. Jiling, turning to see him, was surprised. He held out a painting. This ghost's connection to her has been severed. It would be a shame to destroy her like this. An adorable girl with cat ears appeared, both cute and alluring. The girl touched her chest, her eyes lighting up. This is a physical body, this real sensation, how nostalgic. Yao Lang smiled. I used a secret technique to create a new body for you. From now on, your name is Tong-er, and you'll be my maid. Tong-er nodded repeatedly. Yes, thank you for your kindness, master. Tong-er will serve you wholeheartedly, and never betray you. If I break this oath, my soul will be scattered. Looking at the handsome man before her, Tong-er thought, although I can't sense master's spiritual power, someone who can recreate a body for me must have strength beyond my imagination. I must serve him well. Yao Lang turned to his wife. If wife needs anything, you can ask Tong-er to guide your cultivation. She stared at him. Recreating a body requires at least a spirit treasure, or even a higher level treasure. The instantaneous golden core must also be due to some kind of spirit treasure he used. Jiling's favorability increased from -85 to -75. She turned and walked towards the door, saying, "Thank you today." Tong-er followed closely behind. Seeing this, he rejoiced. Her favorability has increased again. I must thank the Empress for her wonderful assistance. Mo Nian, the current sect leader of Qingyu Lingyun sect, a white-haired old man, was sitting majestically on the highest seat. He was thin and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ling Lai, this time the Emperor summoned you to the palace to be the teacher of the princes. This matter is very important. Remember to teach them carefully. Tu Nhi remembered clearly, a radiant, handsome senior brother, the top disciple of Qingyu Lingyun sect, Ling Lai, the original male lead, had just entered the scene. Since that day, life in recent days had become much more peaceful, and Yao Lang happily stroked his puppy. Apart from Murong who was still clinging to him, no other women came to bother him anymore. The system announced the mission, completing the daily dog walk had reached 6 out of 30, chatting with Prince Renyu was incomplete, helping Jiling had not yet appeared. He stroked his chin thinking, the important thing now is to increase Jiling's, and the experience from these branch missions can unlock prop cards and self-cultivation abilities. Only then did he review the mumbled words, help Jiling. Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside, "Sixth Prince, something bad has happened." He rushed in, panicked, and said, "Princess Jiling has hit the second daughter of the Prime Minister." Yao Lang was startled. Why did the princess hit the Prime Minister's daughter? The servant hastily replied, I don't know the details. I only know that the princess is currently being held in Guanxian Garden, and is not allowed to leave. I really had no other choice but to report. Back to your highness. Yao Lang waved his hand after hearing that, ordering, follow me to Guanxian Garden immediately. The servant obeyed and left right away. He thought, no wonder this branch mission suddenly appeared. It turns out that in the original story, there really was a scene where the villain was bullied in Guanxian Garden, and the culprit was. Meanwhile, in Guanxian Garden, Jiling and a girl in pink were on one side, while the purple-clad side had a much larger number. The Prime Minister's daughter, holding her red cheek that had just been slapped, was crying miserably, Hoo, brother, second prince, you must get justice for me. Her brother stood beside her, comforting her, all right, don't cry anymore. If the second prince and I are here, we will definitely uphold justice for you. Sister. We are family after all. If you apologize to Xian, we can consider this matter settled. How about that? He fanned himself with a fan, speaking to Jiling in a condescending tone. The young lady, with tears streaming down her face, cried out in refusal, she not only hit me, but also stole my spirit pearl, an apology won't suffice. Suddenly, the girl accompanying Jiling angrily rushed forward and scolded, what do you mean stole your spirit pearl? It's clear that Sister Jiling picked it up from the grass. A hand reached out, causing the scolding girl to abruptly stop, stunned. Jiling, with a calm expression, spoke. It seems the second prince forgot to bring his brain when he left the house today. Her spirit pearl fell on the ground. I was kind enough to pick it up and return it to its owner, yet she insulted me and even disrespected my husband. This slap is to teach her how to be a person. The other side was furious, unable to argue, they frowned and cursed, you. The gossiping girls behind whispered, who doesn't know that the sixth prince is a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate, even granting him the title of prince was just his majesty not wanting to keep him by his side, he's getting ahead of himself. It seems you haven't clearly seen your status. What about a princess? Isn't she just the princess of a good-for-nothing? Not only is her husband useless, but she herself doesn't know what arrogance is. A demon appeared, she looked at the aggrieved Jiling and laughed. Look at the ugly, twisted faces of these humans, why don't I lend you my power again, then you can kill them all. Suddenly a loud voice said, the sixth prince has arrived. Upon hearing those words, everyone turned to look at the handsome, bright young man approaching. A voice called out, cousin. The girl accompanying Jiling ran to hug his arm and complained, it was that woman who falsely accused sister-in-law, they even ganged up to bully her. Yao Lang asked in surprise, who are you? The girl's tears rolled down her cheeks, sadly, brother, you don't remember Wen Jian anymore. Yao Lang said awkwardly, I remember, the last time I saw you, you were still a child. I didn't recognize you for a moment. Only then did he think to himself, Hua Yang Wen Jian, the daughter of Mo Yao Lang's mother's younger sister, in the original story, she met Jiling here, and later became her loyal fan. At this moment, turning to see Jiling, in Mo Yao Lang's eyes, the blackening level had increased from 30% to 45%, thinking it would increase the blackening points. Unexpectedly it increased this much, this is a massacre. In short, he must first dispel his wife's blackened state before talking. Thinking so, he turned to his wife and called, wife. She regained her senses upon hearing his call. His hand reached out for her to take, affectionately saying, come to me. Seeing her husband calling, Jiling ran over, why are you here? Yao Lang cupped her upset face and comforted her, my wife is being bullied outside, how can I, your husband, not come? Jiling was embarrassed, is he concerned about me? On the other side, the second prince found the display of affection too dazzling, coughing a few times. He spoke in a contemptuous tone, sixth brother is still so shameless and impolite, not even greeting his older brother upon seeing him. Yao Lang didn't care much, turning to his wife and saying, I wondered why I smelled something foul upon arriving, it turns out it was older brother spewing nonsense everywhere. He was enraged upon hearing that, what do you mean? The Prime Minister's son stepped forward and said coolly, yo, sixth prince, it's been a while. He looked at him with an unchanged expression, thinking, Chu Yang, at the forefront. In the original story, when Mo Yao Lang was 12 years old, his mother became seriously ill and went insane. After losing the emperor's favor, she died on a snowy day. Mo Yao Lang, without cultivation, was bullied everywhere in the palace. Mo Yu, Chu Yang, Chu Zhenxian were the first. He had his ball stolen, angrily running to get it back. Give me my ball back. Not only did they not return it, they kicked him, rolling him on the cold snowy floor. He continued to sneer, the emperor has many heirs, you can't cultivate, you're just trash. So what if you're a prince, I, Chu Yang, can hit you without consequence, ha ha ha, that young lady was even worse, thankfully concubine by went mad, and His Majesty annulled the previous engagement. I don't have to marry a useless thing like you, it's truly disgusting. Looking at them, he felt resentment on Mo Yao Lang's behalf. It seems if he hadn't been taken in by the Bai family, he would have died early in the palace. His expression changed, and he said loudly, I also heard that some blind fool wanted to make things difficult for my wife, so I came here specifically to see which commoner dared to bully my sixth princess. The Prime Minister's daughter, not knowing her place, rushed forward and yelled, Mo Yao Lang, who are you cursing? He smiled brightly and replied, whoever it fits, of course. Wen Jian, standing beside them, burst into laughter seeing her being hit where it hurt. She was so ashamed that she became angry, stepping forward, puffing out her chest and arguing, Mo Yao Lang, my grandfather is the current prime minister, and you are just an unfavored, useless prince. Your wife not only stole my things, but also dared to hit me. How are you going to settle this debt? Yao Lang's eyes turned red with anger. Don't speak without proof, my wife wouldn't even want your tattered spirit pearl. Tong Ni immediately appeared behind Yao Lang, wagging her tail happily. He continued, but this prime minister's daughter truly lacks manners, not only blocking someone, but also insulting a prince. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of your grandfather. Tong Ni, slap her for me. Tong Ni had been waiting for this. Yes, she replied, gathering power in both hands. The young lady was scared witless. Mo Yao Lang, how dare you? Suddenly a spatial hole appeared in front of her, a hand reaching out. Yao Lang replied, there's nothing I don't dare to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the slap landed squarely on her face. She was slapped right where Jiling had struck earlier, crying out in pain. The sudden slap knocked her unconscious on the ground, everything spinning, completely disoriented. Chu Yang stepped forward angrily. Mo Yao Lang, what are you doing? He immediately charged forward with his sword, shouting, you're courting death, simultaneously using the profound palm sword intent technique. Chu Zhenxian swung her blade, rushing towards Mo Yao Lang, arrogantly saying, take this. Not letting Mo Yao Lang dirty his hands, Tong Ni stepped forward, blocking Chu Zhenxian's blade, coldly saying, just you, and you want to touch my master. Her cold eyes opened, using the charm hypnosis technique on Chu Zhenxian. Chu Zhenxian seemed hypnotized, staring blankly at Tong Ni, while she looked at him arrogantly, smirking, submit. He was dazed, his eyes hypnotized, sweating profusely, struggling to say, what is this technique? My head hurts. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't, and fell to his knees before Tong Ni. Mo Yu stood by, observing the current situation, his face darkened and frowning uncomfortably, thinking, this fox demon actually has golden core stage cultivation. I'm afraid even I could only fight her to a draw. What ability does Mo Yao Lang have to keep this demon by his side? Could it be because of his pure yin body? Just as Tong Ni was about to strike, Mo Yu immediately spoke up, interrupting, wait. Hearing Mo Yu's interruption, Mo Yao Lang looked at him with a cold smile and asked, older brother wants to join in too. Mo Yu waved his fan and said with a smile, sixth brother, the Prime Minister's daughter has fainted. If she's not treated, it will leave lasting effects. For older brother's sake, release Chu Yang from the control technique, let him take his sister back, all right. Mo Yao Lang sneered upon hearing this, saying, all right. He turned to leave, looked at Mo Yu and waved, saying, since older brother wants to be a good person, then take the two of them back yourself. Anyway, after a while, this technique will automatically dispel. My wife and I will take our leave. He heard the sarcasm in his words, angrily tightening his grip on the fan. Mo Yao Lang. Mo Yu didn't pay him any more attention, walking over to help Chu Zhenxian up. Are you all right? Chu Zhenxian said painfully, his face pale, I'm fine. A sound rang in his ear, causing him to darken his face and look over curiously, frowning, what? A voice? He looked over and saw a cute dog lifting its leg and urinating where Chu Zhenxian was sitting. He was stunned and enraged, grinding his teeth. Even a dog is humiliating him. Chu Zhenxian couldn't swallow this insult, roaring furiously, Mo Yao Lang. On Mo Yao Lang's carriage, a sneeze shook the entire vehicle. His sneeze caused Hua Yang Wen Jian to stare at him in surprise, while his wife looked at him with half an eye. These gazes made him break out in a cold sweat and force a smile. At the Imperial Palace. On the long road, Mo Yao Lang dragged his feet in anger and annoyance. He recalled Murong Mingyu's hateful expression, her face scowling, coldly reprimanding him, Mo Yao Lang, you're quite something, disrespecting your elders. Lawless and unruly, you even dared to humiliate your older brother in front of so many people. Starting today, you will stay in your residence and reflect, you are not allowed to go anywhere. The more he recalled, the angrier he became. Damn old woman, you think you can just forbid me? Thinking so, he angrily returned to his residence. Sensing footsteps behind him, he turned his head in surprise. He was stunned to see the person walking beside him. Isn't this Ling Lai, the male lead in the original story? Why is he here? That's right, I remember, in the original story he was appointed as the second prince's assistant, so he came. He is the key character connecting all events. If I can keep him by my side, perhaps I can avoid the ending of the original story. Thinking so, he stared at Ling Lai. The system's electronic panel immediately displayed notifications. He looked at the notifications, his heart filled with surprise, as expected of the original male lead. There are actually usable props with him. Thinking so, he approached, raising his hand in greeting with a smile, saying, "Isn't this Ling Lai? Free to visit the palace today?" Ling Lai was slightly startled upon seeing him, but quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sixth prince. I am honored to be summoned by His Majesty to be the second prince's tutor." Mo Yao Lang said with a smile, "So that's how it is. The journey must have been tiring. If Mr. Ling doesn't mind, you can stay at my residence for a few days." Hearing his offer, Ling Lai forced a smile and declined with clasped hands. "I am honored by sixth prince's concern, but suddenly visiting your residence might be inappropriate." Mo Yao Lang chuckled and scratched his head upon hearing that. "You're right," he thought to himself, "all right. After all, my status and identity aren't valued by others." Ling Lai seemed to read his thoughts and smiled in explanation. "Sixth prince, please don't misunderstand, it's just that I have to take the second prince to the Netherworld trial soon. So I dare not delay." Hearing these words, Mo Yao Lang was startled. Netherworld trial. Recalling the original story, he stroked his chin and thought seriously, "That's right. How could I forget such an important matter?" In the bedroom, Jiling was sitting on the bed, focusing on cultivating. The fox demon in the ring floated around Jiling's body, saying, "Now I will pass on this Lin H Tam Kin to you. How far you can develop it depends on your comprehension ability." She frowned, uncomfortably recalling the past, thinking, "Back then, when I comprehended the last chapter of this Tam Kin, I reached the peak of the void stage. If it weren't for that man, causing me to suffer chi deviation and lose my cultivation, how could I have fallen to this point?" The fox demon looked coldly at Jiling, whose face was flushing. "The key to this Tam Kin is actually dual cultivation." She placed her hand near Jiling's abdomen. She immediately reacted, flinching, surprising the fox demon. "What's this? It's out." The fox demon looked at Jiling thoughtfully and said, "It seems it's still not enough." Jiling lay on the bed, her face flushed, breathing heavily. The fox demon looked at her darkly, saying, "Next, I will let you experience true ecstasy." Saying so, she slowly trailed her hand across the sensitive spots on Jiling's body, causing her to shiver and say with difficulty, "Don't touch there." As if thinking of something, the fox demon leaned in and said with a calculating smirk, "Lend me your body for a bit." Not long after, Mo Yao Lang finally returned to the residence. Walking on the long road, he thought, "What should I take my wife to eat later?" He smiled and entered the room, saying cheerfully, "Wife, I'm home." Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed a very strange atmosphere. Jiling stood in the distance, wearing only a thin layer of clothing, waiting for him. Hearing his voice, Jiling turned around and smirked seductively, "Husband, you're finally back." Seeing this scene, Mo Yao Lang's face darkened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Something's wrong." Jiling didn't speak, grabbing him and pushing him onto the bed, carefully leaning in to kiss his ear. Mo Yao Lang was surprised but slightly uncomfortable, saying, "Wife." Just a small action caused his whole body to ache. The purple aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. He was surprised, feeling like his yin energy was being sucked away. As soon as Jiling felt the yin energy flowing into her, as if experiencing pleasure, she arched her back and moaned, but thought in surprise, "Just like that, the power has flowed in." Mo Yao Lang calmly sat up, darkly asking, "You're not my wife, are you? You're the fox demon in the ring." The fox demon smirked upon hearing this, sitting in his lap, stroking his hair and saying, "You're quite smart. How is it? I borrowed your wife's body to push your power to the limit, isn't that for your wife's benefit?" She leaned in, looking at him seductively, saying, "What are you hesitating for? Come in." The next day, Jiling danced gracefully with her sword in the courtyard. Watching her sword dance, he praised her in his heart, as light as a startled goose, as graceful as a wandering dragon. "It seems my wife's swordsmanship has improved greatly. But she probably has no memory of last night. Thankfully I knocked her unconscious afterward, otherwise, if I had gone along with that fox demon, I would have been completely drained. Such a harmful thing. I still need to find a way to get her out of my wife's body." Mo Yaolang crossed his arms and praised with a smile, "Tong Ni, it seems you've taught my wife very well, not bad." Hearing his praise, Tong Ni said happily, "Master, you're too kind. Tong Ni just did her best, it's Madam's natural talent, she learns quickly." He seriously opened the system, looking at the new prop, cultivation boost card, duration of golden core 5th level for 30 seconds, cooldown time is half a day. Looking at the screen, he thought, "I felt an intense cultivation surge last time. It almost reached the peak of the nascent soul stage." Mo Yaolang twirled a strand of hair, and looked into the distance, thinking, 5 days from now is the day the Netherworld trial opens. The Netherworld trial is where the demon race is sealed, always guarded by the Qingyu Lingyun sect. The Netherworld trial opens every 24 years for cultivators outside to enter for 7 days. Its abundant spiritual energy is extremely suitable for cultivation. But at the same time, there are many demonic beasts in this area. The deeper you go, the more and stronger the demonic beasts become. It is said that the Netherworld trial has 3 levels in total. Those who can reach the deepest 3rd level will be able to receive the supreme divine art inheritance of the Qingyu Lingyun sect ancestor, but for nearly 400 years, no one has ever successfully entered. He pondered further, recalling the original work. In the original story, Ling Lai was the one who received the golden finger here, but it was Jiling. Reaching this point, he stopped thinking, smiled, and reached out, calling loudly towards Jiling, "Wife, pack your things, it's time to depart." Looking at Jiling, he secretly made up his mind, "But with me here, history will change." In the Empress's chambers, Murong Mingyu sat on a chair, sipping tea and thinking. She frowned seriously, that Yundao, who knows what kind of bewitching drug she was given, to actually fail. As expected, it seems there's a noble secret treasure protecting Ji Bai. But she and Mo Yaolang won't cause any trouble, it's just a pity I lost a pawn. I have arranged for Ling Lai to personally assist the second prince. Surely after returning from this Netherworld trial, his future position as crown prince will be a certainty. Thinking of this, she smirked confidently. 5 days later, at the entrance to the Netherworld trial, Mo Yaolang's group arrived at the entrance. He looked at the trial before him in awe. Is this the Netherworld trial? He frowned seriously, looking at it. These 7 days of cultivation are a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I must make the most of it to improve myself here. The 2 elders guarding the entrance saw Mo Yaolang's group and said, These 2 women are surely descendants of the ghost tribe. The evil aura around them is truly chilling. HMPH, truly, people's hearts are fickle. Since when have these little noble brats dared to enter this place so openly? Upon hearing these words, Jiling's face immediately darkened. He sensed the killing intent of his lioness, worriedly looking at her. These crappy plot points of this novel are like they are making snide remarks in front of everyone. Jinshan appeared with a dignified demeanor, a firm expression, taking Jiling's hand and saying, Elders, this is my wife and attendant. If you continue to speak like this, don't blame me. Mo Nian thought to himself with a contemptuous look, HMPH, just the son of an unfavored concubine. I heard he's also a born cripple, unable to cultivate. What's there to be arrogant about? After a brief thought, he quickly replied to Jinshan. Next to him was Mo Nian's attendant. Ah, I didn't know it was the 6th prince and princess. I have offended you. He continued, But your highness's body is precious. The netherworld trial is an extremely dangerous place. Isn't it dangerous to come here this time without any guards? Jinshan replied with an extremely dignified and confident expression, there's no need for the elders to worry about this. I have my wife to protect me. After that, he took Xiling's hand and led her into the netherworld trial, saying loudly, are there many people here already? It seems everyone doesn't want to miss this once in 20 years cultivation opportunity. Soldiers appeared in striking armor, holding spears, looking at Jinshan with burning enthusiasm. Jinshan stepped into the netherworld trial and saw a sign that read fairy water, immortal cultivation, only 20 gold taels for one bottle, along with a crowd surrounding the stall and the owner smiling brightly. He couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, 20 gold taels a bottle, is this robbery? These people have no conscience for business. He showed worry on his face and whispered to Xiling, there are too many people here. This week's spiritual energy can't satisfy my current cultivation level, let's go deeper. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiling tightly grasped Jinshan's hand. He cried out to Xiling in a panicked voice, wife, slow down. A group of soldiers appeared deeper, within the first level of the netherworld trial, blocking Ling Lai and his wife, Shi Yu. Ling Lai spoke to Mo Yu with a dignified air, Second Prince, this place has abundant spiritual energy, and no distractions. It's extremely suitable for your current cultivation level. He then continued, I've done my best to teach you the inner cultivation and mental techniques. If there are no other arrangements, I would like to go a bit deeper. Mo Yu replied to Ling Lai with a kind expression, go ahead, the terrain of the netherworld trial is complex, be careful on your way. He and his wife bowed gratefully to Mo Yu, thanking him for his permission. Deeper within the first level of the netherworld trial, Jinshan leaned against a rock with a bored expression. Chu Yang was standing, watching Xiling perform some magical spell. Jinshan yawned and said, although we came here to prevent my wife's blackening, it seems there's nothing for me to do for now, and this world is really realistic. There's no entertainment at all. Just then, a young man in white playing a game appeared in front of him and suddenly exclaimed, damn it, I missed. For my goddess wife, charge on, another 648. Jinshan looked at the scene with boredom, it's not easy to finally escape working life, but I can't even touch my favorite games anymore. What a pity. Jinshan then turned to Xiling, wife, you can cultivate here in peace. I'll go wander around and see what's there. Jinxian thought to himself, but just as he had the opportunity to watch a good play, he appeared to carry out a side quest, humiliate Chu Yang's brother in front of him. 0-1 and quest reward. A large amount of Long Jing Hu Meng Dan. Immediately afterward, he took Chu Yang's hand and pulled him deeper into the palace. Chu Yang hurriedly asked, brother, are we going deeper? Jinxian quickly replied, of course. The girl became more and more uncomfortable, and asked him in a harsh voice, but why aren't we going with the second prince? Wouldn't it be safer to go with them? Seeing Chu Yang's worried expression, Jinxian replied, the second prince's personality is too conservative, and this time he brought so many guards with him. He definitely won't go deep inside. He continued to persuade her, don't you want to go deeper into the place with more spiritual energy and quickly increase your cultivation? Seeing that, Chu Yang was somewhat reassured and gently replied, all right. However, just at this moment, someone's shadow flashed before the two of them. Both of them were extremely frightened and screamed loudly to calm themselves down. Suddenly, a man appeared with a defiant look. It was Yao Lang. He said loudly, what a small world. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Continuing his speech, he continued to challenge loudly, yo, isn't this the sixth prince? Why aren't your fox demon and noble wife with you? Your non-cultivatable physique will be very dangerous here. Jinxian, not to be outdone, replied, who said I can't cultivate? Yao Lang, with a smug look, continued, it's time to appear. Fortunately I know the plot in the original work. I have a clear grasp of this place. He thought as he continued to mock Jinxian, the path from the first floor to the second floor in this nether palace, has a total of 3 paths, 2 of which will have monsters appearing. The remaining path, although there are no monsters appearing, but it is dark and narrow, very few people know. These 2 brothers are courting death, deliberately going down the path where monsters appear. In a very tense situation, suddenly from afar came the roar of some animal howling and roaring. The girl exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Suddenly, an extremely ferocious beast appeared with surrounding lights that made everyone terrified to see it. Junxian, looking panicked, hurriedly exclaimed, "It's a monster. So strong." He continued to analyze. According to the demonic energy it emits, it must have at least the strength of the heart-moving stage. After saying that, he took the girl's hand and fled from here. As he ran, he said, "Sister, we are no match for the monster. Quick, let's get out of here." At that moment, Yao Lang continued to mock Junxian. "I didn't expect the dignified disciple of the current Prime Minister to be unable to deal with such a monster." Unable to bear the humiliation, Junxian retorted, "What are you showing off here? If you have the ability, you deal with the monster." The girl also continued to challenge him. "That's right, Yao Mo Lang, I'm telling you, you're dead today." The monster became stronger and stronger. It stretched out, as if it wanted to eat Yao Lang alive. Its mouth was wide open, and its eyes had purple rays of light surrounding it. However, Yao Lang still stood there boldly, not afraid of anything. With a confident look on his face, he said, "A monster of this level is not worthy of me using my full strength. Increasing my cultivation to the golden core stage is enough." Immediately afterward, Yao Lang, with his divine power, became truly powerful and majestic, preparing to fight the monster. After being hit by Yao Lang's palm, the monster became weaker and weaker. It screamed miserably and gradually lost its strength. Yao Lang still stood majestically, with his invincible magic. Flashes of light appeared around him, making the scene even more magical. Junxian and Chu Yang were extremely panicked when they saw the scene just now, exclaiming, "What?" Then Yao Lang, with determined eyes and confidence, replied to the other 2, "I didn't complete the mission for that Long Hu Meng Dan, I simply wanted to humiliate them." Both of them were astonished by Yao Lang's absolute power, thinking to themselves, unexpectedly he wasn't pretending. Although not really convinced by Yao Lang's talent, Junxian still had to exclaim in admiration, "Huh? I didn't expect your kind to be able to cultivate. It's truly rare." Still indifferent, upright, fearing neither heaven nor earth, Yao Lang continued, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the monsters here are not just the one from earlier." After that, he pointed his thumb to the left, where several monsters appeared with fierce roars. He still showed a terrifyingly calm demeanor despite facing several monsters. The commotion of the fight just now must have been sensed by nearby monsters, and they should be bringing a group of monsters soon. Both Chu Yang and Junxian were shocked after hearing Yao Lang's words, hurriedly shouting, "How is that possible?" And then, Yao Lang continued to hum tunes even though he was surrounded by extremely terrifying monsters. Junxian immediately whispered into Chu Yang's ear, "Sister, didn't you and this kid have an engagement before?" Then he continued with sweet words that fell on Chu Yang's ears. "I remember he always showed admiration for you before, right?" Then he came up with a plan so that Chu Yang could subdue Yao Lang. "You intentionally lure him. Let him deal with these monsters in front of us. After we escape, we will meet with the second prince, tell him about this, and then humiliate him." Then she thought to herself, "This Mo Yao Lang has indeed liked me since childhood, it's just that I looked down on his status." Extremely pleased, she continued to think. "Now even though he is married, as long as I give him a little favor, he will surely obediently submit under my skirt." After thinking for a while, she replied to Junxian, "Leave this matter to me." After that, Chu Yang, with full calculation, stood in front of Yao Lang and called him by an extremely intimate nickname, Sixth Prince. Her eyes gradually became mesmerizing, as if hypnotizing him. Unexpectedly the sixth prince hid it so well, unexpectedly having such high cultivation. At this time, Yao Lang with a contemptuous look replied to her sweet words, I still prefer your arrogant look just now. She became even more blatant, continuing to flatter Yao Lang. You and I have had an engagement since childhood, even if we are not husband and wife now, for old time's sake. Sixth prince should help us two siblings overcome this difficult situation. He flatly replied to her seduction, oh, but I remember you didn't say that before. Who was it that called me the crippled prince? At this time, Chu Yang, although her feelings had been rejected by Yao Lang, still tried to persuade him. Those were the angry words of a young girl when she learned that the sixth prince was married. Please don't take it to heart, sixth prince. Mo Yao Lang, after hearing this, showed contempt and retorted enough, Chu Zhenxian. He continued with firm words, I'm telling you, I've long since cut off my thoughts of you. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. She, at this time, could no longer maintain her gentle demeanor, and snapped back at Yao Lang, do you really think you're so great? She continued to threaten. I warn you, don't take this for granted. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly several monsters with absolute power appeared in front of the three of them, causing Zhenxian and Chu Yang to be extremely frightened. While Yao Lang was unscathed. The faces of the two had changed color, their legs trembling. He spoke with a very defiant manner, warning the two, I think you should pay attention to your own safety. Not stopping there, Yao Lang continued to warn, oh right. I forgot to tell you, the monsters here are all male. The monsters gradually became frenzied after Yao Lang's warning, they prepared to attack the prey here. Yao Lang also told the two that their hobby is to bite the lower parts of men to increase their demonic energy. You're lucky. After hearing this, Zhenxian hurriedly sat down on the ground, hurriedly covering his lower parts with his hands, and questioned Yao Lang, what did you say? Yao Lang, full of mockery, turned to the person surnamed Chu, you guys try your best, I still have things to do so I'll go first. He thought to himself, the recently increased cultivation is still there, these monsters don't dare come near me at all. After showing off, it's time to run. At this time, Chu Yang hurriedly cried for help, sixth prince, save me. Her terrified scream still echoed, save me, don't. Zhenxian's screams were no less intense, when he was about to be attacked by monsters, Yao Lang stood there with an imposing manner, after punishing the two. Just then the system notification sounded. The system reminded, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Receiving the mission reward, 100 Long Jing, Hu Meng Dan pills. System mission, activate the emergency mission to save Manhua, who is surrounded and attacked by monsters. After completion they will receive a reward, mission reward, cultivation physique card, can give the host a cultivatable physique, and inherit the highest cultivation level in the card. Increasing cultivation without cooldown time. After hearing the notification, Yao Lang's face became pensive, Manhua, why does she want to risk her life cultivating like my wife? Then he thought of Hua's appearance, do all women in this era strive like that? Suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought to himself, cultivation physique, isn't this what I've always longed for? Jiling was meditating, surrounded by the dazzling light of a miraculous spell, beside her was Tong-er. The demon beside her whispered into her ear, little one, your progress is very fast. Then, it asked her for a favor, just as you enter the Nether Palace, do you mind going to the second floor to get a magical tool for me? Jiling hesitantly replied, the second floor. Just then, a male figure appeared and called Jiling very affectionately, wife. Hearing the familiar call, she turned and saw that it was Yao Lang, so she happily replied, you're back. Just in time, the spiritual energy here can no longer satisfy me. Let's go to the second floor, a deeper place. Yao Lang secretly rejoiced and thought to himself, great. I was worried about how to explain saving Manhua to my wife, now it's just right. After that, he approached her and persuaded her to follow his idea. All right, I know a path that leads to the second floor, let's go. Jiling, Yao Lang, and Tong-er all proceeded deeper into the palace. Suddenly, Jiling felt uneasy and a thought flashed through her mind. How is he so familiar with the terrain here? Manhua was standing there fighting ferocious, powerful monsters. Although she only had a sword in her hand, her expression became more determined than ever, not surrendering, not trembling before those monsters. Jiling saw this scene and thought to herself, isn't she the Manhua who competed with me before? At this time, Manhua exerted all her strength, rising up to fight the monsters, causing them to gradually weaken and be defeated by her. The three people at this time stood behind the rock and witnessed the entire process that just happened, causing Jiling to exclaim, isn't she the one who competed with me in painting before? Although she had defeated quite a few monsters, there were still roars from the remaining ones that made Manhua panic. Strange, why are so many monsters gathered here? The monster at this time seemed to have evolved and gained more strength, becoming frenzied and out of control. Suddenly, another monster appeared from somewhere with no less energy, as if it wanted to eat others alive. Manhua became so small in front of those powerful monsters, she felt panicked when facing them. The monsters can also revive. Witnessing this terrifying scene made Jiling exclaim, it's the enchanting city, the source of everything. At this time, Manhua was struggling to fight those extremely ferocious monsters. Indeed, they were too powerful and huge. Behind, Jiling also felt worried. If we don't destroy it, sooner or later we will be overwhelmed by countless monsters. A tomb surrounded by blue lights was witnessing the fierce battle. The monster at this time became extremely ferocious. It attacked, causing Manhua to be injured, bleed, and be thrown far away. At this time, Yao Lang rushed forward to save the situation for her by using his magic card. He appeared to protect her from danger. Thanks to his magic, he was able to defeat those terrifying monsters. He supported Manhua. At the moment the monsters were dying under his hand. Manhua was feeling happy and surprised to fall into Yao Lang's arms. She hurriedly said, "Sixth Prince." Manhua turned around and saw the presence of Jiling and Tong-er, so she hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" At this time, Jiling's eyes were burning red. She was becoming angrier than ever when she saw that scene. Yao Lang hurriedly pushed Manhua away when he saw Jiling standing opposite him in a state of fury. Immediately afterward, Yao Lang happily talked to Manhua, "My wife's darkening points have increased again, I have to explain clearly soon." He continued to explain to Manhua. "We were planning to go to the second floor of this palace, and this is the only way to get to the second floor." After hearing the explanation from Yao Lang, she thanked him gratefully. "So that's how it is. Thank you, Sixth Prince, for saving me." Yao Lang was also happy to reply to her, "It's nothing." Just then, the system notification sounded. System notification: congratulations to the host for completing emergency mission 1/2. The next mission is to help Jiling, Tong-er, and Manhua advance at least 3 levels. Next is the reward after completing the mission. Mission reward: Cultivation Physique card, can give the host a cultivatable physique, and inherit the highest cultivation level in the card to advance cultivation, without cooldown time. After hearing the notification from the system, Yao Lang complained in frustration, "Damn it, what the hell?" He continued to complain, "I knew this mission wasn't that simple. I didn't expect it to be even more difficult later." At this time, extremely ferocious monsters appeared in front of Yao Lang, Jiling, Manhua, and Tong-er as if they wanted to eat them alive. Everyone was extremely surprised and panicked in front of these strange creatures. Manhua's face changed color at this time, constantly wondering, what is going on? Starting from just now, these monsters seem to keep coming endlessly. Jiling at this time stood from afar looking towards the ravine, where there was a strange creature emitting a dazzling light. She declared, "I just used my spiritual vision to observe. It's the demonic crown city." Jiling confidently assessed the situation at this time. These monsters can die and revive because of that magical tool. Dazzling lights appeared around her, and she continued to offer a solution to deal with the monsters. "As long as we destroy it, these monsters will probably not be able to revive anymore. Yao Lang stood next to Jiling with full of curiosity. Wait, infinite revival. He thought to himself, in this environment rich in spiritual energy, there are good training subjects full of stamina. Continuing that train of thought, he recalled in his mind, cultivation will definitely advance extremely quickly. Then he confidently declared to everyone, just treat these monsters as inexhaustible training subjects. When you feel that you can no longer withstand the physical exertion, take this pill. He only instructed everyone a little, leave 10 pills for me, this much is enough to complete the mission. After hearing Yao Lang say that, all three of them turned around in surprise. Is this the way to quickly advance cultivation that you mentioned? Jiling, Manhua, and Tong-er, although unwilling, still had to put all their faith in Yao Lang. We'll trust you for now. Then Tong-er rushed forward to attack the monster with her magic, causing the monster to scream in pain. The monster at this time became truly pathetic under Tong-er's hand. The monsters at this time were dismembered into many pieces, due to the overwhelming attacks of the three people. The monsters kept dying miserably due to the super magic of the three girls. After dealing with the monsters, Jiling turned to ask Tong-er, are there any pills left, Tong-er? She immediately replied, no more. Yao Lang leisurely lay down on the rocks and said to Jiling, all right, wife, destroy that demonic crown city. Then, using her magic, Jiling destroyed the demonic crown city, causing it to be cut in half. The monsters were destroyed, vanishing before the eyes of all four. Manhua merged with the 5th level of the scene realm, the 3rd level of the heart-moving stage. Tong-er, the 1st level of the golden core stage, the 4th level of the golden core stage. Jiling, the 2nd level of the heart-moving stage, the 1st level of the golden core stage. Jiling confidently declared, I directly advanced 3 realms, and even broke through. Yao Lang smiled and replied to her, all right, it seems this way of advancing cultivation is very good. Tong-er expressed her wish to continue the journey with him. 6th Prince, can I go with you next? Yao Lang's face clearly showed embarrassment and replied to Tong-er, this you should ask my wife. Based on my wife's personality, she will definitely chase you away, he. After hearing the conversation between the two, Jiling said firmly, I don't mind. This made him so surprised and shocked that he exclaimed, huh? Yao Lang also thought to himself after hearing that conversation, forget it, just consider it as having one more person to help. He then invited everyone to rest for a bit after fighting with all their might. Now that the monsters have been dealt with, everyone must be tired. Then he found a place, a blessed land, suitable for a night's stay and said to everyone, let's rest here for a night, and go to the 2nd floor tomorrow. Jiling, full of doubt, questioned him, so many treasures, where did you get them from? He replied with a smug look and a hearty laugh, ha ha ha, they were all given to me by the emperor before. Manhua stood next to Yao Lang, gently expressing her desire to become his concubine. 6th Prince, about taking me as a concubine, I hope you will consider it further. Yao Lang's face was full of boredom at this time, just wanting to chase Manhua away. Help, how much do you crave my body? Just at this moment, the system notification sounded. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing emergency mission 2 halves, receiving the cultivation physique. Yao Lang was sitting down leisurely when a notification sounded. Now the host's physique will be promoted to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, and the cultivation level will be hidden through the system. He secretly rejoiced and thought, great, I finally completed the mission. All his efforts were rewarded, making him overjoyed. Finally, I'm no longer a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate. He was happy that from now on he didn't have to depend on anyone's fate. The feeling of holding my own destiny in my hands is truly wonderful. Yao Lang looked at the system in front of him, couldn't help but exclaim, this system can also hide cultivation, it's so humanized. From now on, no one can trample me underfoot. A creaking sound rang out, the door opened, someone was walking in. A girl with platinum blonde hair walked in. Yao Lang looked at the girl in front of him, and asked with concern, wife, it's so late, why haven't you rested yet? Jiling appeared shy and stammered, today I've made a lot of progress. I think I should consolidate my cultivation tonight. Suddenly her attitude changed 180 degrees. She boldly took hold of the edge of her clothes and took them off, her face flushed red. All right, let's start. Jiling immediately pushed him onto the bed, touching his clothes. Yao Lang was pushed onto the bed with a confused expression. Suddenly two figures walked in, the two said in unison, wait. The two immediately turned around. Jiling's face showed a bit of anger at missing a good opportunity. It was Manhua and Tong, their hands intertwined, their cheeks flushed. They shyly said, we also want to consolidate our cultivation, can we join you? Yao Lang was a little surprised to hear them say that. His face flushed, wondering what was going on with them, if it was related to eating too much Longjing Hu Meng Dan. But looking at the beauties in front of him, he couldn't lie to himself and could only comfort himself. It seems, it's not impossible. At this time, Jiling, Tong, and Manhua all looked at him with expectant eyes. They were all so shy that their cheeks were flushed. Seeing their expectant faces, he panicked a little, reached out his hand and asked, why are you all here? Manhua shyly stroked her bangs, and said a little timidly, it's okay, sixth prince, it's this little girl's willingness. Looking at the beauties in front of him all coming towards him, Yao Lang panicked a little. He cursed himself for still supporting the idea of taking a ride before paying. What had to happen happened. The door outside slammed shut, leaving only the joyful silhouette of someone in the room. After a night passed, the next morning, all three girls woke up full of energy, their faces rosy. Only Yao Lang, worn out by them all night, lay in a corner exhausted. He cursed silently, why do I feel even more tired after resting all night? Suddenly Jiling turned her head and said to Yao Lang, I want to go to the second floor to get the magical tool. He immediately sat up, thinking to himself, how could I not know what magical tool is on the second floor? He guessed that this was the intention of the nine-tailed fox in the ring lung. Thinking that way, but on the surface he still cheerfully agreed with her, okay, wife, lead the way. Jiling smiled when she heard his reply. At the entrance to the second floor of the Nether Palace, Jiling led Yao Lang's group to a hidden door in the cave. As soon as they passed through the door, Yao Lang was immediately surprised. This is the second floor of the Nether Palace. At this time they had all passed through the door. Everyone was astonished that they were standing on a high cliff, surrounded by a hazy fog. Jiling led everyone along the path formed by many cliffs. Yao Lang couldn't hold back his curiosity. He asked, what's with this fog? She just indifferently told him to ignore it. I can sense the magical tool is nearby. But he still couldn't ignore the fog. Looking at Tong in seductive clothes pouncing towards him, he blushed and had a nosebleed, complaining, but why does this illusion feel so unusual? At this time, the system notification sounded. System notification, the fox demon's illusion only works on men. Hearing the system notification, Yao Lang became smug, looking at the beauty surrounding him and said, all right, it seems this kind of trial is only for me to enjoy alone. Wife, you all just leave me, go ahead. Jiling, Manhua, and Tong heard that and fell silent, their heads full of question marks. At this time, right in front of them, a brilliant magic formation guarded by three women appeared. The four of them immediately proceeded towards it. At this time, a voice spoke up, reminding Jiling. It was the voice of the fox demon. She said, these people are all my former followers, you can take the magical tool, spare them a way out. Then she raised her voice to remind the three fox demon girls in front, you all immediately leave this place, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Jiling was surprised. She asked, your followers, are they them? At the same time, at the entrance to the second floor, a young man and a young woman approached. Facing them were three other disciples guarding the entrance. One of them clasped his hands and said respectfully, Senior brother, you're finally here. The other two smirked. Lingzhe greeted them back and calmly explained, yes, there was something on the way. Thai Nuyet beside him immediately asked him, Lingzhe, are we? Hearing her question, He turned around and smiled, explaining, "Don't blame me, Nu Yet the purpose of this trip to the Nether Palace, besides cultivating, is to take this opportunity to go to the deepest part of the third floor. I heard that there we can obtain the supreme inheritance of our Qing Yu Ling Yun sex ancestor." Lingzhi turned to introduce the three fellow disciples in front of her. "These are our inner sect disciples. The third floor is extremely dangerous. Having them come along is also to help us on the way." One of them snorted when he heard him say that. "We don't have a good future like senior brother, we are not interested in the ancestors' inheritance." The other one quickly added, "It's just that after senior brother succeeds, don't forget the benefits for us junior brothers." After saying that, they looked at Thai Nuyet and teased, "I still want to drink for several days straight, take a beautiful wife." She blushed in embarrassment at being teased by them. At the deepest part of the first floor of the Nether Palace, a girl in disheveled, torn clothes hurriedly ran out. Behind her was a badly injured young man, crying out in pain. "Sister, sister, ah." Chu Zhenxian looked at the girl running ahead, and called out tiredly, "Ah, sister, slow down, I'm dying of pain." "Brother, bear with it a little longer, we are almost there, almost there. I've seen the second prince's group," she replied. Chu Yang quickly pulled her brother towards the group of people ahead. At this time, the soldiers surrounding the second prince saw strangers approaching and asked warily, "Who?" Mo Yu saw the girl in front looked familiar, and ordered his soldiers to withdraw their weapons. Chu Yang shouted joyfully when she saw him, "Your Highness." Because she was running too fast, when she arrived, she sprained her ankle. She only had time to cry out twice, "Aya." After that accidental slip, she fell towards the second prince, and he quickly caught her. Their eyes met, they looked at each other passionately. The surrounding scenery also automatically became romantic, giving way to the love in their eyes. As if realizing that this posture wasn't right, both blushed and avoided each other's gaze. The second prince at this time also recognized her and asked in surprise, "Chu Yang, Chu Zhenxian." Chu Zhenxian looked at the two flirting in front of him, and only then remembered himself. He collapsed on the ground, screaming, "Ouch! I'm dying of pain." But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel contempt, a bunch of people who forget their friends when they see beauty. The second prince at this time helped Chu Yang up, held her hand and asked caringly, "What happened to you? Why are you so badly injured? I told you before that the Nether Palace is extremely dangerous. And told you not to go deep inside carelessly." Chu Zhenxian crawled painfully on the ground. He thought to himself, "I can't tell the second prince that we went deep into the palace ourselves. That hateful Mo Yao Lang. He made me look like I'm half dead." The confident image of Yao Lang appeared in his mind, making him even more angry the more he thought about it. He made up his mind, "I must make him die without a trace. I might as well push all the blame onto him." After thinking, Chu Zhenxian hurriedly explained to the second prince, "No, Your Highness, my sister and I were cultivating in the palace. Unexpectedly, we met that Mo Yao Lang. He and his ghost clan wife led monsters to attack us." As if it wasn't enough, he dragged his wounded body up and continued, "Look, now I'm really in so much pain that I don't want to live." Chu Yang, hearing her brother say that, hurriedly chimed in, "That's right, that Mo Yao Lang is truly too vicious." She said pitifully, "Your Highness, you must help us. My brother's lower half is probably completely crippled." Chu Zhenxian panicked when he heard the words lower half crippled and hurriedly covered his lower parts with his hands. Hearing that, the second prince's face immediately darkened and he said angrily, "What? Mo Yao Lang also entered the palace? I can't believe he did such a thing." Mo Yu waved his hand to comfort them, "Don't worry, I will make the decision for you." He ordered the soldiers beside him, "Someone, take them out of the palace and treat them well." He was full of spirit. "Mo Yao Lang, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have that fox demon," he told himself. "After the Nether Palace closes, I will definitely report to my father and mother and completely strip you of your prince status. In contrast to the tense atmosphere on the other side, Tong-er, Ji-ling, and Ronghua had cheerful expressions and looked extremely happy. A girl with flushed cheeks was panting. She was tied up in the air with ropes and shouted in shame, hateful. Beside her, a fox demon with blue hair was also tied up. She struggled, let us go. Yao Lang couldn't help but admire these girls. It seems that after their cultivation has greatly increased, these fox demons are no longer their match. But looking at the tied-up girls with seductive appearances before him, he couldn't help but be mesmerized, murmuring, "Whose tying technique did you learn from?" At this time, Ji-ling flew into the air. She closed her eyes, felt the surging energy in her body, reached out her hand, trying to touch the treasure before her. When her hand touched the magical tool, the fox demon's voice rang out to remind her, "Little one, this is the Jade Fei Fei magical tool, my personal magical tool from the past. It can significantly increase the speed of your cultivation progress." She also reminded, it also has healing properties. It can accelerate your recovery when you're injured. Next, I'll temporarily give it to you to use, but you must think of a way to get more yin energy for me. When Ji-ling heard the words yin energy, her sharp eyes glanced down at Yao Lang. Being glanced at for no reason, Yao Lang became a little scared. He looked at her awkwardly, thinking fearfully, my wife's eyes when she looked at me just now were strange. In her eyes, he looked like a mobile yin energy generating machine. After Ji-ling obtained the magical tool, the group continued to go deeper into the second floor. Standing on the cliff, suddenly a chirping sound rang out. Yao Lang heard it and reminded everyone, "There's movement, be on guard." At this time, above them was a flock of bats that had just awakened. He thought to himself, as I thought, after reaching the second floor, the number of monsters has significantly increased. He frowned at the bats perched above him, thinking, but it's a good opportunity to test my current cultivation. Before he could make a move, Ronghua and Ji-ling rushed forward, attacking the bats. They fought as fast as lightning, and soon more than half of the bats were eliminated. Yao Lang saw them fighting so enthusiastically, so he waved his hand and shouted to let them know that these small fries would be left to them. He smiled and thought to himself, next. He approached the golden copper bat king. Performing magic, Yao Lang thought to himself, let me fight the strongest one among them. At this time, the giant bat flew quickly towards Yao Lang. He stood majestically, sensing its demonic energy and thinking to himself, it seems the demonic energy emanating from the golden copper bat is comparable to the peak strength of the heart-moving stage. He frowned and thought of a countermeasure. Then I'll use the strength of the 5th level of the heart-moving stage to see if I can fully utilize my cultivation without the help of system tools. Thinking, Yao Lang immediately leaped up. Immediately, he launched an extremely powerful attack towards the Bat King. But the bat immediately jumped behind him. Yao Lang himself didn't expect it to move so fast. Jin Tong Yao swung its hammer quickly, launching an attack towards him. Yao Lang cried out in pain, ah! He was pushed back a great distance. At this moment, the strongest bat advanced again. Having been hit just now, Yao Lang no longer underestimated it. He said, too dangerous, it seems I need to use some real skills. Yao Lang confidently thought to himself, I've read a lot of cultivation novels. Especially the cultivation techniques of the Qingyu Lingyun sect in this novel, which left a deep impression. At this time, a roar echoed, and the Bat Lord approached. Facing its roar, he wasn't afraid at all. Ji-ling shouted worriedly, dangerous. But he was just playing around, dodging the streams of power created by the bat. When those streams of power collided, creating an explosion, he hurriedly flew up, dodging again. At this moment, unfortunately, his head hit the cave ceiling. He could only cry out in pain. Yao Lang fell to the ground, his head swollen. He rubbed his head and complained, oh my head hurts so much. Ji-ling, Tong Ni, and Ronghua, seeing him like this, was speechless. Yao Lang confidently stood up, dusted himself off, and said, but I've gradually grasped the secret. This is the last time you can touch me. The bat, hearing him say this, was extremely angry. It used its cloud-stepping technique to take him down, but Yao Lang skillfully dodged all its ultimate moves, getting closer and closer to Jin Tong. The three girls on this side, seeing him like this, showed their admiration. Tong Ni proudly jumped up and down, "Master is so good." Manhua blushed, staring at him intently. Only Jiling had a thoughtful expression. She wondered when Mo Yao Lang had cultivated this technique without her noticing. Jin Tong Yao Bu, seeing him easily avoid its attacks, was furious. It roared, emitting a terrifying sound. Yao Lang, standing in front of it, couldn't react in time, only able to freeze in surprise. That sound caused both Tong Ni and Manhua to cry out in pain, clutching their heads. Jiling quickly erected a barrier, explaining, "This is a spiritual attack. My defensive shield can block it. Don't move." Jin Tong seized the opportunity and quickly lunged towards Yao Lang. 773, seeing Jin Tong fiercely rushing towards him, he guessed it was getting impatient, probably a stronger attack was coming. He frowned, thinking, running away all the time is not the solution. Let's fight it head-on. Thinking this, he summoned 9 swords behind his back. This was called the 9 Nether Profound Swords. The 9 swords, under Yao Lang's command, immediately attacked Jin Tong, which shrieked violently. A loud explosion echoed, and dust and debris flew everywhere. Yao Lang appeared from the smoke. Jin Tong had been blown away by him, its flesh and bones shattered. He held its demon core in his hand and happily thought to himself, "This Jin Tong Yao Bu's demon core, after swallowing it, can increase my spiritual power a bit." Witnessing the scene just now, Jiling couldn't help but look suspiciously at the cheerful Yao Lang. She thought, he really does have cultivation, and moreover, his movements just now were like rapid growth in battle. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. Could it be that he has a natural talent no less than mine? Mo Yao Lang, you are becoming more and more unreadable to me. In contrast to her frown, Ronghua's eyes lit up beside her, looking at him infatuated, thinking, wasn't it said that the 6th prince had a physique that couldn't cultivate? Unexpectedly, he has cultivation. What should I do? He feels even more charming. At this moment, he suddenly looked at them and said, "There's still some time before the mystic realm closes. We don't need to rush to the next level. Let's stay on the 2nd level and gradually increase our cultivation. We can go to the 3rd level later." Suddenly, he turned to Jiling and called, "Hey." She looked at him blankly and replied, "What is it?" Looking at the hand offering her the demon core just taken from Jin Tong. She couldn't help but be surprised. He winked and said to her, "Good things are naturally given to my wife first." Hearing him say this, she blushed and stammered, "Tha, thank you." At this moment, the system notification suddenly sounded, "Eliminate the 3 evil cultivators of the Shenshan sect hiding on the 2nd level. Quest reward, favorability increase card. Using it can increase Jiling's favorability by 10 points." He was surprised to hear this, 10 favorability points. Hearing this, he looked at the shy Jiling beside him and thought, it seems that this quest must be done. Jiling held the glittering demon core in her hand. A golden aura quickly enveloped her body. Jiling sat down, quickly absorbing the aura, circulating it through her meridians. Feeling the aura slowly entering her body, she frowned, thinking, the power of this demon core is so hot after entering my body, trying to merge with me like the fire before. At this moment, the scene of that day suddenly appeared in her mind. Jiling was still very young then. When she ran home, she was greeted by the sight of her house burned to the ground. Her entire family beheaded by bandits. She ran to her grandfather's side. He had a sword piercing his chest, but he still managed to call her name and instruct her, "Ling you must live well, you must." At that time, before he could finish speaking, he was gone. Recalling those years, she secretly despised those cultivators who considered themselves righteous messengers, but burned houses and robbed people in her own homeland. If it weren't for her father's ingenuity in bringing a treasure that could conceal all the demonic aura on her body. Pausing for a moment, the tragic image suddenly appeared in her mind, when her entire clan was gone except for her, only she sat crying on their graves. She thought, I would have been killed like the other clansmen, how could I have lived until now? So I must constantly become stronger, then take revenge on them, and I must reshape this twisted world. At this time, outside, seeing Jiling's darkened face, Yao Lang called out worriedly, wife. He called again, and finally she opened her eyes and looked at him, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, he thought, has she thought of something unpleasant? Yao Lang coughed twice, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. He smiled and said to everyone, stay here and cultivate for a while. I still have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave for a bit. He smiled and said to Tong Ni, who was standing next to Jiling, Tong Ni, take good care of my wife and Miss Manhua. Tong Ni happily replied, yes. Jiling, who was cultivating at this time, frowned upon hearing him say this, wondering where he was going again. Yao Lang walked past the pillars fixed in the cave. At this moment, the system notification sounded again, announcing the quest, eliminate the 3 evil cultivators of the Shenshan sect who have sneaked into the 2nd level. Quest reward, favorability increase card, using it can increase Jiling's favorability by 10 points. Yao Lang pondered, Shenshan sect, this Yumin mystic realm really attracts many cultivators from major sects. I remember this Lan Chuan continent has a total of 6 major cultivation sects. They are Qingyulingyun sect, Shenshan sect, Qianyuan sect, Qianji sect, Zizhuan Divine Hall, and Diashing sect. Among them, Qingyulingyun sect is the strongest sect since ancient times. In recent years, Qingyulingyun sect, leading the 6 largest sects, has formed an alliance to protect humans and resist the demon and devil races. After the Great War of the 3 races, the devil race was sealed by powerful cultivators, leaving the human and demon races to confront each other. Yao Lang pondered, the original work did mention that there are some cultivators in the Shenzhen sect who have fallen into evil ways, doing things that cannot be known to others in the Yumin mystic realm, it's just that they haven't caused any trouble yet. But since there's such a rich quest reward, I naturally have to eliminate evil, he thought, immediately becoming interested. However, the original work rarely describes them, but I roughly know where they are now. Thinking this, he flew forward. At this moment, on a cliff, a giant octopus was attacking 2 young girls. Its tentacle caressed the red-haired girl. The girl next to her, seeing this, reminded worriedly, "Ayuyu, be careful, this monster is too strong." Suddenly, another tentacle reached out. It wrapped around the blue-haired girl. The girl cried out, "Ah!" as she was entangled. On this side, the girl named Ayuyu was also entangled. She realized it was trying to absorb her spiritual energy. The octopus shamelessly added, "So delicious. I still want more, and it laughed disgustingly. Ayuyu, hearing the monster say this, was furious, "Damn monster." She yanked her hand, breaking free from its tentacles. Then, unexpectedly, she lunged forward, unleashing an unimaginable force, slashing at the octopus in front of her, angrily roaring, "Die!" The octopus screamed as it received the blow. After the attack, Ayuyu hugged the girl next to her and gently asked, "Ayuzu, are you all right?" Ayuzu replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I lost quite a bit of spiritual energy just now." At this time, on the cliff opposite where the 2 girls were standing, 3 figures appeared. One of them ordered, "The time is ripe, prepare to strike." Yao Lang hid below, observing the whole situation. Hearing them say this, he suddenly understood, so these 3 evil cultivators want to reap the benefits. At the same time, he made up his mind, this time I'll let you understand the principle of being blinded by immediate gains and forgetting the dangers behind. The three evil cultivators appeared in front of the two girls, grinning sinisterly. The two girls, hearing a strange noise, turned around and asked, "Who's there?" Ayu looked at them and asked worriedly, "Who are you?" The leader looked at her with disdain. "Humph, cut the crap. Blame your bad luck." Then he laughed smugly. The three evil cultivators joined forces, creating a powerful energy palm. Ayu quickly shielded Ayuzu behind her, thinking, "My spiritual energy has been exhausted in the previous attack." At this time, the energy ball had flown in front of them. Ayuzu fearfully grabbed Ayuyu's hand and called out, "Sister." Ayuyu shielded her behind her back and reassured her, "Don't be afraid." At this moment, a figure shielded them. Ayuyu was surprised to see someone taking the attack for them. "He actually took that attack for us." They thought he would be badly injured, but Yao Lang was unharmed. Instead, he confidently said, "Luckily, I made it in time." Taking advantage of people's vulnerability and outnumbering them. "You are truly shameless." They were angered by his interruption and asked, "Who are you?" Inwardly, they were wary. "To be able to withstand our combined attack, his strength cannot be underestimated." He didn't bother to answer them, instead reassuring the two beside him, "Don't worry, you two. These three evil cultivators want to take advantage of your weakened state and steal your spiritual energy to strengthen themselves." The two girls behind him were startled upon hearing this. Yao Lang confidently winked at them. "Now that I'm here, I won't let them succeed," he thought. "I heard that the Zizhuan Divine Hall is all female disciples, and most of them are not interested in men. Often using paired cultivation." He excitedly thought, "Isn't this the legendary Yui?" In his mind, he was already imagining the two girls being intimate with each other. At this time, his eyes sparkled even more, further confirming his guess. At this time, looking at the three evil cultivators still there, he became serious again. He told himself, "Let's put these things aside for now, completing the quest is more important." The leader, seeing him ignore them, angrily shouted, "You brat, how dare you ruin our plans?" All three of them attacked him simultaneously, shouting, "Then die." Yao Lang just snorted lightly, displaying his own techniques. An energy palm was unleashed, knocking them all down. Mo Yao Lang focused his spiritual energy in his palm and analyzed, "What? These guys' strength isn't even as good as the Jin Tong Yao Bu from last time." Then, he launched an attack towards the three evil cultivators. Consecutive golden lights struck them. They couldn't react in time, taking the full brunt of the attack, screaming miserably. One of them, with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, knew Mo Yao Lang was a tough opponent. With a resentful look, he took out a gourd, opened the stopper, and said, "TSK, this is really strange. It seems like today, I have to let you taste suffering." The gourd was opened, and a large amount of spiritual energy flew out from within, which was absorbed by the three of them. Another one grinned ferociously at Mo Yao Lang. He, "You're dead today." After absorbing the spiritual energy, the strength of these three greatly increased, their bodies emitting terrifying spiritual energy as they leaped into the air. Mo Yao Lang silently observed everything, understanding something in his heart. So that's how it is. Their so-called evil cultivation is using artifacts to absorb the spiritual energy of other cultivators and store it for their own use. This shortcut is indeed despised by the righteous sects. The two sisters behind him looked at him with great worry. Ayuzu reminded him, "Young master, be careful, their cultivation has increased by several realms compared to just now." Mo Yao Lang smiled calmly and replied, "It's all right, they still can't scare me with this." The three of them heard this and charged at him together, saying, "You're still talking big even when you're about to die." Another one added aggressively, "Your life is mine." 3-in-1, Evil Flame Whirlwind. Mo Yao Lang smiled, and his body erupted with spiritual energy, forming a large vortex. He mocked, "Whether I'm talking big or not, won't trying it out tell us?" He raised his hand, and with a palm strike, the spiritual energy vortex quickly sucked the three evil cultivators inside and threw them away. And then, with a boom, the palm strike hit the ceiling of the cave, causing a massive explosion. Rocks and debris were destroyed, falling everywhere. After the attack, the three evil cultivators were covered in injuries. They looked at him in disbelief, one of them gaping, "What? Just a palm strike had such power." Behind him, the two women stared at him with wide eyes and mouths, thinking, this is Yuan Ying's stage cultivation. After defeating the three, Mo Yao Lang smiled and said, "Now you know the difference in cultivation, right? Today, I will act on behalf of heaven, eliminating evil and upholding justice." Saying this, he suddenly dashed forward, grabbing the necks of two evil cultivators in the blink of an eye. The remaining one, seeing the scene before him, jumped in fright, fear and the intention to retreat rising in his heart. "I didn't expect to encounter such an expert here. If this continues, I won't be able to win. I'll retreat first and think of a way to teach this kid a lesson later." Thinking so, he immediately released a cloud of smoke, wanting to escape. Mo Yao Lang's vision was blocked by the smoke. He also guessed that this was a smoke screen. But when the smoke cleared, he was momentarily shocked to realize. Damn it, he wants to run. He shouted, "Hey, stop." But it was futile, as he had already disappeared. At the same time, with Ling's group, after Mo Yao Lang left, Manhua and Tong Ni arrived in front of a giant ancient tree, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. Manhua, looking at the scene before her, whispered worriedly, "Jiling, is it really okay for us not to wait for Mo Yao Lang?" Jiling smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Who knows how long it will take him to return? We can just search around. There should still be quite a few good things on the second level." Tong Ni approached the ancient tree and gently touched it to transmit spiritual energy to check. At this time, a faint heartbeat came from the tree. Tong Ni exclaimed, "This tree trunk not only contains powerful spiritual energy, but even has a tree heart." Jiling looked over in surprise, wondering inwardly, what's the truth? She held the sword in her hand and said, "A tree has to cultivate for thousands of years to condense a tree heart, so this tree is extremely precious. If the tree heart can be extracted to refine medicine, cultivation will definitely increase greatly." After Jiling finished speaking, without hesitation, she flew up and slashed at the tree trunk with her sword. Tong Ni was startled by what she saw and cried out, "Oh no." Jiling stopped at this moment, shocked. "What?" She looked at the giant tree in front of her. A terrifying spiritual energy suddenly emanated from its trunk. Manhua, beside her, clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Such powerful spiritual energy fluctuations." The giant tree released increasingly terrifying spiritual energy, its trunk twisting, and a ferocious face appeared, its eyes glowing red, looking extremely eerie. It gritted its teeth and roared angrily, "Who is disturbing me?" Jiling's heart tensed, and she hurriedly said, "We didn't know Senior was resting. We have offended you, please forgive us, we will leave immediately." However, the giant tree wouldn't let them off so easily. Its eyes darkened, and it sneered, "Since you have woken me up, stay with me." Just as Jiling, Tong Ni, and Manhua were about to turn and flee, a large amount of rocks fell from above, blocking their path. Manhua saw the situation was bad and shouted worriedly, "We are trapped. The path is blocked." The tree demon seized the opportunity, while they were still in shock, and suddenly extended its vines towards Jiling. Jiling was startled, she swung her sword and cut the vines, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Another vine quickly shot towards her, seizing this opportunity. It wrapped around Manhua, who was bound tightly and unable to move. Then it hung her upside down. Manhua cried out in panic, "No." Tong Ni, seeing this scene, realized in fear, could it be the mandala tree? Only the vines of the mandala tree can secrete corrosive mucus. This mucus will slowly corrode and absorb anything it touches. I didn't expect it to appear here. Looking at Manhua hanging there helplessly, Tong Ni continued, if it's a 1,000-year-old mandala tree, I'm afraid none of us can defeat it. Tong Ni quickly cast a spell and said to Jiling, Madam, hold it back. You save Miss Murong, then we'll join forces to break the giant rock and leave here. Go? As soon as Tong Ni finished speaking, a vine suddenly pierced through her shoulder, catching her off guard. Jiling watched Tong Ni get injured and couldn't do anything in time. She exclaimed, Tong Ni. The mandala tree demon pulled Tong Ni closer, sneering with a sinister smile. I've lived for over 1,000 years, of course. I know you're planning to burn your golden core to increase your cultivation. To deal with me. With that, it used another vine to bind Jiling, lifting her upside down. Jiling didn't have time to react and shouted, What? She was tightly bound by the vines, feeling completely powerless. She was bewildered. What's going on? Why do I have no strength left? The tree demon's face showed a ferocious expression. How could I let you have your way? Don't even think about leaving here. Stay here and become my nourishment. Merge with me. Jiling was tightly bound by the vines, and the corrosive mucus made her extremely uncomfortable. She realized that this was mandala poison. Jiling suddenly cried out and screamed, Let me go. Suddenly, a vine seemed to open its mouth and lunge towards Jiling. Its tip, like a sharp mouth, bit into Jiling's shoulder. She cried out in pain and panic, What is this? As Jiling gradually lost her strength and her eyes began to close, a series of images flashed through her mind. Painful memories from the past surfaced. Back then, she collapsed from her injuries, and it was her father who encouraged her, Get up. Being born a demon is already difficult to survive. Let alone being half human, half demon. The road ahead will definitely be arduous. If you can't control your demonic power, when you truly despair, you can only fall into the abyss. Jiling burst into tears and cried out, Father. Her body was gradually overtaken by demonic energy. Her consciousness returned to reality, and Jiling's tear-filled eyes suddenly opened wide. Her eyes showed determination, her pupils turning into an eerie black. Demonic energy surged around her, and with a flick of her wrist, the vines wrapped around her body were shattered into pieces. After destroying all the vines, her feet slowly lowered to the ground. A terrifying demonic aura suddenly erupted from Jiling's body, as she walked forward step by step. She reached out and destroyed the vine that was biting into her shoulder. Then Jiling grinned ferociously, and charged straight towards the tree demon. The tree demon was shocked. It hurriedly mobilized other vines to try and stop her. Unexpectedly, Jiling destroyed them with a single blow. She sneered, Such petty tricks. With that, Jiling thrust her hand deep into the tree trunk. Her 5 fingers sank deep, piercing through the bark. The tree demon screamed in pain, 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 pain. The tree demon's spiritual energy was gradually absorbed by Jiling. Suddenly, Jiling felt a change. Spiritual energy and demonic energy merged, constantly flowing into her body. This numbing sensation was like all her senses being activated. Sensing the spiritual energy released by Jiling, the tree demon hurriedly exclaimed, This ability to plunder spiritual energy, you're a demon. Stop, quickly stop. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Jiling didn't stop, looking at the tree demon with disdain. Can a single sentence of misunderstanding make me stop? You're too naive. The tree demon's face darkened, and it could only slowly explain, There was once a powerful demon, who had shown me kindness. I promised him that I wouldn't harm any demons. You didn't reveal your demonic aura earlier, so I mistook you for one of those intruders. This mystic realm is filled with demonic poison. Inhaling it for a long time will damage your meridians. Behind me, there is a spiritual spring. Bathing in this spring can heal your injuries. And drinking it can cleanse your meridians. Looking behind it, there was indeed a spiritual spring, with steaming water. But Jiling was still wary, continuing to probe, But if I kill you, I can still bathe in the spring and also get the tree heart. The tree demon patiently said, Demon woman, if you want my tree heart, take it. But after I die, the guardians of the mystic realm will awaken. By then, it won't be a matter of whether you can bathe in the spring or not, but the entire mystic realm will be affected. Jiling pondered over the tree demon's words. It didn't seem to be lying, and I can't maintain this state for long, might as well let it go. Thinking so, she decided to trust the tree demon once, turning and walking towards the spiritual spring, saying casually, then I won't take it. Those two nuisances on the ground. Please bring them in here for me. Jiling walked over and sat by the spiritual spring. She scooped up some water with her hands and brought it to her lips to try. She was surprised as a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body. Unexpectedly, it's so sweet. As it entered her mouth, a fragrance lingered on her tongue. She wiped the water droplets from the corner of her mouth, her face flushing slightly, thinking, my body is starting to heat up. If Mo Yao Lang were here, I would want to try this warm feeling with him too, she thought as she began to remove her clothes. Immediately afterwards, Jiling stepped into the spiritual spring. Stepping into the spring, the pleasant sensation made her sigh. Every corner here is filled with spiritual energy. If I can soak for a while, it will not only help me recover from my injuries but also help the demon core in my body transform better. Jiling sat down, immersing herself in the water, moaning softly. This feeling is wonderful. She subconsciously turned her head to look. At this time, Tong Ni and Manhua had been brought over by the tree demon and placed beside the bank. Then, several small monkeys suddenly jumped down from the tree. They began to remove the clothes from Manhua and Tong Ni. Before anyone could react, they threw both of them into the spiritual spring. The two choked on the water, waking up and surfacing, coughing and spluttering. Jiling, behind them, smiled awkwardly and waved. This made Manhua and Tong Ni look at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. Then, she began to recount the previous events to them. After finishing the story, she said calmly, that's what happened. I don't know how I broke through, a burst of power beat up this tree demon, and it even offered this spiritual spring for us to enjoy together. Manhua, soaking in the water, frowned in thought, power, could it be that mysterious power that defeated me last time? Tong Ni enjoyed the feeling of soaking in the water and said comfortably, this is so comfortable. I thought I was going to die earlier. Hearing this, Manhua also stopped thinking about what had just happened, relaxing her mind, forget it, I'll investigate later. Suddenly, a monkey from the group abruptly grabbed Jiling's shoulder, making her look at it in confusion. Manhua also looked at the monkey in surprise, wondering what it would do next. The monkey's expression suddenly changed, from cute to a perverted blush, and the smile on its lips revealed a lustful look, as it stared at Jiling. It stretched out its hands, one on each side, making a gesture that would make any girl blush, but many boys would long to be that monkey at this moment. Its sudden action startled both Manhua and Jiling. Manhua, beside her, screamed in fear, covering her chest with her hands. Jiling, next to her, closed her eyes and immediately punched the monkey away, covering her chest with her other hand. Back with Mo Yao Lang, after beating up the two evil cultivators, he frowned, damn it, he got away. The system notification immediately sounded, reminding him, system notification, evil cultivator elimination progress 2/3, incomplete. Upon hearing the notification, his expression changed. He thought in annoyance and frustration, my 10 favorability points, are they just gone like that? This young master is so young yet possesses such high cultivation. A gentle voice came from behind, immediately attracting Mo Yao Lang's attention. He turned his head and saw two delicate and beautiful women with elegant appearances. The red-haired lady from before blushed and looked at him shyly, praising him with calmness in every gesture. She must be heaven's favorite. Upon seeing the beauty of the two women, his face flushed, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened in admiration, wow. But he immediately regained his composure, remembering the image of his lioness. He coughed a few times to calm himself down. Mo Yaolang calmly looked at the two women and said, "All right, the evil cultivators who ambushed you have been dealt with." His decisive words surprised the two women. Mo Yaolang didn't linger, turning to leave, waving his sleeve and saying, "Let's part ways here." He walked away with his eyes closed, sighing and thinking, "Useless, forget it, I'll just go back and reunite with my wife." The two women hurriedly stopped him. The red-haired lady spoke first. "Thank you for saving our lives, young master. We are disciples of the Zizhuan Divine Hall. I am Yu, and this is my junior sister, Zhu." Zhu, standing beside her, said, "If young master doesn't mind, would you like to be the Dao companion of us two sisters?" Upon hearing this proposal, he turned his head in astonishment to look at the two sisters, thinking in surprise, "What? Didn't you say that your Zizhuan Divine Hall is only interested in women? Could it be that I'm too handsome, and have bent their sexual orientation?" Just as he thought this, the two sisters threw themselves into Mo Yaolang's arms, catching him off guard and unsure of how to react. Yu looked at him demurely, as if reading his thoughts. She said, "Our sect does mainly consist of female cultivators who cultivate together, but the sect doesn't completely forbid dual cultivation with men." He hurriedly pushed them away, saying, "No, no need." The two sisters stared at him in astonishment, while he stepped back, waving his hand and saying, "I already have a wife, I'm not thinking about these things right now. With your cultivation level, staying here is too reluctant, you should return to the first floor to cultivate. We'll meet again if fate allows." With that, he immediately left quickly, without a single glance back at the two. Why has my luck with women become so good? I can't handle too many concubines. After regrouping with Jiling and the others, we continued our cultivation. 4 days later, he sat in the room, focusing on cultivating his technique. A bright golden aura surrounded him, like the radiance emanating from the sun. Having fully grasped the spiritual energy, he opened his eyes with satisfaction, his gaze now emitting a small glow. Outside, Jiling and Manhua opened the door and walked in, looking at him. Mo Yulang smiled contentedly at the two, saying, "Everyone's cultivation has improved a lot these past few days, it seems it's time. All right, let's prepare to go to the third floor of this earthly Palace of Shadows." Somewhere on the second floor, a creepy cackling sound echoed through the quiet and gloomy space, sending shivers down the spines of anyone passing by. The half-demon, who had escaped Mo Yuelang's pursuit a few days earlier, was now fiercely stabbing a demonic beast to death. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered any overly powerful beasts along the way. He gritted his teeth in anger and complained, "Damn it! I didn't expect to encounter such bad luck. This time, I didn't gain any benefits, and even wasted this extremely precious demonic soul technique." The gourd in his hand suddenly emitted a strong purple light, taking over the half-demon's body. He screamed in pain as the purple aura enveloped him, but he still thought resolutely, "But I will not give up." When the purple aura fully entered his body, the half-demon laughed triumphantly, "I will make that brat die in this earthly palace of shadows." He roared angrily, filled with resentment, saying, "Just you wait." Current strategic hierarchy pyramid, Ling Lai's current cultivation is at nascent soul stage, 5th level. Male lead's current cultivation is at nascent soul stage, 2nd level. Dongla's current cultivation is at golden core stage, 4th level. Jiling's current cultivation is at golden core stage, 2nd level. Muronhua's current cultivation is at core formation stage, 7th level. After a few days, Mo Yuelang's group stood before the gate to the 3rd floor. He carefully spoke, warning everyone, ahead is the entrance to the 3rd floor. Inside this maze, there's an extremely powerful illusion. Jiling, upon hearing this, crossed her arms and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" Mo Yulang, hearing his wife's questioning, didn't know how to answer. Just then, Muronhua's eyes lit up, speaking up to save him. Unexpectedly, Sixth Highness is so familiar with the terrain of The earthly palace of shadows, you must have planned a lot before. Mo Yulang gave a forced laugh, scratching his head, thinking of a reasonable excuse and saying, "Ah ha ha, I just used to hear my father mention it, so I was interested and researched it a bit." Jiling crossed her arms, standing behind him with a look of disbelief on her face. But she didn't ask any further, only glancing at him appraisingly, liar. After giving thorough instructions, he led the way, stepping inside. The scenery inside gradually appeared before him. Inside the maze, just as the original story said, was a bustling street, and the three great demons would be hiding among the crowd. The scene before his eyes became clear. He cautiously looked around, carefully examining. By the roadside, a butcher was holding skews of grilled meat, constantly inviting Mo Yuelang's group. Rabbit meat, top-grade grilled rabbit meat, also spicy rabbit head, want to try some? He walked over and patted Mo Yuelang's shoulder, smiling and saying, Come, try my grilled rabbit meat, it's very delicious." This sudden pat on the shoulder made him wary. He took the rabbit skewer from the butcher's hand and carefully observed it. The butcher said enthusiastically, "Don't be polite, just try it, it's okay if you don't buy it." Then he quickly distributed the grilled meat to the others. "You try it too, don't be polite." Dong-er and Manhua happily accepted, but when it was Jiling's turn, Mo Yulang immediately stopped him, smiling and saying, "My wife is pregnant, she can't eat this." Upon hearing his words, Jiling's face darkened, suddenly feeling murderous. Sensing the killing intent emanating from his wife, he smiled as she ate the skewer, giving her a secret signal to calm the beast lurking within her. Abba, he wanted to convey to Jiling, "Let your husband test this for poison." Seeing him eat so heartily, the butcher smiled brightly. Looking at Dong-er and Manhua, the smile on his lips twisted. Dong-er's face flushed red, tears streaming down her face, not daring to eat the skewer, sobbing, "Such a cute rabbit, how can you eat rabbit meat?" Hearing these words, he smiled wryly thinking, "Even green tea bitches aren't as good as you." In contrast to Dong-er, who was crying and not daring to eat, Manhua was eating with great relish. Her expression made Mo Yulang think suspiciously, "It seems there are still some thick-skinned people." Suddenly, the system screen appeared before his eyes announcing, "Liberate the souls of people 0 at 200, quest reward, upgrade access to the blessed paradise." Seeing the system notification, he was startled. Looking at the quest notification, he thought puzzled, "Liberate souls? The original story didn't mention souls, why has the system been giving strange side quests lately?" As he was thinking, a woman rushed towards him from afar. She shouted in fear, "Young master, save me." Behind her were two men in masked clothing, warning him, "We are here to rob. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Seeing her being chased, Jiling didn't say much and immediately rushed to attack the bandits, surprising the woman. She took the opportunity to rush into his arms, weakly saying, "Young master, I'm so scared." He froze stiffly. This illusion was indeed very dangerous. Her action immediately drew sharp glares from Jiling and Manhua. "What are you doing?" Not letting her cling to him any longer, Manhua quickly stepped forward to separate them. Her voice was sharp, "Do you know about men and women not touching each other? Besides, who are you?" Hearing Manhua's question, he looked at her with half an eye, thinking, "You're clearly a lovesick fool yourself, you have the nerve to say that to others." The girl, upon hearing Manhua's question, smiled seductively and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. I am Yue-san, the young mistress of the Haitang Pavilion up ahead. If you don't mind, you can come inside and sit for a while, I will certainly entertain you well." Jiling walked over, stood between the two, and looked at Yue-san with a cold smile, saying, "All right, lead the way." Yue-san bowed and said with difficulty, "Just now, while I was running, I accidentally sprained my ankle. I can't walk now, could you carry me, young master?" Looking at Yue-san's revealing attire, Jiling said with disdain, no matter how serious it is, there's no need to trouble my husband, I can help you. Very quickly, everything was resolved by buying a donkey for Yae-san to ride on, while he led the donkey with a dark face. Why do I have to lead it? Manhua, watching Jiling's excellent handling of the situation, walked beside her and praised, Jiling Ji is still the best. Jiling curled her lips confidently. I know how to deal with these kinds of people with unknown origins. They left without realizing the danger that awaited them. He seemed to sense the danger and suspicion surrounding the rabbit meat. After walking a short distance, he smiled with satisfaction, pulled out a purification card that could purify side effects, and sneered, thinking, I wonder what's in this illusion, this rabbit meat is definitely not simple. But he still sighed, thinking, it's a pity I only have one purification card. That thick-skinned person probably won't die too quickly. After all, they lived for several hundred chapters in the original story. At Haitang Pavilion, a sumptuous meal was prepared in a room. Yae-san entered, smiled, and gestured invitatively to Mo Yuelang's group, saying, this meal is a token of gratitude for saving me. If you don't mind, you can also stay in my pavilion for a few days. He walked in cautiously, looking around. Jiling followed, her eyes sweeping across the room, frowning suspiciously. Such a large brothel, yet there wasn't a single person around. She leaned against Mo Yuelang's chest and whispered, it's very strange here, be careful. With that warning, as Mo Yuelang's group sat down at the table, Yae-san immediately clapped her hands. Attend to our guests well. Following her clap, the curtain at the side was immediately drawn back. A group of graceful dancers, clad in revealing outfits, walked out with alluring smiles. The three dancers looked at him intently, their faces flushed as they introduced themselves, I am Xiaothai. The other two followed suit, I am Yinling, I am a Qi. Xiaothai said seductively, please allow me to play a tune for you. As soon as she finished speaking, her slender fingers gently brushed the strings of the instrument, and a mesmerizing melody began to fill the air. Yinling and a Qi joined in with graceful dance moves. Their flexible bodies and somewhat sensual dance, combined with the captivating music, seemed to want to steal the souls of those present. Mo Yuelang sat below, ignoring the icy glare from his wife behind him, and laughed loudly, raising his cup and saying, keep playing, keep dancing. Yae-san hid behind, watching this scene and smirking with satisfaction. It seems like another lustful fool. After a while, Jiling struggled to lead the drunken Mo Yuelang back to their room. As soon as she put him on the bed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze swept over his sleeping face, lost in thought. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had admired her husband's face while he slept. Suddenly looking at it now, she was a little surprised. Jiling stared at him, praising, looking closely, this guy's face is quite handsome. While she was looking at him intently, he suddenly did something that made her jump. Her face flushed red, frowning at him. Mo Yuelang opened his eyes and smiled at Jiling, asking, have you seen enough, my wife? Jiling jumped up, stammering, you weren't drunk. Realizing that she had been tricked and taken advantage of, she gritted her teeth angrily, do you believe I'll kill you? Seeing her about to explode, the lioness about to tear him apart, he obediently sat up, waving his hands to explain, my wife, don't get excited, I didn't do it on purpose, it was all to avoid that old demoness tricks. She looked at Mo Yuelang in surprise and confusion, asking, old demoness. He stroked his chin and smirked, that's right, from the moment we entered this illusion, we haven't been able to sense any demonic aura. These three demons must have used some method to conceal their demonic aura. In a situation where the enemy is hidden and we are in the open, what do you think they would do, my wife? Hearing this, Jiling stroked her chin in thought, they would definitely try to approach us to achieve their goals. Mo Yuelang crossed his arms with satisfaction and said, that's right. From the moment we entered until now, that uncle selling rabbit meat and Yae-san, the pavilion mistress, are the most suspicious. We still don't know what's wrong with the rabbit meat, so we can only test YA-san's abilities first. Tonight, I plan to sneak into her room to find clues. Hearing Mo Yuelang's explanation, Jiling recalled the rabbit meat incident and his words about her pregnancy. Her face immediately flushed with embarrassment as she looked away, saying, "The rabbit meat, but didn't you eat it too? Besides, if you go to her room alone, what if she really is a demon? If you discovered, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" Mo Yuelang, hearing her mention the rabbit meat, smiled and said, "Don't worry, my wife, I secretly spat out the rabbit meat later." Realizing she had misunderstood him, Jiling became even more embarrassed. "It turns out he said that so I wouldn't eat the rabbit meat. I misunderstood him." Mo Yuelang smirked coldly and said, "As for going into YA-san's room, I already have a plan." After finalizing the plan, in YA-san's bedroom, she staggered towards the bed. Yuelang had transformed into a writing brush. He was still very confident. Who would have thought I would transform into such an inconspicuous writing brush? I'm so smart. While he was happily and complacently thinking, she suddenly stopped. This table, wait, how did I get over here? Unsure of what YA-san was planning, her cheeks flushed red as she picked up the writing brush and looked at it, her eyes looking rather unusual. Yuelang couldn't help but panic inwardly. I haven't been discovered, have I? No, no, no. She managed to walk over and sit on the bed. YA-san brought the writing brush to her chest, while he was confused, not understanding this action. What does she want to do? Her voice trembled, her lips pressed tightly together. There haven't been any interesting men here lately. The long nights make me a little impatient, she muttered to herself. Only a fool wouldn't know what she was thinking. Yuelang was brought down below. He questioned her in his thoughts. Big sister, I think you're really thirsty. YA-san frowned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and ambiguous sounds escaping her lips. Unfortunately, the scene was censored, so we can only imagine. Her legs curled up, her body leaning back, while he was gripped tightly between her two fingers. Hey, don't do that, Yuelang gasped at this spectacular scene. Finally unable to resist the beauty, he immediately transformed back into a human, his face as red as a boiled lobster. I'm done for. I got too excited and transformed back. YA-san was also startled when another person suddenly appeared while she was doing something private. How embarrassing. Yuelang embarrassedly pushed her away, disoriented, and staggered back, fleeing as fast as the wind. Oh my, this moonlight is too enchanting. I didn't expect to get lost. I'll be going now. He picked up his feet and ran headlong. Seeing this, YA-san angrily ordered, "Stop." He was so scared that he subconsciously obeyed, not daring to move. You saw everything and now you want to run away. It's not that easy, boy. He thought she would punish him for peeking, but unexpectedly, she lifted her skirt, her face shyly inviting Yuelang, "If the night is long, why don't you stay with me, young master?" Of course he wouldn't do such a thing, hurriedly turning around and continuing to run before it was too late. No need, my wife is waiting for me. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, the shadow behind him drew closer and closer. Her demeanor was completely different from before, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changing. YA-san questioned, "Since you're already here, why leave?" Yuelang was anxious, not daring to move. She erupted in anger, revealing her aura. "Isn't it good to stay here with me?" Looking at her like this, he guessed that this was the aura of a nascent soul 4th level cultivator. At the most critical moment, Jiling appeared, throwing the door open. This scene was no different from a wife catching her husband cheating red-handed, except she knew he was doing it for a mission. She frowned and said loudly, "I haven't seen you come out for so long, something must have happened." Dong-er supported the distressed Manhua. Walking from behind Jiling, Dong-er reported anxiously, "Master, Miss Murong isn't well." Her face was flushed red, her consciousness gradually fading, moaning, "Ha, ha, my body is so hot." Yuelang had never seen these symptoms before, he was stunned. This is what? Even Jiling was equally surprised. Yasen had completely transformed into a different person, revealing her true nature. Her eyes were as black as a demon's, extremely frightening. She said gleefully, "It seems there's an unexpected harvest." Hearing her say that, Yulang knew the cause was her. He turned to look at her and asked, "What did you do to her?" She chuckled, covering her mouth, "Ha ha. This wasn't my doing. She ate the rabbit meat with the heavenly secret worm eggs. Now the worm eggs are growing inside her, and the rabbit meat also has a strong aphrodisiac effect. Soon, she'll completely become a puppet controlled by lust. Since the day this earthly palace opened, the cultivators who came here have become my collection. You will have the same fate." She pointed at them gleefully. And at the same time, many abnormal women had already surrounded them. There was no way out. He looked at her and thought, so the cultivators, who wanted to go up the floors, all died at her hands. He thought of a plan and glanced at Dong-er, find a way to restrain Manhua, take her away. She agreed, obeying the order, understood. Immediately, Manhua was forcibly tied up. She twisted her body, trying to resist. After taking care of that, Yulang walked towards her, his aura filled with killing intent, and said, "My wife, I'll leave those 3 small fries to you, let me deal with this boss." Yasen felt excited because her opponent was very arrogant and confident. "That brat's tone is quite big. What can you do with just a nascent soul 2nd level like you?" The ground beneath her feet cracked under her power. Yasen flew towards Yulang to attack, but he easily dodged to the side, avoiding her claws. She was surprised by his agility, this guy. His movement technique was very strange, like a loach. Every attack from Yasen was dodged by Yulang with extreme ease. She gritted her teeth in anger. After dodging a few blows, he immediately became worried about Jiling's situation. "My wife, how are you? Like husband, like wife." She easily defeated those weaklings. "Just a few small fries dared to dream of defeating me." Yasen looked at those lying on the ground with dangerous eyes. She used some kind of power to make their eyes lifeless, and they stood up like machines. "Don't be impatient. The good show is yet to come." She laughed loudly. "Ha ha, those who were knocked down have quickly gotten up, and their strength has even increased." Jiling, looking at the unbelievable scene before her eyes, couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his ears. "Quest progress updated, liberate the souls of people, 3/20." Yulang was surprised. Huh? How did this side quest start making progress? I understand, so this is what liberating souls means. After understanding the situation and how to complete the quest, Yulang shouted towards her, "My wife, these bodies are just puppets controlled by these demonic beasts. And she has imprisoned the souls of those cultivators inside these puppets to control them. Once the soul energy is depleted, she'll transfer new souls in." She was excited that someone had realized her trick. Unexpectedly, "You discovered it, but so what? They are all dead people anyway, just keep struggling." Yasen launched another attack, but this time it seemed much stronger than before. She said confidently, "You were lucky to dodge just now. Let's see how you dodge this move," as she threw sharp projectiles towards him. Yulang stood still as they flew towards him, seemingly about to injure him. But surprise, old woman, he simply flipped his body and completely dodged them, as easy as eating. After seeing him dodge her attack so easily, the pressure around her decreased. She was also a little worried about Yulang's strength. Yasen swallowed to calm herself. Gulp. He saw that things were too easy, so he teased her, sticking out his tongue, "Bleg bleg bleg bleg." Being mocked like this was unacceptable to Yasen. She roared angrily, "Are you only going to dodge?" Jiling and Mo Yulang were still standing still, observing. She was controlling the puppets to attack them with a dark and ambiguous aura surrounding the room. Only faint light filtering in from outside the door. Jiling remained calm, her eyes darkening. The view from below, around her, was tinged with a bright red blood color. She exclaimed, "Just 3 golden core 4th levels." Yasen burst into laughter upon hearing this, her face flushed with satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to have an incompletely awakened half-demon. I'm so lucky to encounter something as rare as you." The hands completely revealed terrifying purple sharp claws. Mo Yulang froze, turning to look at the woman on his side, Jiling. A dark yet powerful aura radiated from her. The system notified, cultivation, golden core 4th level. Blackening value, 44%, favorability -60. He thought, oh my god, the blackening value has increased again. She smiled, her eyebrows furrowing, her hand seemingly absorbing the dark energy, and shouted, "If they are puppets, just destroy them." Seeing the situation becoming serious, he immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. "My wife, no, if you destroy the puppets, the souls will be destroyed as well. Only by depleting their soul energy can we liberate them." She looked at him in surprise. At this moment, Yasen seemed to have completely lost control, pointing directly at them, and ordering the puppets, "Capture them alive for me." The puppets moved very quickly, rushing towards them, creating purple trails of air. Yasen continued to laugh triumphantly, "Especially that woman, don't injure her body. It doesn't matter if the man loses a limb or two." Jiling snorted, "HMPH." With disdain. She immediately absorbed red light energy into her hand, creating an extremely bright ball of light. She launched the attack towards the incoming puppets, then shouted, "Small puppets want to hit me." Suddenly, she was ambushed by Yasen. A rope flew towards her extremely fast, leaving her no time to react. Yasen shouted, "What about me?" As danger approached, Mo Yulang immediately jumped in to block her attack, creating a large and unexpected shock. The powerful blow caused him to collapse in pain. Jiling cried out worriedly, "Are you all right?" A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he comforted her, "I'm fine, it's what I should do to protect my wife." Xiao Ji appeared with a notification about Jiling. Jiling's favorability increased to -30. System reward, Supreme Grade Dharma Treasure, a red dragon spiritual sword. As expected, a bright red sword appeared, along with a message, hoping the host can strive to complete the mission soon. The system continued to show him instructions. A supreme grade Dharma treasure crafted by a top-tier weapon master using the flesh and blood of a nascent soul stage red dragon fused with extraterrestrial black iron. Seeing the power of the reward, he couldn't help but think, sure enough, the bitter meat scheme works. At this moment, under Jiling's feet were a pile of fallen bodies. She stomped her foot. Red streams of air rose from the corpses and flowed towards Jiling, her whole body radiating a faint light, as if absorbing them. Yasen, seeing this scene without understanding, shouted, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the thin streams of air formed red and black streaks flowing into Jiling's body, lifting the puppets with them. Since the mandala tree incident, I've always felt a hunger in my body. Unexpectedly, after absorbing these souls, my body feels full. The scene surprised Mo Yulang, making him wonder when she had fully grasped the demon race's spiritual power absorption ability. His face couldn't hide his curiosity. Seeing something amiss, Yasen immediately flew into a rage, generating glowing purple energy, ready to attack. She yelled, "Stop!" At this moment, she realized that if her spiritual power was completely absorbed, the puppet would become useless. She lunged forward, clawing at the air, creating an immense force. Unable to let her continue, Mo Yulang immediately stepped forward to block the attack by creating a golden shield in front of him. And exclaimed, "All the humans in this illusionary realm are ordinary puppets you created. Controlling them daily consumes a lot of your demonic energy, meaning even though you have the strength of nascent soul 4th stage, your attacks only have the power of nascent soul 2nd stage." Hearing the remark, Yasen revealed a smug smile, her hands still ready to fight with energy swirling around them, affirming her ability to deal with him. With her human body and snake tail, she created a sharp sword radiating extremely dark energy. She continued, more than enough. She charged directly, planning a swift victory in her mind, only to see him still standing there. She swung her sword, but he easily dodged it. He even thought, this direct attack is too easy to see through. Then he drew his sword from its sheath, creating a golden red light that spread everywhere. The sword was newly given by the system, and he thought, just in time. I can test the feel of this new weapon. He swung his sword, a sharp white gold slash passing over her. Inside the cave, Ye Shan's clothes were torn and tattered, trembling under Mo Yueling's blade. I didn't expect you to be this strong. You are clearly also at nascent soul second stage. Why? She carefully examined the shape of the sword tip in front of her. Her eyes suddenly changed, showing fear and disbelief, saying, this is the Scarlet Dragon's spiritual sword. Isn't it only a pure yin body that can withstand the true dragon's spiritual fire? Ye Shan stared at him, exclaiming, you have a pure yin body, how can a pure yin body cultivate? Who are you? Mo Yuling calmly looked at her, saying, what I am is none of your business. On the contrary, you have killed so many people. Today, I will destroy you to eliminate harm for the people. Hearing these words, Ye Shan gritted her teeth in anger, her whole body trembling. She suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Mo Yuling coldly and saying, ha, eliminate harm for the people. Have you humans ever shown mercy to our demon race? Everything I had was taken by you damned humans. As soon as she finished speaking, the system notification rang in his ears, side quest completed, Soul Liberation Progress 2020th. Congratulations to the host for receiving the right to use the blessed Paradise Cave. Mo Yuling seemed to sense something and flinched. Behind him, Jiling suddenly burst with power, her whole body engulfed in flames. She immediately clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground, making Mo Yuling turn around in surprise and concern. Wife, what's wrong? Ye Shan, sitting in the corner, looked at Jiling and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, she's the one who absorbed the spiritual power of my 3 spiritual demons in one go, including my demonic energy. Her body can't withstand it, she'll die from bleeding from her 7 orifices soon. Mo Yuling anxiously ran to Jiling, holding her in his arms and hurriedly leaving. Seeing her in pain, he comforted her gently. Wife, I'll take you out of the Earth Palace and find a doctor. Jiling lay in his arms in excruciating pain, but still weakly said, no, we can't, I still want to. Mo Yuling anxiously strode out, wanting to argue with the monkey, her life was almost at stake. Just as he reached the door and rushed out, he bumped his head against something. His body fell backward due to inertia. Lang Yao Shimo entered, his face dark, looking at Mo Yuling coldly and saying, where do you think you're going? Mo Yuling held Jiling tightly, looked at the man in front of him in surprise. You're the uncle who sells rabbit meat. Sensing the aura around him, he thought. It's the aura of nascent soul 5th stage. Xiao Ji immediately flew out from the space and said, host can place Jiling inside the blessed paradise cave in the ring on your hand. Time flows twice as slow inside compared to the outside. Hearing Xiao Ji's suggestion, he looked at Jiling worriedly. After all, constantly holding her like this would make it difficult to fight. Those two. He immediately followed Xiao Ji's instructions, bringing Jiling into the blessed paradise cave. A light flashed past his eyes, and Jiling in front of him disappeared. Shimo watched Mo Yuling put Jiling into the cave and sneered, a murderous aura radiating from his smile, his voice low and chilling. Unexpectedly, a nascent soul 2nd stage like you can possess. A blessed paradise cave treasure. It seems you have many things on you, kid. After I kill you, I'll strip you bare. Ye Shan immediately spoke up from behind, reminding Shimo, don't be careless. This brat is very strange. He not only has the Scarlet Dragon spiritual sword, but he also has a pure yin body. Shimo ignored Ye Shan's reminder, rushed forward, sneered, and confidently said, meeting me is like kicking an iron plate. With that, he laughed loudly, swinging his blade towards Mo Yuling, flower-extinguishing fish head. His hand movements became faster and faster, swinging the blade repeatedly towards him. You can't grasp dragon might. A spiritual sword without dragon might is just a piece of scrap iron in front of me. He seemed to go mad, rushing towards him. Mo Yuling watched this scene, his heart undisturbed, calmly observing Shimo's blade swings. Just two basic sword moves, without exerting any effort, stopped Shimo's attack. Mo Yuling's basic moves sent Shimo flying back along with his large blades, leaving him unable to react or counterattack. Shimo's face was now filled with fear, his eyes looking at him in disbelief. Before him was a powerful, majestic dragon, radiating an imposing aura, hovering behind Mo Yuling. He looked at Shimo lying on the ground and said sternly, "Who said I didn't know?" On the second floor, Ling Lai, standing on a stone platform, suddenly froze as if sensing something. He was startled. Why is there such a powerful demonic beast's pressure coming from inside? Could someone have entered the illusion before us? Thinking this, Ling Triet turned and urged, "Everyone, we must hurry." Back on the first floor, Ye Shan and Shimo were stunned. Scarlet Dragon spiritual sword. Just one look and Shimo was covered in cold sweat, thinking, two golden beads on his forehead, at least a Scarlet Dragon divided spirit stage. Even just a dragon spirit can crush us. But he's clearly only at nascent soul second stage. How can he summon a dragon spirit? Only divided spirit stage experts can do that. Could he be using some treasure to hide his cultivation? Knowing he couldn't win, Shimo knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "We were blind and have offended Senior. I will hand over the antidote for the heavenly secret worm and the key to the third floor. I only hope Senior can spare our lives." Ye Shan, sitting behind, said worriedly, "Shimo, don't forget we have the soul seal on us." Hearing her mention the soul seal, Mo Yuling raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, "Soul seal, what's that?" Hearing his question, Shimo lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said resentfully, "It's the Netherworld old ancestors' method of controlling us." Ye Shan behind also choked up. "He slaughtered our flower snake clan. He placed the soul seal on me to guard this earth palace for him forever." She recalled the events of that year, unable to contain her pain and resentment, as she recounted it to Mo Yuling. Shimo painfully removed his hat, revealing the soul seal on his head. "Restricted by the soul seal, we cannot leave the earth palace unless we die. If you don't kill us but obtain the key, the soul seal's fire will continuously burn our golden cores until our cultivation is completely gone." He hurriedly presented the key and the antidote. Looking at him, he said, "Even if you kill us, I don't want to give up like this. Maybe there's another way to survive." Mo Yuling accepted the antidote and the key, looked at the two of them, and asked, "How can the soul seal be removed?" Shimo stepped forward and embraced Ye Shan. Hearing his question, she looked over and replied, "By receiving the inheritance, and destroying the old ancestor's corpse." Hearing this, Mo Yuling frowned, thinking, "If I can take this opportunity to turn these two great demons into my subordinates, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?" Thinking so, he smiled at the two and said, "I have a condition. As long as you agree, I can not only spare your lives, but also remove the soul seal for you." Hearing this, their expressions immediately changed. Ye Shan said unhappily, "The key and the antidote have been given to you, what else do you want us to agree to?" His face immediately turned cold. Shimo looked at his face in shock. Mo Yuling's sword, without further ado, lightly grazed Ye Shan's neck, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. He looked coldly at the two and said, "Don't forget, you have no right to negotiate with me. Agree or disagree, in other words, live or die, you choose." Worried for Ye Shan, Shimo hastily said, "We agree." Hearing this, he satisfiedly withdrew his sword, activated his spiritual power, and said with a smile, "This is the master-servant contract." After dripping blood on it, if the conditions are met, it will take effect. At that time, you will become my servants, obeying my commands. If you disobey, you will suffer backlash, your souls scattered and destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, the contract appeared on their foreheads. The contract gradually merged with their bodies. After the contract was successfully signed, Mo Yuling looked at them with folded arms and said, "Right, where's the other demon besides you two?" Hearing his question, Shimor took out a sleeping rabbit and said, "A while ago, little rabbit suffered backlash during cultivation and is now in a coma, so I'm afraid it can't sign a contract with you." He looked down at the rabbit, as if remembering something. He clapped his hands. "Oh, I remember now." Thinking, he extended his hand, and a purple smoke enveloped the rabbit. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, in the original plot, this rabbit looked like it suffered backlash during cultivation. Due to cultivating a strange technique, but it's actually about to break through. It's a pity it was eliminated by Ling Lai before succeeding. Ye Shan, standing beside him, watched his actions and thought, a pure yin body is like a cauldron that can produce endless yin energy, and yin energy can combine with spiritual power to greatly increase cultivation speed, but this also seems to be a kind of curse. Since ancient times, pure yin bodies have been unable to cultivate. After finishing everything, he turned around and smiled before leaving. "All right. I've transmitted some yin energy to her, which can help her recover. You should also quickly adjust your state to face the fierce battle ahead." Hearing this, Shimor quickly said, "Thank you." Mo Yuling turned around and smirked, thinking, calculating the time, Ling Lai and his group should be arriving soon. This rabbit is about to break through too. Giving Ling Lai a little surprise, "I hope it doesn't disappoint me, you stinky rabbit." Watching his departing figure, Ye Shan said, "In the past few hundred years, let alone destroying the old man's corpse, there hasn't even been anyone who received his inheritance." Leaning against Shimor, she continued, "This kid, do you think he can do it?" Shimor embraced her waist, watching his fading figure and said, "Even if he can't, with a single swing of his sword, both of us would turn to dust now. Even little rabbit, we can only gamble on him." Back in the room, he immediately gave the antidote to Manhua, who was unconscious on the bed. "This is the antidote. After she takes it, there shouldn't be any major problems." Mo Yuling looked at Manhua lying on the bed and said, "Tong take Manhua out of the Earth Palace and back to the residence. I have to go down to the next level with my wife." Tong replied, "Yes." Inside the blessed paradise cave, Jiling leaned against a tree. Her spiritual power radiated continuously, causing her to pant and tremble. She turned uncomfortably, looking around. A pair of shoes appeared before her, making her dazed. Mo Yuling hurriedly came and embraced Jiling's waist. Looking at her current state, he thought, the spiritual power emanating from Jiling's body will run rampant through her meridians. If not dealt with in time, it will eventually cause her meridians to overload and explode, resulting in death. Now, I can only absorb the overflowing spiritual power. Thinking so, he kissed her lips, their lips intertwined for a while. As the spiritual power was absorbed, Jiling finally regained consciousness, startled. She hurriedly pushed him away, demanding loudly, "What are you doing?" Seeing that she was awake, Mo Yuling smiled and said, "Drawing out the excess spiritual power for you." Hearing this, Jiling recalled what had just happened. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Then why is my dantian getting hotter and hotter? As she thought about it, she clutched her stomach, blushing and speechless. A mischievous idea suddenly popped into Mo Yuling's head. He quickly pinned Jiling down under the tree, his hand gripping her chin. "Wife, do you feel a burning sensation in your lower abdomen and weakness all over?" Jiling blushed, breathing heavily, then hesitantly replied, "Millimeter." Seeing Jiling like this, Mo Yuling felt even more mischievous, and wanted to tease her. He smiled, his voice filled with playful malice, "Call me good husband and I'll help you. How about that?" Jiling was so annoyed by Mo Yuling's teasing that she pushed him away and scolded, "Do you want to die? Her anger and sudden action surprised him, causing him to stumble back a few steps. A sudden wave of pain made Jiling's eyes widen in shock. Then Jiling clutched her stomach and fell to the ground, crying out in pain, "It hurts so much." Seeing Jiling like this, Mo Yuling took advantage of the situation. He smiled and coaxed her, "Wife, if you really don't want to call me that, I won't force you. But if you continue like this for too long, your meridians might be damaged, and you might not be able to break through your realm anymore." Hearing this, Jiling softly whispered, "Good husband," which made Mo Yuling so happy he almost had a nosebleed. The next second, Mo Yuling hurriedly pressed Jiling down on the ground, no longer holding back, thinking, this might be a little rough, but it will be beneficial for her breakthrough. Jiling cried out in alarm at his sudden action, "Wait." But how could Mo Yuling miss such a good opportunity? Soon, Jiling let out a cry of "Ah." After a while, the system notification rang out. The female lead's favorability has increased from -30 to -29, rewarding one clothing card, which can transform into any outfit the host desires. Hearing the system's words, Mo Yuling smiled with satisfaction as he dressed. Holding the card in his hand, Mo Yuling smiled, thinking to himself, "It seems that with the increase in favorability, the things I can do are gradually becoming more unrestrained. Not bad, I'll find a chance to try this card next time." Looking up at the sky, Missouri Yuling thought to himself, "Next, I need to go to the final level." Elsewhere, the group of cultivators stepped out of the barrier and entered the inner city. Shimor came out with skewers of roasted meat, smiling and hawking, delicious roasted rabbit meat. "If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay." A disciple saw this and snatched a skewer from Shimor's hand. He said, "Just in time, I'm hungry." Ling Lai quickly stopped him, "Wait." Ling Lai glanced appraisingly at Shimor. Shimor smiled and offered him a skewer, "Sir, try it too." Ling Lai said coldly, "You're a demon, aren't you?" Shimor froze, then exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect there to be so many strong people this year, even a spiritual eye master." Suddenly, the disciple from earlier, standing behind Ling Lai, clutched his stomach and cried out, "Ah!" Ling Lai turned around in alarm. Grotesque marks began to appear on his face, he groaned in pain. The people beside him rushed to support him. "Ching Sai, what's wrong?" Ching Sai just kept clutching his stomach, moaning, "My stomach." Shimor burst into laughter, pointing at Ching Sai, "You've been hit by my heavenly secret worm. In a while, you'll turn into a puppet." Shan smiled and stepped forward, stroking her chin, "Well done, Shimor." She continued, "I have to extract their souls and make them into new puppets." A disciple gulped in fear. Immediately, Ling Lai drew his sword and launched it towards Shimor and Shan. At this moment, in another location, Mo Yuling had just arrived. On the final level, he saw a skeleton sitting on a throne. Mo Yuling drew his sword and silently looked at the skeleton. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind him, startling him. The old man said, "You haven't passed my trial yet, go back." Hearing the old man's words, Mo Yuling frowned, he turned and looked at him, "What if I say no?" The old man became furious at Mo Yuling's attitude, his face darkened, the spiritual power around him fluctuating. A weapon appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. He immediately slashed at Mo Yuling, shouting, "If you don't leave, then die here." Seeing this, Mo Yuling coldly drew his sword, blocking the old man's attack in the blink of an eye. After being blocked by Mo Yuling, he took advantage of a moment of inattention and moved behind him, intending to ambush him, but Mo Yuling quickly noticed, glancing back. Then he ducked down, successfully dodging the black energy that was aimed at him. Seeing Mo Yuling's decent skills, he stroked his weapon and said, "Not bad skills, unfortunately, to inherit my technique, you must have a heart devoid of compassion. You couldn't kill the 3 guard dogs, so you're not worthy of inheriting my technique." Mo Yuling laughed, "I don't need your technique," he said coldly. Then, he pulled out a card from his hand, Cultivation Boost card, Nascent Soul 5th Stage, duration 40 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. Mo Yuling used the card. Quickly, abundant spiritual power surrounded him. He smiled, inwardly assessing the old man. This old man has divided spirit stage strength. Truly formidable. Too bad, I can boost my cultivation. Seeing Mo Yueling's actions and the change in his cultivation, the old man seemed to realize something. His eyes widened, then he charged at Mo Yueling with his weapon. Yelling, Nascent Soul 5th stage. You actually hid your strength in the Earth Palace. Those examiners outside are truly useless. He roared angrily. Mo Yueling blocked the axe that was about to strike him with just his sword, his face wincing slightly. Then, Mo Yueling stomped on the ground. He quickly kicked the old man in the face with a speed he couldn't dodge. With Mo Yueling's kick, the old man was sent flying, creating an explosion that sent sand, dust, and rocks flying everywhere. After taking Mo Yueling's kick, he clenched his jaw, struggling to speak, this power. But soon after, he was able to stand up again. The fact that he could still stand up surprised Mo Yueling. He stared at him, speechless. Then he narrowed his eyes. The old man standing before Mo Yueling moved with unimaginable speed, reaching his side in an instant. He swung his weapon, intending to assassinate Mo Yueling, but was quickly detected. He cried out, "Ah!" His neck was tightly gripped by Mo Yueling. He trembled, grasping his arm, saying, "You, let me go, I'll give you the technique." Hearing his words, Mo Yueling smiled, "I already said, I don't need your technique." Mo Yueling increased the strength in his grip, tightening his hold on his neck. He cried out, "Do you want to?" Mo Yueling didn't let him finish, crushing him in an instant. The cultivation boost duration ended, and the system notification sounded at the same time. Holding the old man's weapon, Mo Yueling smiled. "So this is peak divided spirit stage, it's not that strong, maybe it's because it's just a spirit body," he wondered. Suddenly, wisps of black energy gathered before Mo Yueling. An old man, half human, half skeleton, emerged from the black mist, extending his skeletal arm. 400 years, this is the first time someone has reached here. Seeing that the old man's face was the same as the one he had just defeated, Mo Yueling was shocked and surprised. He gasped, "What?" Mo Yueling immediately grabbed his weapon, cursing, "Damn it, this old man is still alive." Seeing Mo Yueling's reaction, the old man smiled and gestured towards him with his hand, "Come." The weapon in Mo Yueling's hand flew towards him at his beckoning. To Mo Yueling's shock and surprise, "My old friend," the old man said, the weapon now firmly in his hand. He smiled. Then he yelled, and countless streams of black energy surged towards him. Mo Yueling leaned to steady himself against the sudden onslaught of demonic energy. "Go back, this is my true strength." Seeing the scene before him, Mo Yueling thought to himself, this old man is actually still alive. According to the original plot, didn't Ling Lai directly destroy his body and obtain the seal? Why did the plot change? Damn it. Then the old man looked at Mo Yueling. "Kid, should I say your luck is good or bad?" A gigantic skeleton formed from his demonic energy appeared before Mo Yueling's eyes. The old man continued, "Originally, my lifespan would have completely ended in just one day, leaving only a sliver of my primordial spirit to guard this place, waiting for a suitable person to inherit my technique." Hearing this, Mo Yueling angrily cursed, "Are you fucking kidding me?" The old man continued, "Even though you came for the immortal seal, you gave me new hope." Mo Yueling was seized by the skeletal arm, much to his surprise. The old man continued, "A pure yin body that can cultivate, if I can seize your body, I can certainly master the technique and successfully reach the immortal realm." Mo Yueling's eyes sharpened. A dragon, formed from Mo Yueling's spiritual power, appeared, startling the old man. The spiritual flames emanating from Mo Yueling's body quickly destroyed the skeletal arm holding him. The old man cried out in shock and horror, "Dragon might." Mo Yueling smiled, then landed gently on the ground, his sword in hand. "Old man, did you think you could just seize my body? Obediently hand over the immortal seal and die." Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage, pointing at Mo Yuling and scolding him for his arrogance. Countless streams of vast demonic energy, like an ocean, enveloped Mo Yuling's body. My black water will continuously drain your inner strength. The black water will tightly bind your body, eventually you will suffocate, you cannot escape. The black water enveloping Mo Yuling's body suddenly dissipated. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Mo Yuling had already destroyed his black water. Shocking him. He thought, he actually broke through. Man and sword united, the spiritual energy around Mo Yuling's body fluctuated. He thought to himself, great opportunities always come with great dangers. If that's the case, then just break through it. Then, he smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as he looked at the old man. What did you just say? The old man laughed loudly. You can actually achieve man-sword unity. Unbelievable, truly broadened my horizons. He continued excitedly, to achieve man-sword unity with a spirit treasure, one must first fuse the nascent soul and the spiritual chi, a process that takes at least 100 years, even 1,000 years, to cultivate. You're so young. How did you do it? Then he charged at Mo Yuling with his scythe, saying fiercely, I'll see your memories and learn all your secrets. Mo Yuling glanced at him boredly, effortlessly catching his scythe with one hand. Scattering star heavenly spirit sword, Mo Yuling smiled, and a dazzling formation appeared behind him. Old man, you're not dead yet, consider yourself meeting Yama today. The old man was shocked, staring at Mo Yuling in disbelief. What is that? He exclaimed. But of course, Mo Yuling wouldn't let him continue. He waved his hand, and chains emerged from the formation behind him, binding and imprisoning the old man, who became panicked. Mo Yuling walked towards the terrified old man. Mo Yuling waved his hand, and countless streams of spiritual power shot out following the direction of his hand. Those streams of spiritual power instantly rushed into the old man's body, attacking him. He screamed in pain and writhed. Watching him fall to the ground, Mo Yuling smiled, mocking him. Villains always die from underestimating their opponents. Mo Yuling thought to himself, after the system gave me this sword, the compatibility is 100%. It's just that with my current nascent soul realm, using man-sword unity has quite a large side effect. That's why I didn't use it before. He walked up to the old man, whose aged face now showed helplessness. Ha ha, he chuckled. At this moment, Xiaoji, the system, appeared, cheerfully flying around Mo Yuling. The system voice rang out, congratulations to the host for defeating the Netherworld Old Ancestor. His cultivation has been converted into a second-grade cultivation boost card. After using it, you will gain Nascent Soul second stage cultivation. Mo Yuling raised his hand and pressed use. Instantly, a powerful wave of spiritual power enveloped his body. He smiled, the feeling of leveling up is amazing, the feeling of emptiness caused by man-sword unity is completely gone. My spiritual power is full again. He became instantly cheerful. Xiaoji appeared again, and the system voice immediately rang out. Obtain the immortal seal, which can summon a scattered immortal spirit body 3 times. The immortal seal immediately appeared on the system interface. The system voice continued, each summon will consume 100 years of the host's lifespan. Hearing this, Mo Yuling's eyes widened, his mouth twitching. He thought to himself, 100 years, no wonder that old man never used it, so it was because he didn't have enough lifespan. A moment later, Mo Yuling held the old man's scythe and casually took it to his Netherworld Heaven sect. This scythe and the technique, I'll just give them to Jiling, I don't need them. After Shimor and Shan were defeated by the cultivators and tied up with demon-binding ropes, one of the cultivators interrogated them, my demon-binding chain can continuously drain your demonic energy. So stop struggling and obediently hand over the antidote. Hearing these words, Shimor and Shan remained silent. Seeing their unwillingness to cooperate, the cultivator angrily whipped them, shouting, if you won't tell us where the antidote is, then die. Suddenly, At this moment, Shimor and Shan sensed something. Surprise appeared in their eyes. They thought the soul seal disappeared. The situation reversed. To the cultivator's astonishment, Shimor and Shan easily broke free from their restraints, powerful demonic energy radiating from their bodies. Shan smiled and said, "After the soul seal disappeared, my demonic energy has actually recovered." The cultivator from earlier trembled in fear, saying in horror, You actually escaped my demon-binding chain." At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly emerged from Shimor's gourd, startling him. The figure of a young woman gradually materialized within the brilliant light. The young woman directly transformed and appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the snow rabbit demon, Mai Bai. After Mai Bai appeared, she used her weapon, which resembled a giant gourd, to knock away the cultivator in front of everyone's astonished eyes. "Hurting my brother and sister, die." In another room, Shiyu looked at Ling Lai worriedly and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Ling Lai slowly replied, "I'm very familiar with this residual spiritual power. And there's also a trace of pure yang energy mixed in." Sudden screams from outside startled Ling Lai. He turned his head towards the source of the screams. Shiyu and Ling Lai rushed outside. When they arrived, they saw Shimor, Shan, and Mai Bai. Mai Bai saw them and darkened her face in anger. She pointed her good-shaped weapon at Ling Lai and Shiyu, demanding, "Were you the ones who hurt my brother and sister?" Seeing Mai Bai, Shimor, and Shan, a bad premonition flashed through Ling Lai's mind. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Nascent soul first stage and 2 peak nascent soul demons. He thought in a panic. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone was shocked by the intense tremors. What's happening? A few minutes earlier, a man stood before the mandala tree, holding the tree's heart and smiling. With this tree heart, this trip to the Earth Palace wasn't a loss. But suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a giant hand reached out from beneath the earth right under his feet. He screamed in terror, "What is this?" Immediately, he was grabbed by the Yaohu, who jumped out of the ground. He could only scream in fear, "Demon, let me go." Looking at him in his palm, Yaohu laughed loudly, "Ha ha." Then, Yaohu threw him straight into his mouth, despite his terrified screams, "No, ah." Yaohu punched the stone floor. "Yuming Leone, you trapped me here for hundreds of years with the mandala tree, absorbing my demonic power to maintain this dilapidated dungeon of yours." Yaohu roared in fury. Then Yaohu continued to smash the ground in anger, shouting resentfully, "Damn it! Damn it!" Under Yaohu's frantic destruction, the dungeon began to collapse. The cultivators fell to the ground in fear, one of them trembling and shouting, "The dungeon is collapsing." Seeing Yaohu's frantic actions, Shiyu and Ling Lai quickly left. Ling Lai said that the demons in the dungeon had all run away. The giant Yaohu suddenly transformed. He shrunk to a much smaller form and smiled. Then, Yaohu jumped out of the rubble. Seeing this, the cultivators shouted, "You Yaohu, you dare to destroy the dungeon. Surrender now." These arrogant cultivators recklessly rushed to attack Yaohu. Hearing their words, Yaohu turned to look at them. Then Yaohu swung his arm and punched one of them in the face. The man was sent flying by the force of the punch, and then fell painfully to the ground. Seeing the miserable scene, the other man turned to his friend in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" As Yaohu charged towards him, he cowardly stammered and ran, pleading, "Great Demon Senior, spare my life." But of course, Yaohu didn't let him say much, directly swinging his weapon and swiftly cutting him in two. Yaohu stood there, holding his weapon, looking ahead. At this moment, Ling Lai ran in front of Yaohu, stopping him. "Enough!" Ling Lai gritted his teeth, glaring at Yaohu. "You?" Suddenly, a hand touched Ling Lai's shoulder, stopping him. "Wait!" It was Hua Wuheng, Spirit Severance Stage 4th level. Hua Wuheng covered her mouth with her fan, smiling at Ling Lai. "Liar, still so impulsive." Seeing that it was Hua Wuheng, Ling Lai was startled for a moment before regaining his composure and greeting her, Elder Hua. The cultivators were overjoyed to see Hua Wuheng, as if they had found a savior. They excitedly said, "It's Hua Wuheng, one of the inner elders of the Qingyu Lingyun sect. It is said that her sealing techniques are very powerful, no one in the sect can surpass her. With her here, the Yao Hu can definitely be sealed." Hua Wuheng looked at Yao Hu for a moment in silence. Yao Hu also looked at Hua Wuheng. He said disdainfully, "Another one comes to die. Fine, I'll loosen up your bones." Hua Wuheng quickly engaged Yao Hu in battle. She thought in slight surprise, this monkey has become stronger during his confinement. Hua Wuheng's expression changed slightly at Yao Hu's strength, thinking, "No, my wound from last week hasn't healed yet." Yao Hu, noticing Hua Wuheng's strange expression, lifted his leg, preparing to attack. "You dare to be distracted." Yao Hu jumped up, aiming his attack at Hua Wuheng. She was startled, thinking, "I can't dodge." Yao Hu's staff struck Hua Wuheng hard in the forehead. She was immediately knocked off balance by the force, tumbling backward. Hua Wuheng quickly jumped up. She stood up. Hua Wuheng angrily touched the wound on her forehead caused by Yao Hu. Yao Hu, seeing this, was still unwilling to give up and prepared to attack again. Hua Wuheng, seeing this, also took a stance, ready to fight Yao Hu. Yao Hu launched a powerful attack, forcing Hua Wuheng to defend herself with difficulty. Her face gradually turned ugly. Aura swirled around her body. Hua Wuheng launched a powerful attack, thinking, hopefully, this move can temporarily suppress him. A tremendous force rushed towards Yao Hu. The force slammed into Yao Hu, leaving him stunned. While Yao Hu was still stunned from the attack, unable to react, Hua Wuheng, with a serious expression, raised her bow and arrow, preparing for a second attack. An arrow carrying immense power flew towards Yao Hu. However, Yao Hu also created a defensive barrier to block it. A loud explosion followed, smoke filling the sky. Hua Wuheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I've used quite a bit of spiritual power." Immediately afterward, Hua Wuheng fainted from exhaustion. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out to support her. Hua Wuheng slightly opened her eyes to look at the person in front of her. It was Mo Langyu. Mo Langyu asked worriedly, "Elder Hua, are you all right?" Hua Wuheng pushed Mo Langyu away haughtily and said, "I'm fine, just a relapse of an old injury. I expended quite a bit of spiritual power just now. I'm afraid I can't seal this Yao Hu alone. I need someone to suppress him for me first." At this moment, footsteps approached. Ling Lai quickly spoke, proposing, "In that case, how about Your Highness and I work together to suppress this Yao Hu?" However, Mo Langyu turned away, covering his mouth, muttering helplessly, "Damn it, I just finished a fight, now I just want some peace." At this moment, red aura emanated from Yao Hu. He spoke with murderous intent, "Woman, aren't you strong? Why do you need help?" Yao Hu sneered, "As expected, you cultivators don't follow martial virtues, just like that damned old man in Yuming." He charged towards Mo Langyu and the others. "You weaklings, I'm not afraid no matter how many of you come." Hearing Yao Hu's confidence, Mo Langyu quickly responded, "Oh, then this weakling will play with you." Then, he drew his sword, ready to fight. Yao Hu was not to be outdone, swinging his staff and shouting, "Cut the crap." Yao Hu unleashed a powerful attack. Mo Langyu immediately countered with the Dragon Fang arrow technique. Immense power surged through Yao Hu. His staff quickly snapped in two, falling to the ground. After the attack, he turned away coldly. Yao Hu, severely injured by Mo Langyu, sat there coughing. Ling Lai, witnessing this scene, thought, "This sixth prince's spiritual power is indeed the same as the one I sensed in the illusion." So, he was the one who entered the third level. He quickly thought, now that the ancestor's body and the Yuming dungeon have been destroyed, the immortal mark has most likely fallen into the sixth prince's hands. I must find a way to get it back. At this time, Mo Langyu said awkwardly, I accidentally used too much force, leaving Brother Ling no chance to act. Ling Lai replied politely, it's all right. Your Highness's rapid progress is truly surprising. Did you receive some inheritance? Mo Langyu scratched his head, feigning innocence. No, it's just that Elder Hua had already severely injured the Yao Hu, giving me a chance to defeat him. But inwardly he cursed. Trying to trick me into talking, do you think I'm stupid? Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Ling Lai simply replied, I see. Hua Wuheng, standing nearby, thought, although I injured the Yao Hu, a mere nascent soul first-level cultivator managed to suppress him in one move. This person is definitely not simple. Mo Langyu quickly asked, Elder Hua, do you need any further assistance? He thought, this is the first time I've seen a sealing technique. I heard they use some kind of medium to seal demons. Hua Wuheng immediately declined, no need. She quickly cast a spell and said, Monkey, this is a good thing I specially made for you. Yao Hu, seeing her ill intentions, immediately asked, what are you trying to do? At this moment, the sphere in Hua Wuheng's hand emitted a great deal of spiritual power. She slowly explained, this is the purifying ice pearl. It can seal you inside and continuously cleanse your demonic energy. Once your demonic energy is completely cleansed, you can come out. Yao Hu immediately laughed, what righteous words. I kindly saved you cultivators once, yet I was sealed in a dark place without sunlight for hundreds of years. Suddenly, Hua Wuheng attacked Yao Hu's mind with a burst of power, silencing him instantly. She held up the sphere, saying with a hint of sorrow, I'm sorry. Time flashed back to 400 years ago. Hua Wuheng, under attack by a demon, cried out in panic, Master, help. Save me. The monster stuck out its long tongue. Its tongue quickly wrapped around Hua Wuheng's leg. Seeing this, Hua Wuheng panicked, her eyes widening as she cried, let me go. But the monster, seemingly having no intention of letting her go, dragged her away. Hua Wuheng cried helplessly, no. Hua Wuheng was quickly swallowed by the demon. After catching its prey, it burped contentedly, saying, I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman today. I, Master Frog, am truly lucky. At that moment, a young man holding a staff stood behind it. It was Hu Yao, Hu Yu. He angrily said, Damn frog, you're blocking my way. Get out of here. The monster replied disdainfully, another one who's tired of living. Ribbit, ribbit. Hu Yao, disgusted, punched the monster in the face. So much talk. Hu Yao's powerful punch caused the monster to explode instantly. Hua Wuheng, inside its belly, escaped death, coughing continuously after getting out. Seeing the dead monster, Hu Yao walked away, saying, a mere hybrid not even at nascent soul dares to be arrogant in front of me. Suddenly, Hua Wuheng walked over and tugged at the corner of his clothes. She softly said, thank you. Hu Yu gently asked Wuheng, hey, you're so weak, why did you come to such a dangerous place alone? Wuheng, her chin being lifted by Hu Yu, looked down sadly and replied, I didn't come alone, it's just that my master. Suddenly, Hu Yu became alert, looking in a certain direction. Wuheng's master appeared behind Hu Yu, praising her, well done, Wuheng. At this moment, a strange formation appeared beneath Hu Yu's feet, looking like a black hole ready to suck everything in. Hu Yu looked at the formation in astonishment. Then, countless black fumes emerged from the formation, wrapping around Hu Yu. He immediately stood up, angrily saying, what is this? Held down by the black fumes, unable to stand, Wuheng sat beside him and shouted at her master, Master, what are you doing? He just saved me. Wuheng's master sneered, in my eyes, all demons are evil. Wuheng, have you forgotten what I told you? Demons are inherently evil. Even if he saved you a moment ago, he will kill you the next. Hu Yu was being pulled down into the ground by the formation. Wuheng rushed forward, grabbing his arm that was still outside. Her master's disdainful voice continued. In their eyes, you're just a toy. He coldly ordered, "Let go." Wu Heng's hand finally let go of Hu Yu, and he was pulled underground. Wu Heng and her disciple arrived. She instructed Ling Lai, "Liar, take Shi Yu and the sixth prince back to the royal dynasty. I will return to the sect first." Ling Lai immediately agreed, yes. She recalled an unpleasant memory. Hu Yu was a good demon, finding joy in helping others. Yet my master, for his own selfishness, not only used me, but also harmed Hu Yu. Let me atone for the mistakes my master made. Inside the main hall of the Qingyu Lingyun sect, two people stood before Mo Nian. Hua Wuling reported her findings. This is the situation. The dungeon collapsed because the mandala tree guarding it was attacked, causing the demons to lose control. As for who passed master's trial, it is still unclear. As soon as she finished speaking, the man beside her scoffed, "Brainless woman with big breasts, you can't even handle such a small matter. I really don't know why master accepted you as a disciple. In the first place." Insulted, Hua Wuheng glared at him. "What did you say?" Hua Wuheng opened her fan, striking a seductive pose. She said to the man, "But senior brother, instead of concerning yourself with me, you should worry about yourself. I heard you're searching everywhere for a secret recipe for XX. Seems like that aspect isn't working out for you, huh?" Ming Xuanzi, ashamed and angry, gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Their eyes met in the air, sparking with intensity. Mo Nian stroked his beard, saying, "Forget it, time will tell. The most important thing now is to find out who attacked the mandala tree. If it was unintentional, then fine, but if it was deliberate." He ordered Ming Xuanzi, go back to the dungeon and investigate again. Ming Xuanzi immediately agreed, understood. The scene shifted to the second prince's residence. The second prince was lounging on a chaise lounge, a girl in his arms feeding him fruit. He thought angrily, "I originally planned to cause trouble for Mo Langyu. But unexpectedly, the dungeon collapsed." Eating grapes, he complained to the girl, "I didn't expect to encounter those great demons outside the dungeon." The second prince clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially about the rabbit demon. "She dared to break my leg. If I catch her, I'll definitely skin her alive and pull out her tendons." The girl immediately snuggled into his arms, soothing him, "Your Highness, don't be angry. Let me massage your leg. Tonight, Your Highness must pamper me carefully." The second prince grabbed her wrist, "Little darling, are you so eager?" He immediately pushed her onto the bed, and buried his face in her chest. Her expression seemed one of great pleasure. The girl's sweet moans echoed continuously, "It tickles." The second prince, nuzzling her, exclaimed, "So fragrant." Outside, a subordinate was hurrying somewhere. But he was stopped by another person. "Stop, His Highness is asleep." The subordinate said urgently, "I have something urgent to report to His Highness." But the guard remained firm, "His Highness has given orders not to see anyone tonight." Inside, the girl's face was flushed with pleasure. She moaned continuously, "I can't take it anymore." She was lying on top of the second prince. Hearing the commotion outside, he asked suspiciously, "Why is it so noisy outside?" The girl cooed, "Your Highness is so good, let's do it again." The subordinate, unable to enter, shouted, "Your Highness, the sixth prince has advanced to the nascent soul stage. He even helped Elder Hua seal the great demon." The second prince, shocked, pushed the girl off him and quickly stood up. "What?" The girl, suddenly pushed down, complained angrily, "Your Highness, you hurt me." The second prince ignored her, glaring at her with sharp eyes. He raised his hand and struck her with a palm. "Shut up." His palm hit the girl's face, knocking her backward. She fell to the ground, dead, a wisp of black smoke rising from her head. Despite his broken leg, the second prince used his staff to walk outside, ordering the guard, "Clean up the room for me." The guard replied, "Yes." Then, the second prince ordered the subordinate, who had just reported the situation, "Tell me everything about Mo Langyu." The subordinate bowed, reporting the whole story. It is as such. After the dungeon collapsed, a spirit severance 4th level Hu Yao appeared. Unexpectedly, the 6th prince was able to help Elder Hua of Qingyu Lingyun seal the escaped Yao Hu. The 2nd prince took a sip of tea, his face darkening. He wondered, Mo Langyu has become so powerful. Could it be that he received the inheritance of Yuming Leone? Just then, a frantic knocking came at the door, accompanied by an urgent voice, 2nd prince. The 2nd prince set down his teacup. Enter. It was Chu Zhenxian, dressed as a maid. She addressed him, 2nd prince. Mo Yu stroked his chin, looking at her in confusion. Chu Zhenxian, you're dressed as a maid, what are you doing at my residence in the middle of the night? Chu Zhenxian unexpectedly knelt down and kowtowed before him, crying, 2nd prince, my 2 brothers are now confined by grandfather. I barely managed to escape. I beg your highness to help us. Mo Yu helped her up, comforting her, don't cry, I hate to see a beauty shed tears. Tell me, what's the matter? Chu Zhenxian embraced him, pleading, your highness, as long as Mo Langyu can be eliminated, I'm willing to do anything. It's all his fault that my brothers ended up like this. Mo Langyu's power is growing, to eliminate him, we can only rely on the power behind your highness. Mo Yu led her inside. Come, sit down. Then he ordered his subordinate, you may leave. The subordinate replied, yes. Mo Yu took out a token and handed it to Chu Zhenxian. This token can command my mother's shadow guards. They are the top assassins. He crushed the token in his hand. Black smoke emerged from the token, coalescing. A man with one eye covered appeared before them, bowing to Mo Yu. Wu Gui greets 2nd prince. Mo Yu stood up and ordered him, take a few men and kill the 6th prince. Make it look like the work of demons. Wu Gui replied, as you command, and then vanished. After arranging everything, Mo Yu smiled and approached Chu Zhenxian. I've sent shadow guards to kill my little brother. You said you'd do anything. Mo Yu whispered in her ear, causing her face to flush, tears welling up in her eyes. Chu Zhenxian said coyly, Your Highness, you're so bad, but inwardly she was triumphant. Mo Langyu, you can finally disappear. Her clothes were gradually removed, causing her to shiver. Elsewhere, Mo Langyu, still unaware of the danger he was in, took a large bite of a banana. Yasu suddenly exclaimed, self-draw, same suit. Then, the other 3 were surprised, a draw. Mo Langyu wearily emptied his pockets, revealing a single coin. Out of money again, he thought. This mahjong is clearly copied from modern times, why am I the one losing so badly? Yaishan triumphantly collected the money, holding out her hand. Come on, hand it over. Mo Langyu drew circles on the table dejectedly. Not playing anymore. You guys are definitely colluding against me. Mai Bai winked at him. How could that be? If it weren't for Brother Mo taking us in, we would have been captured like the other demons. How could we possibly harm you? It must be just bad luck. Mo Langyu was deeply hurt by Mai Bai's words, the arrow of bad luck piercing his heart. Night fell outside the 6th prince's residence. Black smoke quickly enveloped the 2 guards at the gate. They looked at the black strands and cried out in fear, what is this? The black smoke tightened around them, causing them immense pain. Their groans began to echo. The black smoke emerged from their bodies, leaving behind 2 withered corpses. The smoke returned to Wu Gui's hand. Suddenly, someone punched the door open. Lai stepped coldly into the 6th prince's residence. The shadow behind her reminded her, Lai, don't be careless. This 6th prince helped Hua Wuheng seal the spirit severance stage great demon that escaped from the dungeon yesterday. He affirmed, he must have another good card up his sleeve. Indeed, Mo Langyu had a very good card. He slammed it on the table, exclaiming joyfully, I finally won a hand. He laughed, reaching out to collect the money. Suddenly, the door burst open, a figure appearing at the entrance. The money in Mo Lang Yue's hand flew away. He cried out in anguish, "My money!" Lai, hands on her hips, smiled at everyone in the room. Dorla slammed the table angrily and stood up, demanding of the uninvited guest, "Who are you?" Lai bent slightly, rising onto her toes. She suddenly jumped up, raising her leg high, preparing to strike Mo Lang Yu. Mo Lang Yu looked coldly at the girl in front of him. He quickly backed away to dodge. Lai's attack shattered the ground. Ye Shan, whip in hand, appeared behind Lai, swinging it towards her. However, her whip was easily caught by Lai. Mai Bai, holding a giant candid whore, jumped up, grabbing Lai's shoulder with one hand, preparing a sneak attack. But the tables were quickly turned. Lai grabbed Mai Bai's wrist. She slammed Mai Bai to the ground, scattering candid whores everywhere. Mai Bai's face was covered in blood. She sat up, enduring the pain, wiping the blood away. She said to Lai, "So you're also a body cultivator, no wonder your physical strength is so formidable." Lai suddenly looked behind her warily. Mo Lang Yu had appeared behind her, grabbing her face. He said coldly, "To think you'd send a nascent soul third-level expert to assassinate me. Let me guess who paid such a high price. The Empress or Mo Yu?" Lai glanced at him, a chilling smile on her lips. "It's useless even if you guess correctly, Sixth Prince. You will die here today." Many green rays of light suddenly appeared. Black smoke enveloped Mo Lang Yu. His body began to transform, veins bulging on his face, eyes bloodshot, mouth agape in apparent pain, one hand clutching his chest. Dorla supported him, calling out anxiously, "Master." Black smoke emanated from Mo Lang Yue's body. Lai's eyes widened, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. "You've been hit by Master Wu Gui's transformation poison. You're definitely dead. This poison will erode every inch of your blood vessels until it reaches your heart, and you'll suffocate to death." Mo Lang Yu said confidently, "If it were anything else, I might not be able to do anything." He smiled smugly. "But as luck would have it, I just learned a way to detoxify it last night." A golden light radiated from his body, pushing the black smoke away. Mo Lang Yu smirked. Then, he spread his arms and opened his mouth, spewing out a cloud of black smoke, which took the shape of a demon. The demon coughed, also spitting out a mouthful of black smoke. Wu Gui sat on the ground, astonished that Mo Lang Yu could dispel his poison. "You've cultivated the Unine Vigus, which can detoxify all poisons," he thought. Unexpectedly, the Sixth Prince is the one who inherited Yuming Leone's legacy. He immediately ordered Lai, hold him back. "I must report this news." Lai agreed immediately, "All right." Wu Gui transformed into black smoke and fled. Mai Bai, holding her giant candid whore, shouted, "He's running." Mai Bai gathered spiritual power into the candid whore, intending to chase and eliminate Wu Gui. But Lai immediately charged forward to stop her. She punched Mai Bai in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood. Mai Bai groaned in pain. Mo Lang Yu summoned a sword. He raised his sword and slashed at Li's arm. Her arm was severed. Li clutched her severed arm, which was still emitting a golden aura. She couldn't believe it. "How is this possible? Aren't you only at the second level of the Shuchu realm? How could you break through my protective gang chi?" Li knelt on the ground, clutching her arm in pain. Mo DC turned and walked away. Before leaving, he instructed the others, "She's yours. Extract any valuable information from her, then kill her." Outside, the exit remained sealed. Wu Kuei knelt on the ground in agony, surrounded by black smoke. His eyes were bloodshot. Wu Gui grasped the object binding his neck. He found it unbelievable. "What's going on? Why do you also possess the 9 netherworld chi?" Jiling looked down at him coldly from above. She placed her sharp claws on his head and pressed down, causing him to scream in pain. "No. You demonic ghost." Jiling glared at Wu Gui with cold fury. She punched him, and with a single blow, Wu Gui turned into a pile of mud. The man behind her trembled, feeling fortunate to be on her side. Mo Yulang appeared behind her, surprised. Wow, wife, you're ruthless. I asked you to hold him off, not turn him into mush. Jiling's cold expression softened. She bit her hand sheepishly. I used a little too much force. The man who witnessed the scene thought, a little too much force turns a man into mud. Mo Yulang wiped the cold sweat from his face, thinking, if she truly becomes a demon, everyone is doomed. Numerous system notifications appeared before Mo Yulang. They described a top-grade evolving magic weapon, the Scarlet Dragon Sword. Its attack power increased by 100 after acquisition. It could devour enemies' flesh and blood to level up. Initially a first-rate magic weapon, its Dragon Might skill could shock and stun enemies. The Human Sword Unity skill allowed for fusion, achieving peak focus. But consumed 1 year of lifespan, and all spiritual power. His status appeared, name, Mo Yulang, cultivation, Shuchu realm, 2nd level, function, none, spiritual power, 500, lifespan, 600, intelligence, 20, perception. 25, strength, 60, agility, 30, additional points, none. Items displayed, a chest, a potion shop, a block of ice, a cultivation technique shop. Mo Yulang stroked his chin. The control panel had expanded since he entered the Shuchu realm. There were no new missions, and his weapon suddenly gained new attributes. The low-grade Ichi powder could restore spiritual power, but cost 10 gold coins, which he lacked. Xiao Ji, how do I get gold coins? Xiao Ji appeared beside him. It explained that gold coins were earned by completing monster hunting quests and system-designated dungeons. Currently, Master needs to complete the main storyline quest and increase Jiling's affection by 1 to unlock the system dungeons. Mo Yulang sat in silence, realizing that completing the current mission was the only way to learn more about the system. He outlined his next steps. The plot had changed due to his intervention, making the future unpredictable. Tonight's assassination attempt, for example, was absent from the original novel. He needed to continuously improve his cultivation to survive. Outside the 6th prince's residence, Li Cheng spoke with a guard. He smiled and instructed the guard to inform the 6th prince that official Li Cheng requested an audience. The guard bowed and agreed. A voice interrupted, no need. Mo DC sat by the lake, fishing listlessly with dark circles under his eyes. Li Cheng was surprised to find him there. Mo Yulang propped his chin up, frustrated. 2 hours, and no fish. The daily side quest to catch a fish rewarded a Dragon Vigor Tiger Strength pill, with a penalty of decreased affection with Ji Ling. Li Cheng approached him flatteringly. Your Highness has such refined taste. But these fish are uncooperative. If you desire fish, my house can send you some tiger grouper. Mo Yulang declined and exposed Li Cheng's true purpose. Thank you for your kindness, but your visit isn't solely about fish, is it? He thought, Li Cheng, the most trusted official of the Mo Yang dynasty. Li Cheng got to the point. Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence, and your wife's. Mo Yulang wondered why the Emperor suddenly wanted to see him, perhaps because of the incident at the Heavenly Earth Palace. His fishing rod twitched. He reeled it in. A fish? I caught one. The system notified him of the quest completion and reward. My luck's turning around. He followed Li Cheng to see the Emperor. He pursed his lips nervously. This was his first meeting with the Emperor, the original Mo Yuelang's father. He hoped he wouldn't be exposed as an imposter. The Emperor sat on the throne, eyes closed. 2 officials whispered. Who is His Majesty waiting for? He summoned us so early. Hush, keep your voice down. Someone entered. The officials bowed. Greetings, 6th Prince, 6th Princess. The Emperor opened his eyes. He entered with a regal air. I hear you subdued the escaped demon ape, after returning from the Earth Palace. Mo Yulang bowed modestly. The demon ape was severely injured. I was merely fortunate. The emperor touched his forehead, his gaze sharp. When you were born, the physician said you had a pure yin body, unsuitable for cultivation. Now you've reached the Shu-Chu realm. Is this a miracle or something else? Mo Yulang became wary. The emperor was getting to the bottom of it. He bowed his head, fabricating an excuse. Your Majesty, my princess consort used a secret medicine left by the ghost clan, allowing me to cultivate. He and Jiling had planned this. He'd attribute his cultivation to her medicine, claiming it was a ghost clan remedy, untraceable. The emperor observed him coldly. Mo Yuelang's appearance mirrored his mother's. The emperor gestured to the eunuch. There's another matter. Bring the tokens. These are clan tokens. The Qingyu Lingyun sex inner selection is in 3 days. The eunuch presented the tokens. Mo Yulang and Jiling looked at them. Use these to directly enter the inner sect, perhaps even become direct disciples. Suo Desho objected. Your Majesty. The 6th prince is malicious. His presence at the selection will cause harm. Why do you say this, Prime Minister? Suo Desho knelt, feigning grievance. Your Majesty, my grandson was severely injured in the Earth Palace, losing something precious. Mo Yulang glared at the slandering Prime Minister. Another official joined the protest. Your Majesty, we oppose the 6th prince and princess's participation. One is ill-tempered, the other half-ghost. The emperor rose in anger. Enough. My decision is final. I'll attend the selection to witness this ill temper myself. As for your grandson, I'll send someone to restore him. Dismissed? The Prime Minister bowed angrily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Out of sight, he gritted his teeth. That waste, Mo Yulang, has gained His Majesty's favor after cultivating. Outside, Murong Yang Shu urged Ji Shinu to act before the situation escalated. Ji Shinu remained silent. He fumed. I thought Jiling would fade away with Mo Yulang. I underestimated her. The Prime Minister drank tea with a cloaked man. He slammed his cup. This task is yours. Its success is crucial to the grand plan. Night fell over the palace. Mo Yulang appeared to meditate, practicing his techniques. Jiling approached. What are you doing? He looked at her tenderly. Practicing the 9 netherworld qi to help you circulate your meridians later. She sat beside him. Be prepared, it will be a little painful. A flashback. Jiling meditated. Mo Yulang handed her a book. This is for you. She recognized the 9 netherworld profound heaven manual. Don't you need this? He massaged her shoulders, feigning altruism. No, I want you to try it first. He thought, I have the Scarlet Dragon Sword's true dragon power. This dark attribute technique is useless to me. Jiling was touched. He cares so much, giving me this technique. No one has been this kind, except my parents. He conjured a purple light. This is for you too. A sword appeared. Yumin's weapon, I took it. In truth, Yumin was dead, the bond broken. Even Jiling could claim it. He gave it to her. She reacted. You gained Yumin's acknowledgement. He gave you his weapon. Don't worry about it. Time flows differently in blessed lands. Seeing her unease, he reassured her. 1 day inside is only an hour outside. Cultivate the technique. He hid his guilt. I shouldn't tell her I killed Yumin. She read, her intuition strong. If his power grows, I can't fall behind. I must surpass him. Back in the present. This is a dual cultivation technique. You'll have to practice with me. It's fine, I have enough yang qi. Xiao Ji informed him that he'd cultivated 9 netherworld qi. Transferring it to Jiling would help her reach the first level. Will I still have it if I give it to her? Yes. It will form a protective barrier against all poisons. Having both yin and yang qi will enhance your 9 netherworld qi. Jiling looked tired. She lay on the grass. He approached her. He moved closer. Behind the curtain, Jiling focused on her cultivation. I've reached the 2nd level's peak. I just need your help to break through. She stamped her foot. So be prepared. Mo Yulang, with a dragon behind him, replied, the 2nd level is harder, so I'll use true dragon power to help you. She challenged him. Come on then. He accepted her challenge, dominating her to teach her a lesson. She cried out in pain, feeling power surge through her. The dragon's power overwhelmed her. She cried out his name. The dragon's ascent brought her to her limit. Husband, she whispered. Her legs trembled. She could barely stand. Jiling thought it felt like something pure and clear, she could sense something. She cried out in delight, even louder than before. But then, thinking about the neighbors, the little girl covered her mouth and thought to herself, I've successfully broken through to the 2nd level. When she came out of her trance, Mo Yulang, lying on top of Jiling, reproached her, saying she needed to cultivate properly. Exhausted, she softly replied. I know. I'll try my best to cultivate, even without you telling me. After experiencing that battle, Jiling seemed to become more serious. She sat in a corner, reviewing her strength. Suddenly, it seemed like some kind of power appeared in her hand. She asked, what is this? Mo Yulang immediately approached her, and replied that it was a small gift he had given his wife. With the red dragon spiritual flame's blessing, the power of her 9 netherworld energy could instantly obliterate anyone below the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, she smirked and made a fist with her hand, saying, tomorrow is the selection competition, and only one person will win. I won't go easy on your subordinates. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed her cheek, causing her to blush in surprise and embarrassment. Jiling pushed him away, both embarrassed and questioning, what are you doing? Mo Yulang replied with a smug tone, smiling as he said, I'm looking forward to the upcoming match. Do your best. The match that Mo Yulang was looking forward to finally arrived. It was the scene of the selection competition. An old man spoke to Elder Suo. Elder Suo, I heard that your esteemed grandson hasn't fully recovered yet. So, I'm afraid the Suo family won't have anyone participating in this year's selection competition. Right? Hearing this, Elder Suo felt displeased, thinking to himself, old fox. Not wanting to delay the proceedings any further, the host of the ceremony asked permission to start the competition. He announced, the selection competition officially begins. The first round is a cultivation level check. Just place your hand on the stone tablet. After explaining the specific method of the test, he proceeded to invite the participants, saying, please, our first participant, Murong Yunyan. Murong Yunyan seemed to walk with a decisive gait. She approached the stone tablet and placed her hand on it, sensing it as the first level of the nascent soul realm. The old man pondered for a moment. This Murong Yunyan is only from the paternal side of the Murong family. I didn't expect her to reach this level of strength. After Murong Yunyan, the host invited the next participant, Suo Fan. As Suo Fan arrived, everyone began to whisper about him. They said that Suo Fan was young, but possessed extraordinary talent. A few years ago, he went out for training and never returned. Indeed, unexpectedly, he has come to participate in this year's competition. It seems that the Suo family has a good chance at the spot this year. Elder Suo, sitting on one side, began to worry, my Fana has returned this year. I'm afraid many people will be disappointed. Suo Fan began to touch the stone tablet, sensing it. At this moment, the stone tablet began to glow under his hand. Suo Fan's power began to affect the stone tablet, causing many witnesses to exclaim, wow, unexpectedly, it's the third level of the nascent soul realm. I heard that the highest among the great families. This year is only the fourth level of the nascent soul realm. Even though it's only a difference of one level, the power is much greater. Perhaps upon touching the stone tablet, Suo Fan acted arrogantly, unaware of the formidable opponent behind him. The host continued, "Next, we invite Mo Yulang." Hearing this name, Suo Fan immediately turned his head, disbelieving that the person behind him was his formidable opponent. Mo Yulang walked with confidence to take the test. Suo Fan, standing beside him, taunted, "Mo Yulang, I didn't expect you to dare show your face here." He didn't say much, only replying, "There are countless things one cannot foresee." This remark caused Suo Fan's face to darken, thinking only of punching him. He said, "You piece of trash, let me see what kind of ability you have to dare speak so arrogantly to me." Ignoring the taunts of the person who had humiliated him, he unhesitatingly approached the stone tablet and channeled all his internal strength and power into it. Unexpectedly, the stone tablet glowed even more brilliantly than when Suo Fan had touched it. Upon successfully activating the stone tablet, Mo Yulang gloated, provoking Suo Fan, "So, how does it feel to be slapped in the face?" Suo Fan, his face scowling, retorted, "Get out." Scram. At this time, the next participant was Manhwa, who found the scene amusing. Hua Yang Wenjian, walking with Hua Yang Zizhu, said, "Sister Zizhu, brother Mo Yulang is so strong now." Zizhu replied, "Indeed, perhaps mother would also be happy about little brother Mo's change." Hua Yang Yazhu thought to herself, "Sister, the child you placed all your hopes on has finally proven himself." Next, the second round began. On the arena, it was time for the warriors to compete. First match, Murong Yunyun vs Suo Fan. Begin. Murong Yunyun was prepared, and Suo Fan was no exception. Suo Fan taunted, "Do you think you can beat me? You might as well just admit defeat." Murong Yunyun frowned, retorting, "How can I know if I don't try?" She unleashed her power and advanced towards him. Their two swords clashed violently. Suo Fan launched a series of attacks on Murong Yunyun. His strength grew with each strike, surprising her. "This is dangerous." Her sword was driven firmly into the ground. He created whirlwinds of fire. She saw them but couldn't dodge in time, taken aback by his power. Suo Fan smirked. He plunged his sword into the ground. Overwhelmed by the painful ambush, Murong Yunyun cried out, "I admit defeat." Seeing this, the host announced, "The first match goes to Suo Fan." As he helped her up, he arrogantly remarked, "How weak." Murong Yunyun turned and cursed, "You." Elder Suo and the old man beside him began to discuss. Elder Suo said, "Don't blame her, it's my grandson who doesn't know how to be humble." The old man replied, "It seems the strength of those from the paternal side is still lacking." The old man felt annoyed, thinking, "Keep pretending, just keep pretending. Anyway, I'm not counting on Murong Yunyun. The one I value is Murong Yua." Mo Yulang was chatting with a certain girl. He looked at her. He thought, "Huh? This girl looks familiar." He was surprised. "Oh my God, is she really Murong Hua's older sister? How can they be so different?" She noticed he had been looking somewhere and asked, "Where are your eyes wandering? Do you want me to gouge them out?" Without waiting for his reply, she taught him a lesson. She slapped him across the face. He was surprised and confused by her action. When he entered the arena, he was mocked by strangers. They said, "Ha ha ha, the sixth prince is so pathetic. Doesn't he know that Murong Yua's attacks are long-range? Why didn't he dodge?" Ji Ling, holding her face, thought to herself, "He's hopeless." Murong Hua, beside her, inquired, "Your Highness, the sixth prince." Murong Hua thought, "Older sister has always focused on cultivating physical techniques, but it's not close combat. On the contrary, she can kill enemies from thousands of miles away." Mo Yulang, nursing his cheek, complained, "Why did you suddenly hit me?" The system popped up with an explanation, "Isn't it because your eyes were wandering?" Murong Yunyun stated sternly, "The jokes are over. If this is all you've got, you're disappointing me." Mo Yulang, facing her, was wary of her demeanor. The host announced, "Begin the match." Murong Yunyun began to unleash a series of afterimages. She intensified her power, exclaiming, "So fast." Mo Yulang was no exception, teaching her a memorable lesson, as he unleashed a series of deadly palm strikes. As he attacked, he thought to himself, "Ever since using the unity of human and sword, the red dragon's energy has been nourishing my body every day. Now, my body's level of enhancement is such that swords and blades can't harm me." Lightning flashed across the sky. Speaking of which, how tough am I exactly? Today's the perfect opportunity to test it out with direct fist attacks. She was struck by his devastating blows, thinking, my protective barrier was broken so quickly. Suddenly, she fell hard onto the sand, thinking in pain, I also cultivate physical techniques. His attacks shouldn't cause me too much damage. She lay sprawled on the ground. Everyone who saw her was shocked. They said, "This sixth prince is too ruthless," beating her into a pig's head. She calmly sat up. Taking a nearby mirror, she lamented her injuries. She burst into tears, complaining, "Wah, you jerk. My face. I'm not fighting anymore." Mo Yulang was puzzled, and that was the moment he decisively won. The host raised his hand and declared, "The second match goes to Mo Yulang." He thought to himself, "She forfeited. From her appearance, I thought she'd be more resistant. Maybe it was the element of surprise." Elder Suo and the old man beside him had different reactions. The old man seethed, "Trash. They are all trash." But Elder Suo chuckled, amused by the old man's reaction. Mo Yulang stood before Murong Yunyun, who fearfully asked, "What are you going to do?" He suddenly raised his hand to her cheek. Was it going to be another slap? He raised his hand higher. And smack, he gave her a resounding slap. Instead of deforming her face, the slap restored it. Now, she looked beautiful. She quickly grabbed the mirror from earlier and looked at her face, surprised by the change. Mo Yulang said, "There you go, take a look." She asked, "So powerful? What technique is this?" The system popped up and said, "Self-created." He grinned and replied, "This is something I got from a lucky draw the system gave me after completing a daily task. I thought it wouldn't be useful." Suo Fan's expression darkened, as he saw how talented and skilled Mo Yulang was. He thought, it seems this kid's strength is as formidable as the rumors say. Mo Yulang, don't blame me. You were trash and yet you managed to survive. It seemed that Mo Yulang would be facing Suo Fan next. He arrogantly declared, "Mo Yulang, it's not too late to surrender now." Mo Yulang thought, I must increase my spiritual power. I can't rely solely on my current physical body to resist. If I force myself to use only physical strength, I'll definitely be injured. Suo Fan finally unleashed his attack, telling him to receive it. He didn't hesitate, gripping his sword tightly. Suo Fan used the Starfall Heavenly Spirit Sword formation, directing it downwards at him. Now, they faced each other. Witnessing Mo Yuelang's immense power, Suo Fan exclaimed, "What is this?" His power was so strong that it sent Suo Fan flying. As he flew, he cried out, "What kind of technique is this?" Without waiting for a reply, Mo Yulang flew towards him. He finally delivered a series of powerful blows, with Suo Fan yelling, "Mo Yulang." He thought he could defeat him, but the situation reversed, Suo Fan escaped. His swift escape surprised Mo Yulang. Suo Fan, now enraged, challenged, "You will die by my blade." Because he thought, if that last attack hadn't been with an ordinary iron sword, but with a magical treasure. He gulped nervously. Mo Yulang wondered, what did he just swallow? Suo Fan fell silent for a moment, gathering all his strength and thinking, the elixir that grandfather gave me is truly effective. My cultivation level has instantly increased by 2 levels. Although it will only last for half an hour, it's enough to kill this Mo Yulang. Mo Yulang watched him radiating intense heat, remarking, "That's some serious killing intent." Grandfather's pill raised my cultivation by 2 levels. It lasts only half an hour, but enough to kill him. Such killing intent. Suo Fan charged. He attacked fiercely. Mo Yulang blocked. His sword shattered. Suo Fan's sword crumbled upon contact. He sent Mo Yulang flying. Yulang hit the corner of the wall, his whole body aching. He looked up at him. Suo Pan put on an arrogant look. He contemptuously said, "So, have you seen the huge gap between me and you?" Yulang spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his face, defiantly looking at him and asking, "Gap?" Seeing that Yulang was still able to fight, he was surprised. "Why can you still stand up?" He panicked to himself. Such a strong physique. I just used all my strength to attack, but he's fine. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed his sword and rushed towards him again, the sword surrounded by a fiery red energy. He angrily cursed. Trash should go back to where trash belongs. Suo Pan at this time stepped in front of him. He swung his sword. And he still stood motionless. Suddenly Yulang spoke, pausing time. Immediately, Suo Pan, who was in a fighting state, stood motionless. At this time, the system's notification sounded. 1 time pause card consumed, none remaining. Yulang confidently picked up the broken sword and walked towards him. His face darkened, he smiled and said, "This is the gap." He held the sword up in front of his eyes, and immediately, a purple smoke appeared around it. He thought to himself, Juyu's energy is not very powerful, but it can destroy the spiritual energy operating in your body. Next, he stepped forward, stabbed him in the arm, and chuckled, "For a short time, don't even think about channeling spiritual energy." After he was done, the time pause seal was removed, and Suo Pan, who had the upper hand, now fell flat on his face. The people in the stands were all wide-eyed in astonishment. Someone asked, "Did you guys clearly see how Mo Yulang defeated Suo Pan?" The person next to him replied, "No, maybe it was because the speed was too fast, our eyes were blurred." Even Jiling below was equally surprised. She thought to herself, although he used Ju's energy, I couldn't clearly see when he used it, it seemed like in a blink of an eye. The broken sword appeared on Suo Pan's body. At this time, Suo Pan struggled in the arena. He angrily thought, I didn't expect that the person I looked down on before had grown to this extent. Am I just a stepping stone for others after all? He was not reconciled, even if he had to force the use of spiritual power. He wanted to perish together with Yulang. Thinking so, Suo Pan swung his sword and continued to rush forward. At this time, a powerful voice rang out, "Stop." It was the Emperor. He frowned and said, "Do you think that you used such a small trick? I can't see it." Yulang looked at Suo Pan lying on the ground. He threw the sword in his hand aside, couldn't help but feel sorry for him, thinking, so pitiful, being used as a murder weapon by that old immortal. The Emperor sat on the high throne, calmly said, "Since your nephew has used his life to protect you, I will spare you once." Then he called someone to carry Suo Pan's body down and hand it over to the Chancellor for handling. Hearing that, the Chancellor's face was frightened. He knelt down and forced out each word, "I thank you for your mercy, your majesty." Yulang was a little panicked at this time. He was confused, wondering if the fact that he used the system card had been discovered. Is this old emperor that strong? The emperor at this time was glancing at the Chancellor, reminding, I don't know how the Chancellor disciplines his nephew like this. The Chancellor panicked and knelt down, hastily justifying himself, "Your Majesty, I don't know what happened." The emperor still didn't let him go, angrily asked again, "Are you so old that you don't even know that your nephew used forbidden medicine during the competition? If Mo Yulang wasn't strong, I'm afraid he would have died in your nephew's hands. It seems that your position as Chancellor should also change hands." Hearing the Emperor say that, the Chancellor knelt down. He panicked and begged, "No, Your Majesty, I really didn't know Suo Pan would do such a despicable and dirty thing. It has nothing to do with me." Suo Pan remembered that night. He met him in a small room in the evening. As soon as he met him, he gave him two choices, if you can kill Mo Yulang, I will bring your mother back to the family and put her on the family register. I can ignore all her past mistakes. But if you fail, then you commit suicide to apologize, considering the things you have done. I will still bring her back to the family. Suo Pan frowned, a little hesitant. But not long after, he knelt on the ground, silently apologizing to his mother. He put the sword to his neck, his face darkened and muttered, Your Majesty. Suo Pan wholeheartedly wanted to achieve first place in the competition, arbitrarily using forbidden medicine against the rules of the competition. It has nothing to do with grandfather. Everything is Suo Pan's fault. Suo Pan is willing to die to apologize. Please spare my grandfather, Your Majesty. The sword against his neck was now bleeding. Along with the gushing blood, his memories also returned. He remembered at first, his mother had an affair with someone else and gave birth to him, then his grandfather found out and expelled her from the family. He thought that his talent was not bad, so he was allowed to stay. Now his mother is seriously ill and wants to return to the family. He only has this way. He remembered that day when his grandfather scolded his mother very harshly. He cursed, If you want to bring this bastard home to disgrace me, then don't blame me for being heartless. He bluntly chased his mother away. From now on, get out. I, Suo Desho, consider myself not to have a daughter like you. His mother at that time could only bow her head without saying a word of justification, and just left. The second image that appeared in his mind at this time was his sickly mother at home. At that time, he cried and held his mother's hand, and she gently told him, Pan you must practice well, so your grandfather won't kick you out of the house, she said, then coughed, lingeringly said, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back in this life. His memories stopped there, along with the end of a life. At this time, the Empress was intently looking at the Emperor, thinking to herself, the Emperor never cared about this trash Mo Yulang before, now he's started speaking up for him. It seems that he cannot be allowed to develop further, otherwise sooner or later it will affect the plan. Under the stands, Jiling worriedly approached and asked Yulang, Are you all right? Next is our competition. Before she could finish, he affectionately rubbed her head, comforting her, I'm fine, besides, rankings don't matter to me. If you want, I can forfeit. From afar, the two looked very affectionate towards each other. The entire scene was caught in the eyes of a strange person wearing a black cloak. On Yulang's side, Jiling angrily pushed his hand away when she heard him say that, I don't need your charity, we compete fairly. The black-clothed person's face was cold, his hands were covered with strange symbols, he spread his hand, revealing a terrifying worm. He then released the worm. According to his aim, the worm quickly rushed towards Yulang. Just as the two were talking, it flew over. Jiling at this time also noticed something approaching. She grabbed his shoulder. Yulang still didn't know what was happening, blankly looking at her hand. Jiling immediately pushed him away, taking the full brunt of the worm. But as soon as it came into contact with her body, it burrowed inside, causing Jiling great surprise. Yulang saw that something was wrong with her, worriedly turned and asked, What's wrong? She took his hand, weakly said, Just now, I saw that person seem to shoot something towards us, towards you. He was a little surprised when he heard her say that. But when he looked up, he couldn't see anyone behind him. Yulang was suspicious and said to her, There's no one there, are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiling's body suddenly reacted strangely, she shouted each word, Mo. You? She was enveloped in an orange energy field. Yulang next to her was wide-eyed in astonishment. Before she could finish, she fell down, he anxiously stepped forward to catch her. At this time, the system notification sounded again, time-limited special mission activated, save Jiling's life. The time limit is 72 hours. Penalty for mission failure, the host is forced to die. Reward for mission success, increase Villainess, 1 cultivation experience card, unlock the item card inventory. 10 lucky draws. But at this time, Yulang no longer had the mood to pay attention to those notification lines. He carried her in his arms, used magic to check her body. Gritted his teeth and wondered, why is this happening? He tried to transfer spiritual power to her but couldn't. At this time, he suddenly realized, it was the person Jiling mentioned. He carried her in his arms, towards the top floor, where the emperor was sitting, and called father. Yulang anxiously hugged Jiling in his arms, and asked the old man beside him, Old Lin, what is the situation with my wife? Lin Ji saw his anxiety and sadly said, she's been hit. I'm afraid it's one of the 4 evil gods of the Baiyu Jiao, the evil god Bone Eater, the heart-devouring Jiyu. He explained, those hit by this Jiyu technique will have their hearts devoured by the Jiyu worm and die 3 days later. Moreover, this Jiyu technique cannot be solved with ordinary yang methods. I also have no way. Hearing that, Yulang's face darkened. He thought to himself, Baiyu Jiao, isn't that something that appeared in the later stages of resistance against Ling Lai? This thing is not easy to deal with. The emperor was also furious when he heard this. Recently the evil cultivators of the Baiyu sect have been restless, but he didn't expect them to be so daring. They dare to do this in front of me, he said and unleashed a burst of energy. The empress and Yulang were stunned. It's the Xian Qianji Bao, Wu Ji Shen. The emperor clenched his hand, as if strangling someone. Elsewhere, the black-clothed man clutched his neck and struggled. The emperor at this time controlled him like a puppet. The black-clothed man seemed to be bewitched. He stared blankly at the ceiling. His soulless eyes moved forward. Yulang saw the man suddenly walk over and curiously asked, what is he doing? Lin Ji beside him immediately explained to him, this is one of the abilities of Wu Ji Chen, manipulation. Those who are hit by the technique will have their bodies forcibly controlled by His Majesty. Unable to resist, Yulang helped his wife sit down on the chair. Hearing him say that, he couldn't help but praise, what an overbearing ability. The black-clothed man walked over. He came in front of him, his face gloomy, and said, you shouldn't be alive. Yulang angrily grabbed his collar, shouting, hand over the antidote. When he touched him, he was a little surprised. Why is this person's body so cold? He was choked until he foamed at the mouth, suddenly yelled ah. He couldn't bear it and collapsed. Yulang was a little dazed. The imperial physician came to check and confirmed that he was no longer breathing. Yulang looked up and reported, Your Majesty, this person is dead. The emperor looked down thoughtfully. On one side, the empress worriedly watched. Another man seeing this sneered, Sixth Prince, you are silencing a witness. Below, an old man came forward, anxiously looked at Jiling, and reproached Yulang, Sixth Prince, I know you don't like Ling but why did you let the evil cultivator poison her? And even silence the witness. He knelt down and pleaded with the emperor, Your Majesty, the Sixth Prince colluded with evil cultivators, harming his own wife's life. When the matter was exposed, he silenced the witness. He definitely has other intentions. Seeing him say that, Yulang angrily said, According to you, why would I wait until today to act in front of so many eyes? That old man is still stubborn. You killed my granddaughter. And you're still making excuses for yourself. The surrounding people also criticized him. That's right. Clearly just now we saw the Sixth Prince strangle him. The person next to him agreed, I saw it too. Manhua stood in a corner, worriedly looking at him. The emperor said to the old man beside him, Come down and take a look with me. He knelt down, obeying the order. At this time, Yulang finally realized, today they were setting a trap for him. He looked at Jiling's grandfather smiling next to him, and thought to himself, in the original work, Mo Yulang died early, so these things didn't happen, now I can only improvise. If you want to stand in front of the barrel of the gun, then I'll let you, Yulang smiled. Yulang saw the emperor coming down and explained, Father, I did not kill him, and I certainly did not collude with him to kill my wife. The minister beside him laughed loudly and said, Sixth Prince, clearly everyone saw you strangle that evil cultivator. Do you still want to make excuses in front of His Majesty? He calmly replied, Whether I killed him or not, wouldn't Master Murong know if he investigated himself? He pointed his hand towards the evil cultivator lying on the ground and criticized him. But you haven't even figured out the truth yet and you're here slandering me, as if you can't wait to drag me into confessing, hiding some evidence. Master Murong, hearing that, was so angry he couldn't speak. He tore off the beard he was stroking, angrily said, "You." The Empress saw him so angry that she stepped forward and patted his back. "All right, father, don't argue with a junior. His Majesty is still here. I believe His Majesty will make a decision." Yu Lang saw his reaction and was a little speechless. He thought to himself, this old man really can't hold back. Afraid that I don't see clearly that he's playing tricks. Suddenly a foot stepped forward, calling out, "Your Majesty." Lin Ji came forward and respectfully reported, "What Princess Ji has been hit by is the Jiu technique of the Bai Yu Ta Jiao. And judging from the evil aura emanating from this person, he's probably the one who used the technique. It's just that he's dead. I'm afraid it's really difficult to remove the Jiu poison." Jiling's grandfather, hearing that, hugged her, painfully calling, "My poor granddaughter." Yu Lang saw him get into character like that and angrily cursed silently. This old immortal really knows how to act. At this time the Emperor suddenly spoke. He was furious. "Do you take me for a fool?" He looked at the evil cultivator lying in front of him and said, "This evil cultivator's internal organs have completely decayed. I'm afraid he's been dead for more than a month." The evil cultivator lying on the ground was suddenly lifted up. His body was withered. He continued, "There is still the aura of the Jiu worm left in his body. His death was caused by the Jiu poison leaving his body." After saying that, he turned to reprimand Murong Yang Shu. "Do you have anything else to say?" Seeing that, he panicked and knelt down. "Your Majesty, this old servant didn't mean that." The Emperor's face darkened, warning, "Now the evil cultivators of the Yu sect are all under my watch. You still have the mood to make false accusations. I see your position as Minister of Justice is no longer necessary." The Empress, hearing this, panicked and knelt down to beg the Emperor, "Your Majesty, my father, he didn't mean to falsely accuse the sixth prince, he just..." Before she could finish, the Emperor waved his hand and said, "All right." He frowned and ordered, "Now, the people of the Bai Yu sect have infiltrated the royal court. Murong clan, you are in charge of this matter. In a month, I want a satisfactory answer. Resign and apologize." The Empress helped her stunned father beside her. Yu Lang witnessed this scene and thought to himself, in the original work, Bai Yu Zong was an evil cultivation force outside the Mo Yang dynasty. At their head were the elusive four evil gods. This bone-eating evil god not only specializes in Jiu techniques, but he can also manipulate the dead as puppets. Father asking Murong Yang Shu to investigate. "I'm afraid he suspects him." The figure of a woman approached with a sweet voice and a hint of sarcasm, saying, "Today I really got to see a good play." The girl's voice rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Hua Wuji stepped out of the shadows, smiled and said, "Hua Wuji greets your Majesty." Seeing Hua Wuji, the Emperor's face immediately changed. He was a little surprised, seriously asked, "Why is Elder Hua here?" Hua Wuji walked to Mo Yulang's side, using her fan to cover her mouth, glanced at him and smiled, "I'm here to accept the sixth prince as my direct disciple." Upon hearing this proposal, everyone present was surprised. Murong Mingyu, upon hearing this, also stood up abruptly, her face pale, as she looked at Hua Wuji. Contrary to their expressions, the Emperor laughed heartily upon hearing this proposal. "All right." Mo Yulang immediately cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "I refuse." "Father, Jiling is still affected by the heart-devouring Jiu. If left unattended, she will die." He anxiously looked at the Emperor, and at his own current situation. Thinking of Jiling dying, he almost despaired, thinking, "If she dies, I can't live either." "Big brother." The Emperor, hearing this, angrily radiated an oppressive aura, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. He looked at Mo Yulang and shouted, "Insolent! Qingyu Yanzong is the #1 sect of our dynasty. You would throw away the opportunity to become a direct disciple for a woman. What do you take my face for?" Murong Mingyu, kneeling behind, heard the Emperor's words, her face darkened. gritting her teeth angrily at him. It seems he really wants Mo Yulang to enter the sect. Seeing the emperor's rage, he panicked and sweat profusely, but still focused on thinking about the deeper meaning in the emperor's heart. The emperor wants me to become a direct disciple. Could it be because of Mo Cheng Ai? Hua Wuji gently patted her fan on his shoulder, causing him to turn and look at her and smile. She immediately said, "As long as you become my direct disciple, I have a way to cure her poison." She confidently said, "Moreover, I also have a spiritual spring. It can maintain Jiling's life before the Jiyu technique is removed, it's just." Before she could finish, he slammed his head on the ground and said, "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." Hua Wuji was surprised by his sudden action and quick change of face that her face flushed, not knowing what to say. The emperor, seeing his quick change of attitude, was satisfied and waved his sleeve, since Mo Yulang has been accepted as a direct disciple, and Jiling is unconscious. This competition ends here, let Murong Ya enter the inner sect. Mo Yulang, now take Jiling and Elder Hua back to the sect. Somewhere else, the group who had just finished building a grave looked at each other and said, "Take the money, leave the Mo Yang dynasty forever, never return. And don't talk about the graveyard with anyone." They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice a strange finger poking up from the freshly filled earth. The hand under the ground suddenly stretched out, escaping its confinement. The loud noise immediately caught the attention of the other three. In front of them was the corpse they had just buried, now revived, standing before them. Seeing the corpse, the three men's faces immediately turned pale, they screamed in terror. "Corpse! The corpse has risen." Their noise immediately shook the entire forest. At the main peak of Qing Yuling Yan Zone. On the long road, Mo Yulang carried Jiling in his arms, walking behind Hua Wuji. Hua Wuji, while leading the way, glanced at Mo Yulang behind her, curled her lips and said, "This is by Hua Peak of my management, you are my direct disciple. From now on you can freely enter and exit with this jade token, and you can also use the resources on this mountain peak as you wish. After Jiling's matter is resolved, take your time to explore." Hearing Hua Wuji's instructions, he respectfully said, "Yes, master." Thinking about it carefully, he also chuckled inwardly. Anyway, he gained more than he lost in this matter. He thought with satisfaction, gaining a master is even more convenient. Mo Yulang hurriedly followed behind Hua Wuju and asked with a smile, "Master, I want to ask why you insisted on taking me as your disciple." Hua Wuju calmly walked, replying, "I see that you have good roots, you will surely achieve great things." Hearing this, he froze, sneered and thought, although it's not wrong, why do I think she's deceiving me? Very quickly, the two arrived at the spiritual spring. Hua Wuji looked at the spiritual spring and said to him, "This is the special spiritual spring of Bai Hua Peak. You place Jiling on that lotus throne, later I will use the spiritual spring to cleanse her meridians." She smiled, folded her arms, and said, "Only by continuously pouring external spiritual power into that Jiyu worm will it not immediately suck up her spiritual power." Hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Yes." Saying that, Mo Yulang quickly carried Jiling and jumped up. He landed gently on the lotus throne. Carefully placed the unconscious Jiling down. After finishing, he looked at Hua Wuji and asked, "Is there anything else I need to do?" Hua Wuji calmly jumped onto the throne, gently said, "You go down first, I'll let you know after I've finished cleansing her meridians." Mo Yulang heard that and replied, "Yes," then he left the lotus throne. Hua Wuji looked at the unconscious Jiling lying on the throne and waved her hand, "Change her clothes first." Looking at her body, Hua Wuji praised in her heart, "This girl has developed very well." After changing her clothes, Hua Wuji immediately controlled the flow of the spiritual spring water. The water gently surrounded Jiling's body. Hua Wuji then ordered, "Spirit guiding formation. Rise." Immediately the water surrounding Jiling's body lifted her up. The black aura within her also emanated. Sensing something was wrong, Hua Wuji immediately looked at Mo Yulang and asked, "Why is there Ju Jin Qi in her body?" Hearing Hua Wuju's question, he smiled wryly and rubbed his head, saying, "That's a long story, ha ha." Jiling in the water, her face flushed, black smoke still surrounding her. A wave of pain hit her, causing her to scream. The strong movement of the water caused Hua Wuji difficulty. She used all her strength to control the water, and said with difficulty, "Not good, the Juyujin Qi in her body is rejecting my spiritual power." Mo Yulang, hearing this, immediately circulated the spiritual power in his body, saying, "I'll try pouring my spiritual power in." As he spoke, he gently transmitted a stream of spiritual power into her body. The system notification sounded. Jiling, he looked at the electronic screen with satisfaction. Life countdown, 5 days remaining. Mo Yulang then looked at Hua Wuji and said, "That's great, the time has increased." Seeing Hua Wuji's pained expression, he asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Hua Wuji looked at him seriously and said, "I'm fine, it's just that cultivating a conflicting cultivation method with Juyujin Qi has caused my spiritual power to become chaotic. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." In a courtyard of Qing Yuling Zone, Hua Wuji calmly sat and listened to Mo Yulang recount the story of Juyujin Qi. After listening, she tapped her hand on her knee and said, "So you did pass the 3rd level and obtain the Yu Mingzhuan Tiangong, but before you reach the spirit-severing realm, you shouldn't reveal Juyujin Qi." Speaking of this, Hua Wuji smiled wryly and said, "If my senior brother Mingzhuanzi knew that even you have cultivated Juyujin Qi, I'm afraid he would cause trouble for you too." Hearing her warning, he immediately said seriously, "Yes, thank you master for reminding me." Hearing this, she also breathed a sigh of relief and took out a flute, handing it to Mo Yulang, and said with a smile, "Take this flute, take a boat to Dongming City. Go to Lingshan and find the white jade miraculous hand, Ling Changbai." She placed the flute in his hand and instructed, "Bring her back. Only she can remove the Jiyu from Jiling." Mo Yulang, hearing this, respectfully took the flute with both hands, but still raised his eyebrows and asked the question in his heart, "But master, why don't you go? I don't know this Ling Changbai." Hua Wuji, hearing this, angrily punched him, sending him flying a kilometer away. She angrily said, "Because master still has other things to do." He heard this and replied, "Yes." After giving Mo Yulang the task, Hua Wuji went into her room. She sat on the bed and circulated her cultivation technique. A black aura immediately appeared, surrounding her body, creating a protective layer separating her from everything around. Her face clearly showed pain. She spat out blood. She gasped in pain, clutching her stomach. When she saved Jiling, forcefully circulating her spiritual energy caused the poison clinging to her body to flare up again. Her face was pale with pain, her eyes became hazy. Hua Wuji looked out the door and muttered, "Mo Yulang, you must bring Ling Changbai back. Don't let me down for taking you as my disciple." Back at the palace, Murong Mingyu's angry voice echoed throughout the hall, "What good have you done?" Murong Mingyu stood up high and shouted at the person below, "You arbitrarily summoned the shadow guards without my consent. You let them go kill Mo Yulang. You don't even know his background clearly, and you acted rashly, causing me to lose a great general for nothing. How could I give birth to such a foolish son?" Below, Mo Yu knelt on the ground, not daring to speak, only daring to listen to Murong Mingyu's scolding. Mo Yu was drenched in sweat, looked up at Murong Mingyu in disbelief at the words he just heard, "Mother." Her face darkened, even angrier, she shouted, "Shut up." Murong Mingyu trembled with anger, flicked her sleeve, "If only you were half as good as your elder brother Mo Cheng Ai so I could worry less. All day long. You achieve nothing but failure. Get lost, you're an eyesore to me." Her words seemed to touch a hidden pain in Mo Yu's heart, his face darkened with anger. "In mother's eyes, there's only elder brother, she doesn't care about me at all. This is all thanks to that trash Mo Yulang." Thinking so, he cupped his hands and bowed coldly, "I'll take my leave." On this side, Mo Yulang was queuing up, preparing to depart for Linkingshan. The man standing above said loudly, "To get to Linkingshan, you need to take a floating boat. Everyone quickly buy your tickets. Mo Yulang stepped forward and asked, "How much is a ticket?" The man smiled and replied, 500 taels of silver, not a penny less. Hearing that, he reached into his clothes out of habit, preparing to take out the silver notes, only to realize, oh no, I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to bring money. The man, seeing his expression, immediately understood the problem, stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder, smiling and saying, "It's all right, I see you don't look like a poor person. I'll show you the way." Hearing this, he looked suspiciously at the man and said, "Tell me." He pointed forward and whispered, "There's an auction house over there. Take something valuable you have and auction it off, won't you have the ticket then?" Mo Yulang crossed his arms and looked in the direction the man pointed, and said with some difficulty, "Well, I don't have anything valuable on me. Forget it, I'll use the system to exchange for something and try." Saying that, he went to the auction house and brought out the item he had exchanged for in the system. Seeing the item, the old man in front of him immediately broke out in a sweat, couldn't believe his eyes, stuttered, "This fire spirit pearl, with its fire spirit energy attribute, is very valuable, do you really want to auction it?" Mo Yulang calmly said, "Yes, arrange it for me as soon as possible." He immediately agreed, and Mo Yulang happily left. Seeing him about to leave, he immediately stated his condition, "The auction will be arranged soon, but I have to charge a 30% handling fee. What do you think?" Hearing this, he calmly walked away. Cheng Jiao, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction and bowed to him. Half an hour later, the auction began. The seductive woman in a red gyeongsam stood on the stage, smiling at the people below. "Everyone, thank you for supporting this auction. Same rules as always. The first auction item is a rare treasure. Below, the son of Dongming City's city lord, Ji Xia, hearing this introduction, stroked his chin with interest and said, "What rare treasure? I'm only interested in the second auction item." The woman opened the red cloth, revealing the rare fire spirit pearl. The auction began. The people below, upon seeing the first item, were immediately stunned and whispered, "What is that? A fire spirit pearl? No way, this thing is incredibly rare. Someone actually put it up for auction." The woman smiled, looking at the fire spirit pearl, and said, "That's right, this is indeed a fire spirit pearl. Normal fire spirit pearls have to be incubated in volcanoes for thousands of years. They are extremely rare. For cultivators who cultivate the fire element, it's something they can only dream of. Starting price, 1 million taels." He stood below watching the auction, and as soon as he heard the starting price, the smile on his face froze. "I casually exchanged for this treasure in the system. I didn't expect it to be so valuable." The group of people immediately started bidding against each other. "I bid 110,000, I bid 120,000. 3 million. A cold voice came from afar. A figure in black clothing, their face unclear, slowly walked in. Upon seeing the person approaching, the atmosphere became even more lively and boisterous. "Damn it, who is this guy, bidding so high? He has fire spirit energy on him. I'm afraid he's a fire attribute cultivator." The smiling woman standing up high immediately said loudly, 3 million, going once, 3 million, going twice, 3 million, going thrice. No one dared to bid higher, and immediately the gavel in the woman's hand slammed down on the table, "Sold." Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction, "Done." Just as he was about to leave, the system displayed a notification activating an emergency mission to rescue enslaved people. The mission reward was the invisibility pill, which grants invisibility for 1 hour after ingestion, with no side effects. He turned around in surprise, looking up at the auction stage in confusion. A new mission. On the high platform, a group of people brought out a large glass cage covered with a red cloth. A girl forcefully pulled off the red covering. The girl smiled and said, "Everyone, this is our second auction item, a mermaid." As she spoke, An extremely beautiful mermaid appeared before everyone. She was frightened, blushing, and didn't dare to open her eyes to look at her surroundings. During the auction, the girl smiled and spoke to the people below with amusement. This is a newly captured mermaid, living under the sea. Her tears turn into pearls. The blood in her body also emits a strange fragrance, and is extremely rare. The mermaid anxiously looked around, listening to the girl talk about her. Her eyes showed unwillingness. But she was helpless and couldn't say anything. The group of people below listened and looked at the mermaid in the cage, their eyes filled with desire, possessiveness, and even a bit of perversion gradually becoming apparent. They rubbed their chins, excitedly discussing how beautiful the mermaid was, how moved they were, and how exciting it would be to bring her home. Jixia, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the mermaid and his face immediately showed desire. I like her. On the auction stage, the girl smiled with satisfaction and said loudly, now let's start the bidding. The starting price is 80,000. The crowd below became increasingly lively. They started raising the price, offering 89,000, 100,000, 110,000. Jixia confidently stood up and said, I'll pay 200,000. His words immediately silenced everyone from raising the price any further. Instead, they started discussing, feeling sorry for the mermaid. Jixia actually came here today. This mermaid is doomed, falling into his hands. She's afraid she won't survive the night. Just as he was confident that no one would compete with him for this mermaid, Mo Yuling calmly spoke, 210,000. Jixia immediately looked at him, frowning angrily, gritting his teeth and saying, who dares to compete with me, quickly identify yourself. Mo Yuling sneered at him and said, if you want to compete, add more money, don't waste words. Jixia, hearing his provocation, angrily shouted, fine, you've got guts. I'll pay 250,000. Mo Yuling remained very calm, sitting with his arms crossed, and said, 260,000. Jixia was completely enraged. He gritted his teeth, his eyes like knives thrown towards him. Brat, you're courting death. He remained calm, his expression unchanged. Continuing to add fuel to the fire of Jixia's anger, if you can't play, then don't play. Seeing that Jixia was about to increase the price, the servant stepped forward, sweating, and whispered in his ear, young Master Ji, this time we only brought 250,000. We can't pay more. Jixia was furious. Hearing these words was like adding fuel to the fire. He immediately took his anger out on the servant, gritting his teeth and saying, then why don't you hurry back and get me the money? The servant fell to the ground in pain, but still reminded Jixia, ouch, last time you caused trouble at the casino, all the money was confiscated by the city lord. Hearing this, his face distorted in anger as he gritted his teeth, damn it, I forgot about that. Feeling both embarrassed and humiliated, Jixia immediately tried to save face by pointing at him and shouting, you wait for me. After saying that, he left with a murderous aura. Let's go. On the stage, the girl smiled and struck the gavel, saying, congratulations to this young master for purchasing the mermaid. As soon as she finished speaking, the system screen immediately displayed a notification that the mission was completed. He walked onto the auction stage with satisfaction and placed his hand on the glass, causing it to crack. The glass shattered, the water inside immediately spilled out, and the mermaid also stumbled out. Her fishtail quickly transformed into legs, but she was still not used to the feeling, so she stumbled into his arms. Mo Yuling looked at her worriedly and asked, are you all right? This scent is so fragrant. The girl stared at him blankly. Immediately, she pushed him away, shouting, get away. The mermaid was frightened and hurriedly grabbed a shard of glass from the ground. She placed the glass shard against her neck, looking at Mo Yuling and threatening tearfully, don't come any closer, if you dare take another step. I'll make sure you get nothing. Seeing her so agitated, he quickly raised his hand gently and comforted her, mermaid, don't be agitated, I have no ill intentions, I just want to save you. You can leave as you please. Hearing this, the mermaid didn't believe him, looked at him and asked, "Really?" He pointed towards the exit and looked at her, saying, "A gentleman never jokes." Seeing this, the mermaid immediately ran out. She ran in fear. A human's words are not trustworthy, run first and think later. As soon as she stepped out the door, a group of people with knives rushed to attack. "Want to run? Our young master hasn't agreed yet." She fearfully backed away, as the blade nearly touched her face. Mo Yuling immediately ran out, careful. He held the mermaid in one arm, and knocked the other person away with the other. Placing her in a safe place, his entire body was surrounded by a brilliant golden light. With an overwhelming aura, he merely waved his hand and the group of people in front of him jumped back. They lay scattered on the ground, unable to get up. Jixia walked over from afar. Seeing this scene, his face darkened. He sneered at Mo Yuling and said, "Not bad skills." Upon seeing Jixia, his face darkened. He looked at him and said coldly, "It's you." Jixia walked up to Mo Yuling, his entire body radiating a deadly aura, and said coldly, "You're the first to dare snatch something from me in Dongming City. As a return gift, I've prepared something very interesting for you." Mo Yuling was bored by his threat. He didn't care. Instead he showed an indifferent expression. His attitude surprised the mermaid so much that her eyes widened. She lowered her head with difficulty, thinking, "I really want to ask, can I trust this human, or should I run away while they are fighting?" Jixia warned coldly, "Brat, hand over the mermaid, or you won't leave Dongming City." The mermaid nervously huddled closer to him, while Mo Yuling sneered at the threat, mocking him, losing the bid and then resorting to robbery, truly shameless. Hearing this, Jixia roared angrily, pointing his finger, "How dare you insult me? Attack! Kill him for me!" Following his order, the servants immediately charged at him with their knives. "Kill!" The mermaid fearfully clung to his waist, watching them, while he calmly drew out his beloved sword. He smirked and said, "You want to kill me?" They surrounded and tried to attack him, while he calmly glanced at them with contempt and said, "You're not qualified." After saying that, he swung his sword, counterattacking all of them. With just a simple strike, the entire group was unable to retaliate and fell backward. They fell heavily to the ground. One of them said, "Young Master Ji, that brat has some skills, we are no match for him." Hearing this, Jixia angrily kicked them, yelling, "Trash, a bunch of trash." They were now unable to resist, only able to lie down and endure Jixia's blows. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached. While he was venting his anger, a masked figure in black approached and whispered in his ear, "Young Master Ji, release the half-demon, it has never lost in the arena. It's more than capable of killing that brat." Hearing this suggestion, Jixia's expression softened, a smug smile returned to his lips. "That's right, it's about time." With that said, he immediately extended his hand to summon the half-demon. A red aura immediately enveloped his entire arm. The red aura slammed into the house next door. He angrily commanded, "Attack." The half-demon immediately materialized, angrily growling and smashing whatever it saw. It rushed forward, swatting away or grabbing the heads of the servants who were trying to escape. His name is Ban Nyoku, cultivation level, Xiantian 10th stage. Skill, body reinforcement, state, berserk. The one whose head was grabbed, screamed in fear, don't, you've got the wrong person." It ignored their cries for help, angrily throwing them high into the air. Mo Yuling watched Ban Nyoku going berserk and sneered, "This is your first fighter. Truly pathetic." The mermaid standing behind him, hearing his words, was puzzled and speechless. Ban Nyoku growled and immediately charged towards the two of them. It leaped into the air, preparing to attack, when Mo Yuling immediately pushed the mermaid away, "Careful." It slammed into the ground, the force of the blow sending him and the mermaid flying. Watching Ban Nyoku going berserk and attacking everything around him, Mo Yuling suddenly realized something. "No, its target isn't me." Ban Nyoku growled and charged towards the seated mermaid, who startled and looked at it in fear. She backed away, scared to tears, and shouted, "Ah, don't come here." Ignoring her fear, Its disgusting claws were about to touch her beautiful face. Witnessing this, Mo Yuling beside her suddenly turned pale with shock. Jishu's group was also surprised by this situation. What's going on?